is about to go off, and everybody wakes up to the smooth sounds and the stable flying of the Stol racers. Heck yeah! Good morning, everybody.
Morning, Danny.
Good top of the morning. Yours truly, Danny Clisham, the host that loves you most. Roy Hafley is with us. Juan Brown is with us. Stols are about to race. And the chairman is here as well. Co-announcer Anitra Goddard. Thank you, Anitra. I look up to you every morning. I know that. That's an old joke. Shut up. That's my material, Juan. That's all I got. Okay, let's tell the folks what's going to happen here. We're going to wake everybody up with a tremendous amount of fun today.
Well, good morning, Danny. I'm Juan Brown from the Blanco Lirio channel, and helping me today is the lovely Anitra, and she's going to announce our aircraft and pilots as they come by, and we're going to do some Stol drag racing. First thing in the morning, we like to get out before the winds pick up and the sky gets too bumpy. Anitra, who do we got out there today?
Good morning, race fans. We've got in the front leading the pack, number 44, Steve Henry, and his Yeehaw 8 Just Aircraft Highlander XL. And behind him, we have Eddie Sanchez, number 48, and Devil Girl 2, also a Just Aircraft Highlander XL. We've got Tim Shellhorn, number 73, Psycho Billy and his Carbon Cub. Then we have Bo Ellis, number 80, in the Mini Wagon. Then we have Hal Stockman in the Lawnmower 3, a Rans S7. Number 27, Harry Beaupre in the Kit Fox, the Spirit of Lewis. We've got number 84, Aaron Greer in the Moose Knuckle, a Just Aircraft Highlander. We have Brian Bowen in Stol Fox. Number 4, we have Austin Clemens, number 62, in the Aviette Husky, the dog. We have Legend Cub Moac, number 221, Scooter Stol. Flying that is Brian Steck. Behind him is number 85, Lunacy. Kathy Page in that yellow, or that, that orange and gray Carbon Cub. Following Kathy is Rod Hewitt in number 11, Angry Kitten, the Rans S7, that's yellow and blue. We've got number 63, the Just Aircraft Super Stol. God Bless John Wayne, piloted by Tony Sanchez. Then we have the Sky Wagon, the Cessna 180, number 20, piloted by Ty Burlingham. Then we have Hometown pilot Kevin Palmer, number 22, in his red and blue Kit Fox. And we have number 46, Warren G, in that beautiful Cessna 180 Sky Wagon, followed by number 22, Ty Firkin, in his Kit Fox, Evinrude. Number 7, that yellow Carbon Cub, Yellow Thunder, being flown by Bruce Graham. Then we have number 11, the Just Aircraft Highlander, flown by Dave Curley, that's the Grasshopper, followed by the Beast, number 22, a Cessna 175, piloted by Jeff Rowe. We have Brian Moore in his Rans S7, the Honey Badger, and following up the tail, we've got our only tricycle gear aircraft, number 66, Big Tuna, piloted by John Hakala.
Anitra, you did all that from memory again this morning. You still remembered from yesterday. Outstanding job.
Thank you. I've done this a time or two, I think.
Now, how many airplanes was that? That's got to be at least 23 airplanes out there today?
Sure.
It was, she's right, it was all of them.
All of them.
Okay, nice answer, Anitra. Thank you for that.
All right, we're going to taxi the aircraft down to the left, and then Kevin Quinn, the instigator of the whole Stol drag concept, is going to have him do a 180 turn in formation, just like the Blue Angels. So give you a little description of what are we doing out here today. One of the newest, the newest class of racing here at the Reno National Championship Air Racing, Stol drag racing, was invented on a playa not too far from here, just north of Pyramid Lake. Late one night, hanging around the campfire, drinking a few beers, and we were thinking about how can we spice up this Stol concept. And thus, the Stol drag concept was invented when we put two aircraft together and raced them side by side. So we have 2 aircraft taxiing out to the start-finish line off to our left, and these 2 aircraft are going to drag race.
Pivot.
Look at that pivot, just like the Blue Angels. Backcountry precision. So these 2 aircraft at the start-finish line are going to drag race and go as fast as they can down to the east to another mark, 2,000 feet down the way, land on or beyond a line that's marked by flags, and judges come to a complete stop, spin around 180 degrees, and race right back to the start-finish line to our left. And the first aircraft that lands on or beyond the line and gets stopped will get the shortest time. So we used to do double bracket elimination style racing, but now we're going just 4 times. So over the whole course of this weekend, we've been recording these times. We're going to average them out, and we're going to figure out how to give away the over $20,000 in prize money in this Stol drag race. In order to make the prize money work, we've got quite a few sponsors here at Stol Drag Racing. Our gold title sponsors include Cub Crafters. You can, at Yakima, Washington, they're here on display in the pits. Tempest Aero Group, McFarland Aviation Products, and Watt Wheelan Aerospace Technology. Here they go, the first batch. Who we got, Anitra?
All right, lane one closest to us, we've got number 66, the Big Tuna, and that's Xena 701. And in the lane 2, we've got Brian Moore and his Honey Badger. That's a Rams S7. He's running the Road Tax Zipper Big Bore Kit.
Now, did Big Tuna even get off the ground over there? He sure is low.
Just barely.
That's one of the few rules we have, is you've got to actually fly to the other end of the course. You can't just drive it down there. Okay, they come to a complete stop, spin it around, and race back as fast as they can to the start-finish line. It looks like John Hockelaw's got a good lead in the number 1 lane. So the lane that is closest to us is known as the number 1 lane. The lane that is farthest away from us is the number 2 lane.
Now, Juan, we've talked about the modified airplanes. John's airplane actually is complete stock, except for the paint job and the tires.
Well, and that landing gear, there he goes. He just plops it in over the line, locks up the brakes with that nose wheel, and comes to a complete stop. The faster time in the number 1 lane. And come on down to the Stol Drag pits and check out some of the modifications on these aircraft, including the tires, wheels, and brakes. And the belt and suspenders style suspension on John's airplane is pretty impressive.
Good job.
Kevin Quinn calling out the next 2 set of racers. Who do we got, Anita?
We've got number 22, the Beast, and that highly modified Cessna 175, flown by Jeff Rowe. And it looks like we've got the number 11, Grasshopper, Just Aircraft Highlander, flown by Dave Curley.
Clear down. We're cleared up. Are you ready for timers? Are you ready, Curly? Thumbs up, good. Are you ready, Jeff Rowe? On the on drop, boys. 3, 2, 1, field.
Flying Jeff Rowe, the number 2 lane with his big, highly modified experimental exhibition Cessna 175.
Now, Curly's Highlander, that's the only craft out there that is actually running a supercharger.
They chopped the power at about the midway point. Floated on into the finish line. Don't scratch, Jeff Rowe. Bring it to a complete stop. Jeff Rowe being with the bigger plane, goes a little deeper into the turnaround line. Looks like Curly gets the Grasshopper turned around and out of there quicker. The lighter aircraft ahead of the faster 175.
The Grasshopper got the jump on it.
Jeff Rowe throwing it in a big slip, lowering the flaps, slowing down as quick as he can. Over the line, a little long on the Grasshopper. Let's see who gets stopped first.
Looks like the Grasshopper stopped first. right, looks like number 7, Yellow Thunder Bruce Graham is taking the lead. Ty Firkin, number 22.
All right, we're cleared down for us. We're cleared up for us. Time, are you ready? Here we go. Are you ready, Ty? Are you ready? Everest on the arm drop. 3, 2, 1.
Bruce Graham in the number 2 lane with a stock carbon cub. Tight 340 power. Ty Firkin, a crop duster from Caldwell, Idaho, in the number 1 lane, and pretty closely matched, but Ty Firkin pulling the lead. Of course, the Kit Fox using flaperons.
Looks like they're stopping at the same time. With the swing of those tails around and race back.
Looks like Ty Firkin in the lead at the turnaround. Accelerating quickly with that Kit Fox. What has he got under the hood?
That's a Halifi Rotax engine. Ty's running a super big bore kit.
When we say Stockmanized, we're talking about the one and only Hal Stockman in Elko, Nevada. He'll be out here shortly. There's a lot of work on these Rotax engines. Getting more horsepower out of them. Who got stopped first there?
I'm guessing Ty. Wait for the call from Kevin.
Lefter, Bruce, follow Ty. You got a brake issue. Follow Ty, give me 2 more.
Little brake fade.
Happened to your brake then?
Yeah, just a little fade.
Little brake fade by one of the racers out there. These Stol drag races are hard on the airframes, gear, tires, wheels, and brakes. And of course, we're working on the dirt down there. We're not doing this on the asphalt.
All right, and the number 1 lane closest to us, we've got Town Pilot Palmer in his Kit Fox. We have Warren Jane in number 2.
Timers, are you ready? JP, are you ready? Are you ready?
On the arm drop.
3, 2, 1.
Big aircraft versus a light aircraft. Big, heavy Cessna 180 with the P-pump engine. 520. 520 cylinders on the 0470. Chops the throttle. Does that double wig-wag, crazy side slip. And the very light Kit Fox keeping right up with him. And this is what the 2,004-foot course can do, is equalize these two aircraft considerably. So you can run what you brung at Stol drag races. And if you come out to the High Sierra Fly-In this October on Dead Cow Playa, you can come try out for this yourself. Hometown favorite Kevin Palmer in the lead with the red Kit Fox, number 21.
Not only is Kevin a Stol pilot, he's also a hot air balloon pilot.
That's right. Right, who's going to get that Kit Fox? Should be able to get it stopped quite a bit quicker than the 180.
Good run, boys. Kevin Palmer, nice fly, and Warren T. Falls. Kevin, give me 2. That was a great run, boys.
Sounds like Kevin Palmer gets the faster time in the number 1 lane.
Guy out there watching, especially for the random T6. Just so that
Take the line.
Okay, guys.
Sanchez.
We're cleared up for us. Timers, are you ready? Are you ready? You're good. Are you ready, Ty?
Go on the arm drop, boys. 3, 2,
Again, heavy aircraft versus light aircraft. The big 180 weighed in over 2,600 pounds. With the P-pump 520 engine in it.
That's right, I was talking to Ty in the pits yesterday, and he thinks he has one of the loudest engines out here.
Coming to a full stop. Oh, the 180 beats him at the turn, but the Super Stol landed shorter, so he's got less distance to take off, to fly. Now they can take off on or beyond that line. The takeoff doesn't matter. It's just the landing that they got to get the main wheels on or beyond the line. And this is all about making good pilots better, starting off with spot landing practice. Make every landing a precision landing. Dumps the flaps, throws it into the finish, lock them up without tipping it over.
I think we got a tie. That was awesome. Both flags up. Clear to taxi. Two. Tie. Follow Tony.
Well, there you go. Big aircraft versus light aircraft. The great equalizer. The 2,000-foot course here at Reno. You never know. They get so close, they got to go to video on that finish.
Kathy Page on deck, Warren Brown. Kathy Page and Rod Hewitt, our Reno rookie, flying the Rams, looking good. We're cleared down course. We're cleared up course. Timers, are you ready? Kathy, are you ready? Rod, are you ready? Man, no shirt on the on-drop. 3, 2, 1.
Here we go. Great common maneuvers to cover mistakes and else.
Scrub off that extra speed or scrub off that extra altitude, especially in your no-flap model aircraft. Now, Kathy Page has been Stol drag racing for many years. She started out in a Piper Clipper with no flaps and got a lot of great experience out here on the course. And now she's got her new Carbon Cup, and it's like cheating. Just too easy for her now. Look at our rookie Brian Moore go, man. Look at the improvement he's had just over this weekend. And he's got a bit of a lead on Kathy. Let's see who gets this one stopped first. Correction, Rod Hewitt in the number 2 lane, but it looks like Kathy beat him possibly just by a hair.
They're using Vader now. We got Brian Steck lane 2.
All right, we've got number 2.
Austin Clemens lane 1. Here we go. We're cleared down and we're cleared up. Timers, are you ready? Austin, are you ready? Brian, are you ready?
Neck and neck, side by. Look at they kick it into that slip right together. That's a good photo moment right there. Both of these aircraft have reversible pitch propellers. Let's see if they deploy them. Plop it down over the line. Oh, yeah. Oh, Austin's going for it today. Brian beats him at the turnaround. In the turn. A lot going on when you add the reversible pitch propeller into the mix. Looks like Brian's got a bit of a lead. Throws it into that slip, drops the flaps. Here come the flaps on speed for Austin. Over the line. Wow.
Holy cow. Clear to taxi. We'll have to go to video to see what's really the winner, but that was a good race, Juan Brown.
Just about identical times between those two aircraft. Two very, very competitive aircraft using those reversible pitch MT propellers available at McFarland Aviation Products. Come see Brenda Clemens. She'll sell you one.
We're cleared down course. We're cleared up course. Timers, are you ready? Timers, are you ready? Roger. Here we go, Aaron. Are you ready? Brian, are you ready? On the on-drop. 3, 2, 1.
Now, if that engine sounds a little different in the number 2 lane, the Stol Fox, the Black Kit Fox, he's running one of these Yamaha snowmobile engines, the Apex 4-cylinder snowmobile, naturally aspirated. And the Highlander in the number 1 lane, I believe, is running a relatively stock Rotax engine. Good lead by Brian Bowen out of Redding, California, in the Black Kit Fox with the Yamaha Apex snowmobile engine. Drops it in first.
Stop, boys. Give me a good clean stop. Come on now. Great race, guys. Brian Bowen by about a half second. Great race. Clear to taxi, Brian Paul.
It sounds like the Stol Fox up
They don't know it till the race is over. That way they keep pushing. All right, we're cleared down course. We're cleared up course. Timers, are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? On the arm drop. 3, 2, 1.
Hal Stockman in the super lightweight Rans S7, the lightest aircraft out here in the field, weighing in just over 600 pounds. And Hal flies that to all of these events. Now, Anitra, Hal's not doing any side slipping. What's his secret weapon?
Well, Hal has a mechanical reversible pitch prop. So he's throwing that thing in reverse. That's going to stop him real quick, where Harry opts for a really aggressive side slip to slow him down and manage that energy.
Look at that turnaround, just about identical. So a mechanical reversible pitch propeller gets very complicated for the operator to deal with. So here he goes, already working it into reverse, straight ahead while in the air. Kids, don't do this at home. Leave it to Hal Stockman to mess with reversible pitch propellers before he's on the ground.
Got him by a touch, Hal. Good job. Good flying, Harry. Love that slim clear to taxi 52.
Hal just barely by a hair with that reversible pitch propeller getting stopped first and getting the better time.
Thanks for coming. Hey, I appreciate you, really. Thank you.
Now listen to this carbon coming in the number 1 lane. Listen to this engine. That is one hopped up 0340 engine running nitrous oxide, a composite prop, and full FADEC control dialed into about 3,000 RPM to the propeller. So since it's automatically computer controlled to each cylinder, you'll hear a little bit of warbling in this engine as he takes it to the limit.
He also has a secret weapon, an air brake, that is attached right to his boot cap. And he deploys that.
There it is.
Good turns, confirmation.
Because not only is it how fast you can accelerate, it's how fast you can decelerate and stop for Stol drag racing. We're testing both ends of the aircraft envelope.
Great run, clear to taxi. We'll follow Tim. Great run.
That's a good one, Ron Brown.
Tim Shellhorn's going to have one of the fastest
right
times out here. Probably
this guy's a hot rod, and so is this guy.
Add to your comment about
Here we go, Juan. Eddie and Steve. Here we go.
mental and physical on the
Two
part of
hot
the pilot as
rods.
well. There's a heck of a lot going on with the hands, the feet, and the mind.
Oh, yeah.
This is going to be fun.
I can't imagine that.
You got to watch some of Sarah Hendry's videos of her dad flying this aircraft, Race 44. It's like a heavy equipment operator in there, all arms and elbows. Now listen to this, Steve Henry in race 44. Oh, yeah.
These are both just aircraft Highlander XLs. They're both running the exact same engine.
The Yamaha Sidewinder snowmobile engine just pumped up and turbocharged, that is, with a Skytrax prop reduction drive. Listen to this, 13,000 RPM. Look at this. Eddie Sanchez is really keeping after Steve Henry. We haven't had an aircraft that's been able to chase Steve Henry like that for years, and Eddie Sanchez is doing it. He's putting the time, effort, and energy into that aircraft to chase Steve Henry down.
That's right. We have a lot of pilots.
Hey, you are in the second half, man. I know you got it.
And that's racing. Racing improves the breed. You got to come down to the Stol Drag pits and see what these guys are doing, especially with these power sports engines that they're getting from the power sports industry and adapting them to aircraft use.
John Hackland, you want to wait till we find a passion in here and pull up?
We also have our supporting sponsors to thanks for Stol Drag Racing. Airframes Alaska, get all your Bush wheels and other Bush aircraft parts. Flight Outfitters that give us these, or sell you these great jackets and hats for backcountry flying and bags. Clemens Aviation, the Clemens family, and Sky Cowboy Supply Company, which provides us with the helmets that are required for us to fly in the Stol Drag races and recommended for backcountry flying.
Copy, I see what's going on here.
Pipe up on the radio if you want a grudge match.
So our time's good now. We got everybody their one runs. Now we're playing.
There you go.
That's why
We were given 12 more minutes from race control, and so now we got time for grudge matches.
Come to the front.
Right away, everybody keys up their mic at the same time and garbages up the radio. These boys got a few grudges to settle.
Hold him for 5 seconds, all right? Jeffro, I don't want you to pass it with smoke, okay? Okay, you're good. Here we go. Tuna Man, are you ready? These times don't count. This is just for fun. On the arm drop. 3, 2, 1.
We're going to do a delay start. Hey, check out the Jumbotrons here at stage left and stage right. We've got a couple of high-definition cameras that can really zoom in on this Stol Drag action. And, of course, this is all going out on a live feed as well.
Looks like Kevin gave
Get your cameras down.
about a 5-second head start. Now Jeffro with the bees has to chase him down. Can he catch him?
On that far end, it's going to be awesome. Watch the left lane.
Big Tuna, all ready to do a full stop. Jeffro pounding it in over the line. Oh, look at this. What is this? Flying Jeffro saying, smoke him if you got him. In the Kyle Bushman Spoke Special. In the big 175. With great smoke comes great responsibility, says Flying Jeffro.
Says he knows he doesn't really win the top placements at these events, but he just has a good old time smoking people out.
Now we're going to have to wait for that to clear. We got no wind this morning, Danny.
He's not violating the rules because there are no bloody
That's right.
lights up. I think it's good tactic, by the way.
That's like our old soapbox derby races where the guy ahead of me smoked me out and couldn't see the racetrack.
You guys let me know when it's clear down there to run. We got IFR from here.
Who did he call out?
Come to me, Cassie, pull up. Who's the next race after that?
Is that Ty Firkin in the Kit Fox versus Kevin Palmer in his Kit Fox. These guys do a lot of backcountry flying together. You see these guys a lot on social media, and they've been very good social media influencers, getting a whole new generation of young aviators interested into aviation.
Gang, we still have 8 minutes, so this is good. We'll get a few of these call-outs. We're waiting for the IFR to clear. We're close.
It's still IMC at the other end of the airfield. As we wait for that to drift by, we want to thank once again our gold title sponsors, Cub Crafters, Yakima, Washington, Tempest Aero Group, McFarland Aviation Products, home of the MT reversible pitch propeller, and Watt Wheelan Aerospace Technologies, who provide us these bright LED lights that you see running on these aircraft today. I think that's Ty Firkin in the number 1 lane. We'll see when we come by. Our supporting sponsors for Stol Drag Racing, helping us come up with a $20,000 purse that these guys are competing over, includes Airframes Alaska, Flight Outfitters, Clemens Aviation, and Sky Cowboy Supply Company. And Kevin's been able to put together a fully FAA-accredited package of this Stol Drag Racing and take this circus around the country. And earlier this year, we did events at Wayne, Nebraska, and...
Are you ready?
That's right.
No timing. Are you ready? Just grudge. Here we go, Warren Brown. On your rock. 3, 2, 1.
All right, a Kit Fox drag race. Ty's been pulling ahead of everybody in that white Kit Fox.
Where do you work?
So you'll see the rebound control on the suspension on these aircraft, especially on Ty's in the number 1 lane. Following the lead from other off-road suspension, like on dirt bikes and quads and four-wheelers, the backcountry pilots have developed a suspension system that can control the rebound damping and prevent the aircraft from bouncing back into the air and thus reducing braking effectiveness. So by being able to control the rebound, you can get them stopped a lot quicker. It's neck and neck. That is just perfectly matched. Who can get stopped first?
Oh, Kevin Palmer, I think you got him. Clear to taxi. Oh, there's going to be some bragging rights tonight. Juan Brown, come on out next to KC ball of time.
Strangers still drag.
Like I'm about to get beat from above. You're usually getting spanked.
A lot.
We got 2 battles here. We got Warren.
That's a mouthful.
We got Kathy Page.
We're cleared on course. We're cleared on course. Are you ready, Kevin? Are you ready? On the underground.
Heavy hauler versus a carbon cub. Let's see how this plays out.
Warren with that double slip.
Boy, they are very closely matched. Now that carbon cub is going to be able to stop on a dime. The 180's got to drive it a little further down the start-finish line. Bam! They turn around at the identical time.
Juan Brown, Reno-Tahoe.
Warren is a certified aircraft, but he's running the Acme Aero shops. They've got the STC for the certified aircraft.
Kathy's got the lead in the carbon cub. Look at that. There you go. Gotta wait for that flap speed. Drop it over the line. A little long on the carbon couple. Let's see.
Good job, Orange. You're 6 inches short here, Patty, on lane 2 coming back. Clear to taxi, follow Kathy.
Oh, scratch by Warren G. Just a little bit short on the number 2 lane. If you land the main tires just before the line, you scratch and you don't get a score.
We've got another Skywagon coming out. We've got number 20 in time.
Curly, you want to kick it to the right, shut it down.
All right, gang, we're cleared up course.
We're
We're cleared down course.
No
timers, this is pure grudge. Got a moose knuckle, you ready? Against the mighty tide, Burnham M&E. On the arm, boys. 3, 2, 1.
Oh, big jump by the 180 versus Aaron. Aaron better step on it. You're going to be in some big wig turbulence. And the neat thing about Aaron is as soon as he got his pilot's license, he brought a beater old 182 out and started Stol drag racing right away. Aaron, close that gap. Who can get stopped first here?
Great job, guys. Clear to taxi. Good job, Aaron. Great job. Time follow Aaron. We got run for one more, gang. One more. We got to nail our time. Clear to taxi, guys. We got 2 minutes. We'll get this done.
I'll let you go.
One last race before our time expires, and we're going to be back for another round of Stol drag racing following a, what do we got, Danny? A Formula One heat next.
On the arm drop. 3, 2, 1.
Big slips. There's not a lot of flaps on the Kit Fox. Flapperons. Yeah. Stop just about identically. Oh, look at that. Harry getting him at the turnaround. Good job. The race can be won or lost at the turnaround with a good turn like that. And look at that. Now Harry is swapped and got a good lead on Brian Bowen. Good job, Harry. Spirit of Lewis, the yellow Kit Fox. Throwing in that big slip, floating over the line, dump the flaps, drop it in there, let that gear absorb that hit.
Great job, guys. Clear to taxi. Got him, Harry, just by Brian is stretched on the other end. I'm told clear to taxi. We can go off and we can shut her down. Great job, everybody. That was a great round. Come back to you one more.
Okay, we're going to be back for more Stol drag racing shortly. We're going to do a Formula One race. Our Stol drag aircraft will remain out there on the course.
All right, Juan and Anitra, exit, and Steve, entrance.
Come on up, Steve. We'll leave the seat hot for you.
Steve Temple is back. He is a racer in the Formula One class. He has got the racers for the next racer to be flagged very quickly. He's going to run down the list of the racers. Okay. Yeah, we got 10 minutes before that race. So, Steve, welcome back. This time you're on the ground as opposed to being in an airplane racing on the course. And folks, if you want to know more about the Formula One course, please open up your program to page number 19, and you'll see the color-coded course for the Formula Ones. If you want to know more about the airplanes and the pilots, start on page 62, 63, and on and on and on. It will show you all the planes, all the pilots, and then the winners of the gold race over the course of the years that they have been racing here. Welcome back, Steve Temple.
Thanks, Danny. Appreciate it. And good morning, Reno. Appreciate everybody coming out this early and watching the formulas. This is a medal race for us. This is the bronze race. We've got a 3-2-1 stack on the runway. They'll be starting on runway 8 with a direct entry onto the course. Setting on the pole this morning is Steve Coleman in the Slab Dog. In the middle is Push Wag from India, true international Formula One racer, and Annie. On the outside is the Outlaw, Scott Holmes out of Edmonton, Canada. Carl Robinson in the middle row inside in the Buddy Special. Todd Rumsey in Sonic Boom, and Dominic Cacolici in the Sky Addict. All of these aircraft are Cassett 3Ms or Cassett modified. They're running 0200 engines, Continental engines, normally aspirated. In the bronze class, some of these can be sport flyers where we fly them on the weekend. And cross country. When I'm done flying this next race, we're just going to put a little fuel in it. I'm going to fly it down to Minden, Nevada, and we'll disassemble it down there just to get out of the way so the Reno National Air Race hangar can be available. And come on down and visit us there. We have some T-shirts and some swag. It's shady down there. And there's just a ton to see in the pits, and we'd really like to see all our fans down there. We do what's called a racehorse start or a shotgun start. We're the only ones who start on the runway. It's a formation takeoff. We like to say it's an uncooperative formation. So a lot of the mix and a lot of the race will be determined by the time we roll into number 1 pylon off to your right. All 6 pylons are lit. That's a recent change in about the last 2 or 3 years. Normally only 1 and 4 were lit, but it sure does make them easier to find if they're all lit. We'll be seeing speeds right around 185 to 195 from these Cassets. The kind of some of the backstory, the guy who's sitting on the pole today, Stephen Coleman, he's an airline pilot out east, but he flew that airplane in about 3 days all the way out from Massachusetts and tried to set a cross-country speed record. We're not quite sure if he's got it, but it was certainly a feat to sit in that little airplane for hours and hours and hours. So we're really proud of him, and we gave him a little nickname, the Iron Bottom. Might be a little variation of that, but he sure can get it done flying, that's for sure.
Well, Steve, it wasn't so rough. I know he didn't have first class. I know he didn't have a meal or beverage, but there was a movie on his flight. If he looked out the window, he could see Gone with the Wind. Okay, yuck it up, everybody.
Come on.
God's sake.
He's quite the pilot.
Racing continues day 4 Saturday at the 2023 National Championship Air Race. Is a very, very special week here in Reno. Tommy Sanders here with Air Race and Air Show announcer extraordinaire Rob Lowe. And Rob, we've got some F1 action, obviously. We got a little taste of it right there, and we're ready to go. Not with just any heat. We're into the metal heats. These first 2 heats we'll watch today.
Yeah, absolutely, Tommy. This is Saturday, and in Formula One, we are already in our mates. We are going to award our medals. This will be the bronze medal race right here. You can see our racers are getting ready on the track there on screen. Our ground crews are beginning to exit the runway, and direct your attention to the left side of your screen. You see a white pickup there with a big red flag. That tells our racers that we're within minutes of getting started. You can see our aircraft start on the runway in what we call a standing start or a horse race start. They're spaced out, 3 on the front row, 2 in the middle row, and 1 in the back row. In this case, we have 6 racers that we'll look at here in just a minute, and we'll make our way through that. Here's our pole position, Tommy. That's Stephen Coleman, Providence, Rhode Island. Race number 37, the aircraft we call Slab Dog, a Cassett Racer.
Number 1 qualifier at 184 miles an hour in the number 2 position. Push Walk by India, our first Indian racer here at this incredible international event. Very happy about that. He's our second place pole position, and he is in the Annie, race 17.
Now on the right side of the runway there, this is runway 8 at Reno-Stead Airport. Scott Holmes, race 9, the Outlaw Special, red and white Cassett.
White with the yellow wings, that's Carl Robinson, Longview, Texas, and the Buddy Special, the Cassett racer there, race number 6.
And beside Carl, we have our next racer is Todd Rumsey, race 58. There it is, the beautiful multicolored, almost rainbow-colored aircraft. That's also a Cassett racer, known as the Sonic Zoom.
6-spot qualifier, number 72, race 72, Dominic Cappellicci. And the Sky Addict, also a Cassett 3.
Well, Tommy, as we get ready to race, you can see the crews have vacated the runway. All the final checks have been done. Our engines are running. We are moments away now from getting started. That red flag we saw a moment ago will be popping up into a green flag here in just a minute. And once the green flag goes up, I promise you the adrenaline is racing in that cockpit, because when the green flag drops, we are underway. Now the aircraft will depart on this runway. They will begin to make their way around. You saw in the graphic just before we started, we make the up close and personal 3.5-mile closed course pylon racing here, shoulder to shoulder racing in what is our oldest continuous racing class here at Reno. We're in our 59th year, our final year. The final flag, there you can see the big red flag. You can see the green one off to the side. When we see that swap, we are going to get ready to go. But one interesting thing, Tommy, about this standing start is once we get up and running, the racers can jockey for position that first time around, but until they get back to the home pylon, we don't start counting that as a lap, and we also don't start the time. That allows 2 things to happen. It's an engine oil warm-up lap. We know it as a starter lap, but it also lets the aircraft get up to speed where they're most effective and safe.
These F1 competitors have been racing for the 4th day now, in a row now. This is the ultimate event for the bronze class here. The medal will be awarded today.
Yeah, when we have this race done, Tommy, I mean, it's really surreal to think about, but this will be the last bronze medal that we issue at Reno at the National Championship Air Races. So it's getting real now, and look, the race flag has swapped to green. We are getting ready to go. We have our eyes on our pole sitter. That's Stephen Coleman and Slab Dog. Beautiful orange. There we go. The flag is down. Tommy, we're underway as we make our way into the laps. 8 laps here. And remember, this first time around is all part of the starter lap. We'll start counting once we come back by the home pylon.
Let's see who's quick out of the box there. And it looks like our number 1 pole position, Steve Coleman, Slab Dog, out to a great start.
Well, he really got the whole shot there, didn't he, Tommy? Now, one thing to remember in Formula One, these aircraft have fixed pitch propellers, which means they're not adjustable. It's a lot like getting on your 10-speed bike and leaving it in whatever gear it is. And if you're in a really high gear that goes fast at high speed, it has a hard time getting started. So you'll see different strategies by our pilots and crews in the start. That also plays into the strategy of this starter lap once they're up to speed. So you will see aircraft get off quick. Don't let that fool you. They will sometimes be really quick once they're in the air.
37 there, qualified at 184.669 for this final ultimate race.
He makes his way down the backside of what are 6 total pylons on this 3.5-mile course. And Tommy, interestingly enough, every one of our pylons also has a light, which helps aid the visibility in these very small aircraft that, with pilot fuel and everything, weighs a lot of times under 800 pounds. Half the weight of a Harley-Davidson, if you can believe that.
There's not a lot of room inside.
No, you say, you know, the pilots that fly these say you strap them on. And I believe that's absolutely true.
Stephen Coleman definitely in control so far as he begins his first lap. Once he passes the start-finish pylon, and he is into it right now, lap number 1 of 8. See second and third, race 17 and race 9, bourgeois and white plane. And the red and white, Scott Holmes in outlaw.
Fantastic split screen view there for our viewers at home, but look at that beautiful sky here at Reno-Tahoe Airport with our leader, Stephen Coleman in Slab Dog, as he makes his way around the course. Remember, we're completing lap number 1 now as he makes his way into around pylon number 4 on the far west end of our up-close and personal 3.5-mile course.
Got himself a good lead, but remember, we're going 8 laps, so there's time for something to develop at any point.
Certainly.
Back in the back, at the front. You just never know. This is the big one. Nobody's going to leave anything on the table today.
That's exactly right. Good shot of our leader on the right side and our second place aircraft, Scott Holmes in the Outlaw Special. There as he makes his way on the left side there as they continue to come by the home pylon one more time, and we are working our way through lap number 2. This is so exciting, Tommy. I'll tell you what. Saturday morning at Reno at the National Championship Air Races, and we are awarding a medal out of this race. This is the bronze medal race. I'm so excited. We have a gold race tomorrow. And, it's just nonstop action. We have a full card all day today, but it's going to have a tough time competing with the adrenaline and excitement that's happening right here in front of us right now.
Coleman on your right, race 37. Started in the pole position, got a great start.
He really did have a hole shot, but look there, and coming into the screen is race 17. That's Bourgeois in the white Annie Cassett as he makes his way around. Now on all closed course pylon racing, Tommy, you have to pass on the outside. You can see Push has made his way up and caught the leader, so that's exactly what we talked about, the difference of at altitude, up to speed. And Push obviously has a combination that is gaining on our leader.
Definitely figured something out. On the left, you see our leader.
There's the leader in second place right there as they head into. So it appears on the straightaways, Push is able to gain a little ground, but the inside track is always the advantage. It's the shortest way around this 3.5-mile course.
We are into lap number 3 now. These 2 are our leaders. You just saw them.
Great camera views for our folks at home from out in the desert, Tommy, right out in the pylons where the racers are coming right over at a minimum altitude of 50 feet and speeds upwards of 185 miles an hour in this class. This is truly the battle of the day right at the moment. This is your battle for your lead. This is actually the bronze medal battle, Tommy. Right here, Bush is doing everything we can in the white Cassett. We know is Annie, and he's making a little bit of ground here on the straightaways. This is the backstretch. You can see him gaining slightly on this view, but then when we roll around pylon 4 right here as they begin this turn, this is where the advantage goes to our leader on the inside track, Stephen Coleman and Slab Dog.
Bourgeois, the rookie in the white plane there.
truly international racing here at Reno-Tahoe, and in this class, the International Formula One and International Bronze Medal Final. Race 1-7, again, continuing to make just a little bit of ground. I'm just not sure we have enough laps left for him to get all the way around. We'll see. He makes great strides on the straightaways, but really taking that longer way around has trouble converting that momentum into a pass.
Less than 3 laps to go.
This is certainly the battle of the that's on the course. The other competitors have strung out behind. Off screen of our race, but look at this right here. He's beginning to make a little bit. This is a little bit of an illusion with that camera angle. You can see they are wingtip to wingtip, shoulder to shoulder, Tom, as we head around pylon number 4 on the west end of the course. You hear those beautiful motors on these racers. One of the things in this class, it's a true technical formula class. They all fly the same Continental 0200 engine. And there we are at 3rd place. That's Scott Holmes in Outlaw Special. Beautiful red and white Cassett racer.
Behind our 2 leaders who are so close together right now. It could come down to the very last second.
You know, Tommy, a lot like many forms of motorsport racing, sizing up the person you're about to pass is a big part of the strategy. So we see Push Wah. He continues to figure out where does he have the advantage. He's testing and looking for that mistake. He is so close. If Stephen Coleman makes any kind of a bubble or a burp, he's going to be right past him. But he may be holding something in the tank here. We are on lap 6. We're about to complete it. They're coming around pylon number 6, headed for the home pylon to complete lap number 6. He may be holding something back that he's going to fire up here in another lap or so just to get by for the win. We'll see. This is going to be a great one, Tommy.
Say, Rob, come up with something special. He may be holding it.
He may have something in the tank. We'll see. He may also be giving it everything she's got, you know, as they say. But we'll see what he's got. The pattern has been very consistent on the straightaways. He's able to make a little ground, but that shorter track around, the advantage goes to the pole position, or at least the inside track on every lap, and that's what our leader, Stephen Coleman, who was our pole sitter, has continued to hold the lead the entire race. Certainly under pressure, though, and Push Wah is right on his bumper, as they say. Bearing down on him.
Stephen not leaving anything on the tank as well. He got a little extra on that one. Didn't quite get caught up to on the straightaway as he has on the previous 4 laps.
I saw him bounce a little bit coming by the home pylon. I think he slipped into the turbulence a little bit, and that may have slowed him up some. We are on our white flag lap, Tommy, as we complete pylons 1, 2, and 3 for the final time with our 2 leaders. So now is the time. If Push has anything for him, we're going to see it right here. Tommy, we're about to win a 2023 bronze medal. In the pack, that's the buddy special, Carl Robinson. Back to our leaders. Final 3 pylons as they begin to encounter lap traffic down on the bottom. Our leader, the orange plane, in the middle. Push Wah in the white, Annie challenging him. Tommy, let's see where it's going to go. Does he have anything for him as we come to the finish?
Closing, but not fast enough.
Man.
Stephen Coleman unofficially with the slab dog, 37, your winner.
And here's our 3rd place unofficial as Scott Holmes in the Outlaw Special coming around pylon number 6 for the final time. And he takes the checkered flag there. Behind him, this is Carl Robinson, the buddy special. We've got a couple more racers on the track, Tommy, that are coming around the corner here.
Sonic Zoom, race 58.
Todd Rumsey should
on
be
its way,
jumping into our view any second. There he is. as he comes around the final 3 pylons on the west end of our course. Up close and personal view right here. Look at that, Tommy. How beautiful is that? Saturday morning bronze medal race. The final flag here at the 2023 National Championship Air Races.
Sky Addict, race 72, coming in 6th place.
Wow, Tommy, I don't know. Man, my heart is racing. Well, let's jump back and take a look at this. You saw exiting the left side of the screen there. That was our leader, our pole sitter, Stephen Coleman. Immediately jumped out. He got the whole shot. He held that inside track, what turned out to be flag to flag, pole to pole. But there you see Carl Robinson, the field behind, were doing everything they could to catch up to him. But here's a great look at the Outlaw Special as he made his way. A solid 3rd place performance by him. But halfway through the race, look who showed up to challenge our leader, our international competitor out of Mumbai, India.
Looking here, and what a great debut for him at these air races here. This National Championship Air Race comes from an aviation family in India.
Yeah, absolutely. And he had such a great race, and he tried every strategy he could. But again, the one thing here on closed course pylon racing, you have to pass on the outside. That proved out in spades in this race. He just didn't have enough extra to make that longer track work to get around. And in the end, here's the finish as they encounter lap traffic. Stephen Coleman, Slab Dog, your unofficial bronze medal winner, Tommy.
Good stuff. First medal awarded in these in this meet in the desert for the final time for the 2023 National Championship Air Races at Reno. And Stephen Coleman, first medal, bronze medal to him. Pushwa, number 17. Annie in 2nd place. What a great rookie debut. Scott Holmes, an outlaw, 3rd place in race 9. Carl Robinson, the Buddy Special, race number 6. Todd Rumsey, race number 58. Sonic Zoom, and Dominic Caccolici, 72. The Sky Addict, Formula 1, bronze medal. Racing, but a meet.
On your left and on your right, as well as looking on the course, whether it's the Stol drags or the formulas or any of the other race classes. Very great tool for you today, if I hope we have some left, are the official programs. They are souvenir programs. They are items that you want to keep throughout the course of the years. I go through my collection in the winter during the non-air show months and reminisce about the great fun we had here back in the 70s and 80s and 60s.
Daddy, what are you going to do once these air races are no longer at Reno?
We're going to go to other sites around North America and around the world, and we're going to race airplanes.
And you're going to keep going at it with the announcing.
Why wouldn't I?
That's better than being at home pretending.
You know, I don't do good at home on weekends. You know that one. I get to be a real gnarly guy.
Nothing but trouble, I've heard.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, Juan Brown and Anitra Goddard are back. That means we got, we're going to bring the Formula One racers back. They're going to get their Stol racers in a position low and to your left as viewed on the Jumbotron. And we're going to go back into the mayhem and fun of the Stol racers. I want to mention something to you as I continue to watch this day in and day out. If you think this is just mayhem in the air, the more you watch it, the more you will understand there is so much mental processing going on. This is a skillful race that deals with hand, eye, and mind coordination, the amount of variables to the pilot, and the skill of not only trying to get there fast, but land on or beyond the chalk line, but not too far beyond the chalk line. Get on the brakes, but not too hard on the brakes. Twirl it around after everything, all the gears down, twirl it around, head back out again. it's a load. It's a tremendous amount of mental activity, physical strain, hands, eyes, feet, rudders, speed brakes, flaps, too high, too low. I just have so much admiration for the skill of these men and women pilots who are doing this. It is a very, very competitive race.
Practice, practice, practice. And we've got a whole Stol drag training program. If anybody's interested in doing this, you can come out and do this too. I would recommend coming out to the High Sierra Fly-In here in October out at Dead Cow Playa, and you can take the whole course, and it starts with precision spot landings. When you can nail your mark, then you can begin to work on your side slips and keeping your side slips precisely down the center line of the runway. Then you can work on your full stops in the minimum distance.
We've been briefed on lane 2. It's in the middle, but it's still nice. We're clear down course. We're cleared up course. Timers, are you ready? Timers ready? Brenda ready? Curly, you ready? Are you ready? On the arm drop. 3, 2, 1. See ya.
See ya. Kevin Quinn sends down the course. Number 11, Curly, in the Grasshopper, the Just Aircraft Highlander. And we've got the Honey Badger, the Rans S7, flown by Brian Moore in lane 2.
So what we're doing is running the two aircraft side by side down a 2,000-foot course to a turnaround point off to our right. They've got to land on or beyond the line, get the aircraft turned around after they've come to a full stop, and then go race as fast as they can to the start-finish line back over here to our left. The first aircraft that lands beyond the line and gets stopped gets the shortest time. And over the week, we've been collecting the times of all these racers, and we're going to average the best of 7 to determine how to split up the over $20,000 worth of prize money. That's right, $20,000. So these guys are videotaping every single run and getting it down to the 10th of a second, so they can accurately determine how to split that up.
Show me the money.
Who do we got coming out next, Denitra?
Okay, so we've got
John Wayne Sanchez out here in lane 2. And the man with no shirt. All abs, Rod Hewitt just ran. Come on out, Rod. That looks good. We're cleared up course. Are you ready, timers? Are you ready, Rod? Are you ready? We go on the underdog. 3, 2, 1.
lane 2, we've got number 63, God bless John Wayne. That is Tony Sanchez. Just Aircraft Superstar with 1 times 912. Big board hit in lane 1. We've got Rod Hewitt, number 11, and the England Kid, Rans S7.
And that sure sounds like a Stockmanized Rans S7 in the number 1 lane. Looks like number 1 lane getting stopped first and turned around first.
Reading Rod's bio, and it says he's an average guy, really good at doing things. Tony Sanchez has been the Southwest 737 pilot for over 4 years.
And I think we have 2 Sanchez brothers out here today.
We do, absolutely. Tony's brother, Sandy Sanchez, is flying the number 48, Just Aircraft Highlander XL, different 2.
One round, it was close. I think the shirtless man got John Wayne by a hair. That was a close one. Good job. Lead it on that one, Tony.
Did you see that wing on that on Tony coming over the start-finish line? Full stall landing, dropping it in, dropping a wing.
Beta boys back in action. We're cleared down. We're cleared up. I'm on a hold. I'm on a hold.
Who do we got out there, Anitra?
All right, lane one.
Here we go. Waiting on the TD. Timer's ready. Are you ready? Are you ready? Here we go on the overall. 3, 2, 1. See ya.
We've got Brian Steck, number 221 in Stol, the legend of Momac in lane one. Here in lane two, we've got number 62, the dog, for by Austin Clemens. At Aviat Husky, both these aircraft have that Beta reverse pitch prop.
Very closely matched. Let's see if they both pop this thing into reverse when they touch down over here at the turnaround. Look for a big cloud of dirt.
First you hear it, then you see it.
Oh yeah, look at that, identical turnaround times. Neck and neck racing. Legend Cub versus the Husky. Austin pulling a good lead, throwing it in the big slip, dissipating that energy as fast as he can, getting the flaps on speed, floating it over the line, retract the flaps, dump it in there, get on the brakes and get that prop.
Well, they got dust cloud down there. Austin was down first in that Aviat Husky, but who gets the stop?
That was a good race, boys. Good race. Austin Clemens with the Beta. Good run, boys.
And the dog takes
And Bo,
the
you want
stop.
that, not this next race? You want it that series or right?
Young Austin Clements, just 20 years old, takes it in the number 2 lane.
All right, right now we've got in lane one, Brian Bowen versus Stol Fox. And in lane two, we've got Aaron Rear, the machine.
Are you ready, Aaron?
Aircraft Highlander.
3, 2, 1. See ya.
Kid Fox versus Highlander.
That's not your average Kid Fox. That's a Kid Fox fuselage without wings.
And listen to that engine.
It's running that Yamaha Apex side, that's a snowmobile engine.
Looks like Brian is into the turnaround first. Coming to a complete stop on heading. Flip it around. And race back.
Looks like Brian got the jump on the turnaround.
Pulling a good lead. Here at the midpoint. All he's got to do now is not scratch. He's got to land on or beyond the line with his main wheels. Boom. Retract the flaps, lock them up. Don't tip it over.
Run, Juan Brown, Brian Bowen gets the moose knuckle by a hair. Clear to taxi, Aaron. Good job.
Brian Bowen gets it in the number 1 lane.
It looks like the lawnmower is taking the lane. That's Hal Stockman and his number 3 lawnmower. Rand's S7, pedal modified. And we've got Harry Boucray, number 27, and the Spirit of Lewis and his Kid Fox. If you guys want to get a good photo.
Here we go. We're cleared down and we're cleared up. Timers, are you ready? Are you ready? Are you? Oh, here we go on the arm drop. 3, 2, 1. See ya.
Harry Boucray, known for his aggressive side slip. It's a great photo op. Hal's running that mechanical beta prop. Just heard him engage it.
So side slip versus reversible pitch, mechanical reversible pitch prop. 2 different, completely different approaches to solve the same problem. How to quickly decelerate the aircraft. Look at that turn, they're just identical. Wow. And it looked like Harry got the shorter landing distance, so he's got the shorter distance to cover here, but Hal with his Stockmanized Rotax engine is pulling a bit of a lead at the midpoint. Harry throwing that monster side slip to try to get it slowed down. And Hal pulling it into beta and just driving it into the finish. with the prop in a bit of reverse.
All right, race fans, bringing their aircraft back into their pit area. The Formula One race is kicking it off this morning. Give them a big round of applause. Show them your love. Yes, they will be back. We got a race right after one, and Nitra finish up this. But throughout the course of the day, wave like crazy and show them your love. They will be back. Thank you, Juan. Thank you, Anitra.
Formula One racing, the original form of pylon racing.
All right, take the line. We've got Tim Shelburne, number 73, and his Mark of Psycho Billy in lane 2. Bruce Graham, number 7, and Yellow Thunder is
Second head start. We're cleared up. We're cleared down. Timers ready. Here we go. Bruce on the on-drop. 3, 2, 1. See ya.
They'll always get a delay start. Listen to this engine in the number 2 lane when he gets going by Tim Shellhorn. Bruce Graham in the stock Carbon Cub getting a good lead.
3, 2, 1. See ya.
Tim Shelburne has to get in the reason for that is that he believes that draws the young kids in, and he hopes to inspire young aviators.
Bruce Graham already getting stopped at the turnaround. Turning around, heading back. Tim just now touching down. Now listen to this hopped up 340 of Tim in the number 2 lane in the silver aircraft, using nitrous and FADEC to control 3,000 RPM to the prop. Oh, he's backed it off. Backed it way off. Can he catch him?
Tim Shelburne is also in contention for a top finish here at the Stol Drags this year.
Bruce is down. Tim is down.
Oh, man, I'd have to go to video replay on that one. That was a tight race. Good job, boys. Clear taxi, Tim. Follow Bruce.
And that's a good testament to our timers that can determine just how many seconds to delay the race to make it a photo finish.
Question for both of you. Your personal opinion as a reversible prop versus a side slip. What would you like?
Well, you can use both. You can side slip and a reversible pitch prop. You can use them both together.
Okay. You're good. You're good.
Here comes our fastest 2 aircraft. Look at this. Listen.
You've got Eddie Sanchez in lane 2, number 48, Devil Girl 2, and Steve Henry, number 44, Yeehaw 8 in lane 1.
Both running the Sidewinder Yamaha snowmobile engines, turbocharged, putting out upwards of 300 horsepower through a Skytrax prop gear reduction. Listen to this. 13,000 RPM.
That's right, Juan. Those are both Highlander and XL models, and they are both running that Yamaha Sidewinder 998. But Eddie, Devil Girl 2, is mostly stock.
Boom. Steve gets it down first. So Eddie Sanchez is nipping on the heels of Steve Henry, the most competitive aircraft I've seen next to Steve Henry. What Steve has is the stock turbocharger. Correction, what Eddie has is the stock turbocharger. Steve has a bigger turbocharger, getting more horsepower, and so Eddie's working his way through the process of getting a very competitive aircraft to Steve Henry's Race 44.
All right, lane 1 closest to us, we've got our only tricycle here, Big Tuna. John Hawkins flying that Cena 701.
You ready? You ready, Bo? On the arm drop. 3, 2, 1. See ya.
And in lane 2, we've got the mini wagon filled by Bo Ellis. That is a American Legend Club with a Skyline tail.
Both of these guys, very experienced Stol drag racers. Bo practices relentlessly. He lives just over the hill here in Bodad, California, and gets lots of opportunity to practice.
And Bo's down first at the turnaround.
And the tricycle gear has to kind of muscle that thing around.
You guys need to go down to the pits and see Big Tune and his knobby tires. These guys all have stickers for the kids, so make sure you make your way down there.
Bo throwing it in the slip. And when you come down, also check out the suspension systems that these guys have developed to help stop the rebound bounce, so you can slam it into the line like Bo just did there without bouncing and get right on the brakes. Boom! Look at Hakala.
Bo definitely took a stop on that one.
Follow John. Bring me 2 more.
We want to thank our Gold title sponsors for Stol drag racing: Cub Crafters out of Yakima, Washington; Tempest Aero Group, providing all of our accessories; McFarland Aviation Products and MT Propellers; and Watt Wheelan Aerospace Technologies for the LED lights.
You ready? You ready, Jeff Rowe? On the arm drop. 3, 2, 1. See ya.
Heavy aircraft versus light aircraft. On a 2,000-foot course that can work out to be a pretty equal time.
It's interesting, both these aircraft have similar paint jobs and the same number.
Yeah, how did we let that happen? What, do they both got race 22?
Yes, they
do.
do.
Oh, great. Yeah, which I bet 22 will win. Ty pulling the lead. He's got a really quick little Kit Fox.
He's running a zipper big bore on that Rotax 912.
But look at that 175 dissipating that energy, catches right up to him. But now he's got to get it stopped.
You two have brought up tire treads in the past several races. Let's tell our great spectators about the importance of that.
Well, that's kind of a recent development in Stol drag racing. We figured out, you know, most bush wheels are big bald wheels and you run them real low pressure, and you can threaten to rip the valve stems off of those things when you spin the tires. But now the guys are getting knobby wheels. Again, like off-road racing, we've learned about the suspension. Now we're learning about the tires. You get those big knobbies to dig into the dirt, and you can really get them stopped quick. But you got to get, just like dirt bike racing, you got to get rim locks on there, or you'll spin the tire and rip the valve stem right out of your wheel. The big 180 weighing in at over 2,600 pounds. Check out the landing gear on that 180. You see those Acme Aero shocks added to it? Those are removable suspension that you can add now to your stock 180 suspension and get some rebound control over that sprung steel landing gear. And when you get, you can take them off for a long cross country to reduce the drag. Put them in the back of the aircraft and put them on when you get to your destination for your backcountry knocking about. Big double side slip by Warren G. Getting some great performance out of these big, heavy aircraft.
Nice run, nice run. Great job, Kevin. Great control. Clear. Taxi, Kevin, follow Warren G. Pilots, watch that lane too. It's getting soft. I just saw Kevin there. Make sure you guys are skirting that lane. Seems like left tires are in that little ditch. Just be be aware, there is a little ditch forming and it's soft. You did a great control job there, Kevin. Great job.
We're starting to make some ruts out there on the track. What was that, in the number 2 lane, it sounds like. So guys are going to have to start looking out for that.
Good, you're good. We're cleared down. We're cleared up. Timers, are you ready? Are you ready, Ty? You ready, Kathy, on the arm drop? 3, 2, 1.
In lane 2, in the orange and gray corner, we've got Kathy Page in number 85 from USC. And in lane 1, closest to us in that red and black Skywagon, we've got Ty Billingham in the red wagon.
Heavy hauler 180 versus a carbon cub. Light aircraft versus heavy aircraft. Again, very closely matched on this 2,000-foot course. They're both touching down at nearly identical time. But that carbon cub's going to get stopped a lot quicker and a lot shorter. The 180 drives it down a little further at the turnaround, and Kathy gets him at the turn. And there's the advantage of the lighter aircraft as we check both ends of the envelope here in Stol drag racing. How fast can you accelerate and how fast can you decelerate? Now that 180 is going to get the greater speed here at the midway point at the Reno-Tahoe pylon, and that speed's going to carry on. Watch him catch right up to the carbon cub, but he's got to get all that energy dissipated and stopped, because it's the one that gets stopped first. And Kathy is down.
Kathy got that one.
Oh, that was almost too close. I think Kathy got you by a touch there, Ty. Clear to taxi.
That was also a veteran versus a rookie. Ty Burlingham's brand new, and Kathy's been running Stol drag races since they've been around.
But that's the great thing to see, is the improvement of these pilots over the weekend.
The Sanchez brothers. Big brother versus little brother.
Okay, we've got a grudge match here between the Sanchez brothers. We've got lane 2, Tony Sanchez, a 30-year Southwest 737 pilot, versus his brother, Eddie Sanchez.
As we finish the period, 2 dirty Sanchez's with 12-second lead. We're going to give John Wayne here. Are you ready, Tony? We're cleared down, we're cleared up. Eddie, you're going to hold for 12 on the arm drop. 3, 2, 1, see ya! Give me the countdown, Juan. I'll start you at 5, Eddie.
Much like in real life, Eddie Sanchez pilots a 777 for United, and Tony flies the 737 for Southwest. And the 737 is a little bit slower than the 777, so we had to give Tony a little bit of a head start today. So can the 777 catch the 737? The dirty Sanchez's.
All right, Tony's got him at the turnaround. Eddie's getting turned around. How hard is he going to push that Sidewinder engine? Sounds like he's going easy on his brother. Passes him up. Tony just driving that thing all the way into the finish line, full steam ahead.
Oh, we got another video on that one. I think lane 1 Brown is out of, but man, a video might tell a different tale. Clear to taxi. That was a good race, boys. That'll be great, great family bragging rights at Christmas time when we figure out who really won that one.
So the 12-second lead worked, and it made a photo finish for them boys. Who do we got next, Anitra?
Looks like Kathy's back up in number 85 Lucy Carbon Cub, that orange and gray air lane 1. Lane 2, we've got Rod Rodway with
Listen to that road tax scream in the number 2 lane. Now the Carbon Cub's catching up. And the road tax keeps driving it in to the turnaround. When to chop the power, that's the critical pilot decision. Oh, number 2 lane turns around slightly ahead of the other. This is a good race. Okay, who's going to chop the power first? Side-by-side slip. Great photo opportunity right there. Flaps on speed. Floated over the line. Retract the flaps. Spank it down. On or beyond the line. Get on the brakes carefully without tipping it over. Stay out of the ruts.
Kathy Page still whooping up on the boys. Got you by about a half second, maybe, rough clear to taxi. That was a good one. Oh, Juan Brown, our favorite bracket race. Here we go.
Kathy Page got that one in the number 1 lane. Who we got coming out there?
Looks like we're going to have another game of cat and mouse here with Steve Henry out his Yeehaw 8, Bruce Graham and his stock car coming up, Yellow Thunder in lane 2.
20. We're clear down course. I'll hold you. I'll start you at 5, Steve. The crowd can't wait for this. Here we go. Reno wants this. We're cleared up. We're cleared down. Our timers are ready. Steve Henry's holding. And from Everest is going with a 20-second lead. 3, 2, 1. See ya.
See Bruce Graham and that number 7. Yellow Thunder is going to get a 20-second head start. Steve Henry needs to launch and catch it.
Look at that thing go. Listen to this. The Carbon Cub's already in the turnaround.
Bruce is turning around already.
Bruce already turned around, heading back. Steve Henry, full stop. Now watch this blast out of the turnaround. Over 300 horsepower, 13,000 RPM. Just rip it. 130 miles an hour right there. Bruce is down. Look at that full stall of Steve. Oh, man.
Great run. Thank you, Reno. That was a lot of fun.
Wow, a 20-second lead produces another photo finish. But Bruce scratched in his lane. Touchdown just a few inches short. Okay, that's it for Stol Drag Racing for today, Saturday. Just one more day left until the last lap here at the Reno National Championship Air Races. We want to thank again our gold title sponsors, Cub Crafters, Tempest Aero Group, McFarland Aviation Products and MT Propellers, Watt Wheelan Aerospace Technologies, and our supporting sponsors for Stol Drag Racing, Airframes Alaska, Flight Outfitters, Clemens Aviation, and Sky Cowboy Supply Company. We want to invite all of you down to the Stol Drag pits, all the way down here to the far right, east side of the course, beyond the heritage, beyond the jets and everything else. Come on in, check out the aircraft.
Many travel far and wide to experience sights like this. Me? I just have to step out my back door.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
we are stewards of this land. It's wild but familiar, and it's home. Welcome to our home. Welcome to Reno-Tahoe.
If you're ready to kick up some dust and find a horizon that hits just right, we know just the place. We are just the place. This is Nevada. When the urge to wander strikes, our otherworldly frontier awaits. Come give your soul room to roam in the weirdest, wildest West.
The National Championship Air Races are proudly sponsored by Michelob Ultra and Stella Artois, who'd like to remind you to drink responsibly and always designate a driver.
Play your favorite games at JJ's Sports and Spirits and earn entries to win a weekend getaway to a Raiders game in Las Vegas. Trip includes airfare, 2 nights hotel, dinner, and $250 cash. The football getaway giveaway only at JJ's Sports and Spirits.
National Championship Air Races and Air Show. This is the grand finale to 6 decades of competition here at Reno. So thankful to have Reno-Tahoe all through these years being our tremendous, tremendous host community. A place with so much to offer, so many great views as you look in every direction, a great supporting community. So many volunteers from here have made it happen for those 6 decades. And we're getting ready for more F1 racing here. Just a few minutes ago, we say our congratulations to Stephen Coleman in his race 37. They won the bronze medal there, just barely closing out Push-Wa. A great race at the end against race 17. So as they celebrate right now, here is Stephen Coleman and the team.
It was a really tight race. Push was right behind me, right next to me the whole time. So it was really tight. I was just trying to fly the tightest line I could and hold them off. And I guess we got it, but it was pretty tight right at the end. So also, I want to say thank you to Paul Merriam. He couldn't be here today, but he was the inspiration for putting this airplane together, and it's really the reason why we're here. So thanks, Paul.
What's next for you?
Next is getting home, and we're hoping to set another transcontinental record, speed record, going west to east. So that's going to be the plan for this airplane after the races and when it's time to go home.
So excited. Steve has worked so hard on this airplane, starting from the builds, just little pieces in a garage, to the plane you see now. And he, sometimes I might have thought he was a little crazy taking on this project, but his flying was so good today, and he built a beautiful airplane, and it's just really cool to see what hard work and determination can do. Yeah. Really proud.
Well, this is Steve's vision. Slab Dog. I met Steve, probably 3 years ago at our airport. We're hangar neighbors. He had this project going on, and when we heard that this was going to be the last year at Reno, it all kind of came together, and we all dove in, pitched together, and helped get it here. So.
Big congratulations again to the Slab Dog team. Stephen Coleman, recipients of the first heavy medal, I guess you might say, that we hand out here on this special week at the 2023 National Championship Air Races. The bronze medal. There's that thrilling finish right there. Pulled off some tough competition there. And we're getting ready to award another medal. The silver is on the line in this race coming up right here, Rob Lowe.
Absolutely, Tommy. This is our silver medal race. Just like you said, you see our racers on the course. We do have 8 in this race, and you see them in our standing start or our horse race start configuration. 3 on the front row, 2 in the middle, 3 on the back row. We just the crews have just been told to leave. So all the pre-race checks are done. The crews are exiting the runway. You see the white pickup truck in the left portion of your screen. Big red flag sitting out of that. That tells our racers we're minutes away. And here we go. Let's take a look at our lineup, Tommy.
Yeah, well, that's the top qualifier right there. Race number 82, Austin Shaw from Redding, California. Cheap Thrills, the Cassett 3.
Next to him in the bright yellow Cassett is Trent Woodworth, Spring Valley, Wisconsin. Race 52 we know is Feisty.
That, I believe, that is the Monkey Ninja right there, I believe. Yes, that is the Monkey Ninja, race 39. Oh, no. I think that the colors match.
That is J.P. Odell.
Yeah, that is J.P. Odell and the Monkey Ninja.
2 minutes.
We just heard the call for 2 minutes. We take a look at this aircraft. That's Paul Newman in Fast and Easy, race 26 out of Topeka, Kansas.
The orange one right there, the Atomic Pumpkin, very identifiable race. That's Blair Hamilton out of Canada. Race 48.
Behind them here in the beautiful red and white Cassett is race 74, Sean Milkey, Fairbanks, Alaska. The airplane he calls Fat Ass Cass.
There in the blue and yellow, Steve Temple, Genoa, Nevada. Never Easy, race 73.
Well, Tommy, that makes up our field of 8. You can see the aircraft are ready to go. There is our flag, our red flag. We are moments away. You also see the green flag there on the side. And the green flag will come up, and we'll be ready to race here in just a minute.
Yeah, just a minute or 2 away right now. Let's hear from a couple of our racers in this class, Jen Watson and Paul Newman.
Yeah, didn't know I was going to be the last Reno when I started getting ready this year, and so I'm glad to be here for it. It really made us work hard to make it happen, but also, of course, sad that I only get one.
Yeah, it's the Reno is really kind of the highlight of my entire year, though. The whole year revolves around Reno, so this is going to be very sad to see it go. Yeah.
Well, we're hoping, it sounds like racing may take off a little bit more with more venues.
You know what I'm really excited about is the amount of young people racing. When I showed up in 2016, I was in my early 50s, and I was one of the kids. And we have a bunch of really young, really good rookies and younger racers. So I'm thrilled. I think Formula One's in fantastic hands with Jen and her husband and a whole bunch of the other racers. We've got a great future.
Here we go.
Tommy, we're underway. You saw the green flag in the side of the screen there. It dropped. We are underway, our standing start. Now the aircraft depart all together at the same time. There is our leader on screen. That is Austin Shaw in Cheap Thrills. And you can see the other aircraft from the front row taking off as well. And like all of the Formula One racing, Tommy, we're on our up-close and personal 3.5-mile course, 6 pylons. This first time around is what we know as a starter lap, an oil warm-up lap. And once they come back by the home pylon, that's where we start counting laps, we start time. And the racers can maneuver for position as we go around here. You get a great shot there of our first 3 aircraft going around pylon number 1 on the far east side of the course.
Out in front, there's Austin Shaw. That is race 82, the number 1 qualifier. Cheap Thrills going 200 miles an hour. Qualifying time.
He heads down the backstretch for the first time. Here's a great shot of J.P. Odell and Monkey Ninja along with Feisty, Trent Woodworth in the yellow airplane out front. That is second and third. And now back to our leader as he comes around pylon number 4 for the first time on our starter lap. can hear those beautiful engines and propellers as they come by. All of our aircraft in Formula One fly the Continental 0200 engine. 4-cylinder air-cooled engine you might have in your family Cessna 150, but we're turning it here with shorter props and higher RPM, upwards of over 4,000 RPM on these racers, taking us speeds well over 200 miles an hour. They're shoulder-to-shoulder closed course racing around a a horse racetrack shaped course. The advantage goes to the person in front who can take the shorter course, the inside track. And you have to pass on the outside, but begin to see here in our shot, our first 3 places are very close. You see it here in the split screen. That's your leader on the right. Second and third are on the screen on the left, but they are very close as now the aircraft are getting up to speed. We're completing lap number 1, and I think we'll begin to see the choices and strategies begin to play out that our cruising pilots have made.
Into the second now of 8 laps.
Yellow aircraft that's higher on your screen is feisty Trent Woodworth as he begins to slowly catch Austin Shaw in the blue and white. Cheap Thrills out front. So you've got your leader on your left. You see second and third on the screen on the right. So great camera work here, and there you can see exactly how close second place is as he begins to make his way towards the front. Slowly gaining on Austin Shaw as they go down, especially down the straightaways. But again, to pass on the outside, Austin's got the advantage. He's lower. He can take that inside track. We do have a minimum altitude of 50 feet. It looks like Austin Shaw has it right on the rails doing that. Great shot of a third place airplane on the right side there. Monkey Ninja, race 39. J.P. Odell out of Salinas, California. Here's the battle up front, Tommy. These are our leaders. Battle for the lead. This is the battle for the silver medal. Here, this will be the last silver medal that we hand out here at Reno, the National Championship Air Races. So it's all on the line. This is the final day for these racers in this class. And they're putting it all out there, Tommy. It's so exciting. Shot from our cameras out in the desert, out in the pylons. And you got to see our leader and come right over the top of him. Now you have there is the top three. Tommy races back in the pack. There's the Atomic Pumpkin along with Paul Newman, race 2-6. But back to the front here. There's your leader in first and second place coming across the home pylon on the right. Third place on the left side. And those three really, Tommy, you could almost throw a blanket over them. Very competitive race here.
Very close qualifying times in the top 4 qualifying positions for sure.
Big shot there. Trent Woodworth in the yellow feisty is really sizing him up. Gradually, every time they go down a straightaway, look at that. You can see the momentum. He's gaining on him, but he has to climb just a little bit to get to that outside track to pass him. It looks like Trent Woodworth has pulled up and off of the course, Tommy.
Okay.
So some sort of an issue with his airplane, and that is for safety how it works here. You just pull straight up and out of the course. That way people behind you can still continue past. And he will circle around. We have lots of runways available here at Reno-Stead. But you see your leader on the right. That continues to be Austin Shaw and Cheap Thrills. Now in second place, the Monkey Ninja, purple and yellow, race 39. Looks like Feisty might have dropped back in. Every time you see him, thought I saw him in that last camera shot. Yep, there he is again. So he just pulled up a little bit, maybe hit some turbulence or something, and didn't actually leave the race course. So that was my mistake. But he's now in third. He was certainly making ground on the leader.
He was gaining.
Puts Austin Shaw, our leader, on the right side of your screen, out in front by a good ways. And now Trent Woodworth in the yellow aircraft is working his way around J.P. Odell and the Monkey Ninja you see on the left side of your screen. So now we have a great battle for second. Again, Trent Woodworth back in the same familiar position, trying to find a way around somebody. It's just a different airplane.
The work never stops here.
But that is what is so exciting about closed course pylon racing here, Tommy. This is the only place in the world that this happens to this degree. This is the fastest motorsport on the planet. We're so excited here for our final year at Reno.
Newfound breathing room here. He's well past the halfway point in this race.
I'm confident that throttle hasn't come back at all, though. I'm sure he's got it firewalled. This is, we are going to award the silver medal here, Tommy, at the end of this race. We're over halfway through, if you can believe that already. Here you see that Trent Woodworth and Feisty beginning to make some ground on the Monkey Ninja JP Odell. They are wingtip to wingtip coming around the pylons 4, 5, and 6. You can see the shorter track did give JP the advantage on the left side of your screen. And on the right side, we continue to track our leader, who has just a little bit of breathing room. That's race 82, Austin Shaw, California.
Qualifier here for the silver medal race here. He was, of course, the first man out of gold. But the silver medal is going to be something very nice. A great, great memory for this historic event.
Great camera shot there, Tommy. We focused on the leader, but as they came into these pylons from our pylon cam out in the desert, you saw the battle for second. Now on the split screen on the left-hand side, JP Odell still has the inside track, but Trent Woodworth is making a game of it. The battle is at second, and it looks like he has made the pass, Tommy, right as they came into those pylons. And we are headed for the white flag right here as our leader crossed the start-finish line, Tommy. Heard the call on the radio. Our leaders headed around pylons 1, 2, and 3 for the final time of our 3.5 mile up close and personal, our smallest track here at Reno.
Shaw running out the clock here.
He's headed down the backstretch on the, look at that, there is 1, 2, and 3. Not too far apart, Tommy, but we only have less than half a lap left to go till we're going to award a silver medal.
Block the birds over the runway of home pylon.
Here he comes to the finish, Tommy. This is our winner, unofficially, Austin Shaw, Cheap Thrills.
Trent Woodworth and Feisty, race 52 in second place, followed by JP Odell in the Monkey Ninja, race 39.
There comes Paul Newman, race 26, unofficially in fourth. And there's the Atomic Pumpkin from Alberta, Canada.
Blair Hamilton.
Sean Milking coming across the finish there. And here bringing up the back of the pack, the red and white. This is Sean Milkey in the red and white. Yeah. My apologies. And
Steve Temple.
Never easy bringing up 8th place unofficially.
Race number 70.
Tommy, can you believe it? We've got a bronze medal awarded. We just completed the silver medal race, and let's go back and take a look at it. Here you see the start. Austin Shaw jumped out, Cheap Thrills out front, the beautiful blue and white Cassett racer. He was on the inside track the entire way. Now, the first portion of the race, Trent Woodworth in the yellow Feisty really was all up in his business, right on his trail. We had a jumble in the back. You can see the Atomic Pumpkin along with Sean Milkey in race 74. There was a lot of action throughout the course the entire time. Trent Woodworth was right with him, and then Trent Woodworth had some sort of an issue. Had to pull up slightly, slow down. That allowed JP Odell and the Monkey Ninja, you see here, to jump up into second. Trent would eventually pass him back again. There you see the pull-up right there. Yeah, I'm not sure what the issue was, but he didn't lead the course. He turned back in with whatever the issue was and ended up dropping back in, and we had quite the battle for second. And here you see when he finally was able to get it back together and pass JP Odell, and that is taking us to how the race finally ended up unofficially with here. This is your leader, apparent silver medal unofficial winner, Austin Shaw, coming to the flag right here, Tommy.
Congratulations, Austin Shaw. Second medal awarded. this particular event in the desert. Austin Shaw, 82 Cheap Thrills. Trent Woodward gave him a good battle, especially the first 5 laps. And feisty at 52, J.P. Odell, third place with Monkey Ninja. Paul Newman, fast and easy, 26. Blair Hamilton, the Atomic Pumpkin, race 48. Jen Watson, race 21 in Blackjack. Sean Milky, Fat as Gas, and 74. And Steve Temple, 73, Never Easy. Unofficially again, a silver medal goes to Austin Shaw and Cheap Thrills. We are keeping the entertainment coming fast and furious here for sure. We just handed out 2 of the medals in the F1 division. And we are getting ready for some T6 drag racing, a very popular event here. We've got 2 semifinal heats here to get down to 2 finalists who will face up in the final tomorrow. This is the first of them right there. That is Chris LaFave, Caldwell, Idaho, race number 2, Bear Essentials.
Tommy, what an exciting event this is, and we've watched a lot of Stol drag racing this morning. T6 drag racing, a little bit different format. We're going to fly the aircraft, and here's our other competitor in this first pairing. That is race 90, Greg McNeely.
Greg, our defending champion here from last year, looking to double up.
So what's going to happen here, Tommy, is these 2 aircraft will take the runway. They will start side by side. We're going to do 1 lap around our just under 5-mile T6 course, 7 pylons in total. They take off, go past the home pylon. Now they can't complete a pass until pylon number 3, which is basically the east end of our T6 course. So they've got to stay in their lane all the way around. That's a safety feature. That allows the aircraft to stay separated, and then they can complete the pass as they go down the backstretch. Remember, they're only going around 1 time. The first aircraft back to the home pylon is the winner. Now we stage by time. The slower racer is on the inside track, and that helps to equalize things because, as we know, as we've seen in other races, it's a longer way around on the outside, and it takes longer to get there. So the faster aircraft is staged in the outside lane, which when we see them take the runway, that will be the lane closest to us on the runway. They currently are holding short on the taxiway while race control here at the National Championship Air Races completes some other activity, and they're continuing to recover those Formula One racers that we just saw. But T6 drag racing, one of the most popular fan events here at the Reno National Championship Air Races.
T6 most definitely one of the favorite classes here among the 6 classes racing at Reno.
We get to see them in 2 formats, Tommy. Here we're going to see the drag race format. We'll also see them on the airborne start, bigger group of aircraft actually on the true pylon racing. This is match class racing when they do that. The T6 itself, such a historic aircraft, a primary advanced trainer from the World War II area. They were built in Inglewood, California, and Grand Prairie, Texas by the North American Aviation Corporation. Approximately 15,000 of these aircraft were built. About 150-ish or so are still flying. They are basically in 3 different versions. The AT-6 was the Army Air Corps United States Air Force version. The SNJ was the Navy and Marine version. And then they were also licensed built and flown in Canada, known as a Harvard there. Basically all the same aircraft. What you see here in these classes for both the drag race and in the pylon racing for the T6, they all are basically as they were built back in the day. They're turning the standard all-metal 9-foot Hamilton standard propeller. They've got the Pratt & Whitney 9-cylinder 1,340 cubic inch engine. We do allow them to do some modifications to the airframe. They can, for example, tape over the seams, reduce some of that drag. They can increase the compression a little bit in the engine. But for the most part, this is head-to-head match racing with stock type aircraft. So it really is pilot skill and timing, and we're going to get to see one of the most unique formats you won't see anywhere else except right here at the National Championship Air Races as they begin to take the runway. Tommy, just to reset, as we see our first two competitors on the right, Greg McNeely in race 90 with the black and white checkered cowling, and on the left with the white cowl, all silver airplane, Chris Lefebvre in race number 2.
Chris Lefebvre, a policeman from Idaho, Caldwell, Idaho. Greg McNeely, a professional pilot from Port Orange, Florida.
You see our other two aircraft taking the runway behind there. That will be our next heat here momentarily. But we'll get our first two aircraft up here to the displaced threshold here on runway 8 at Reno's Stead Airfield.
Greg McNeely in the middle is going to be our top seed here, so he will be in that lane to begin.
Yeah, the lane closest to us.
Yeah.
And like we talked about, the slower aircraft by qualification or timing on previous races is on the inside track. And remember, when they take off, section takeoff, meaning they'll take off together just like you would have back in the day in training in this aircraft. You know, Tommy, interesting thing is they say they call this airplane the pilot maker. It's said that more people have learned to fly in this type of aircraft than any other single type in the history of aviation, which is really amazing when you think about that. But the greatest generation throughout World War II learned to fly in this airplane. It's a big, heavy tail dragger. You're going to get to see that in operation right here. We're underway, Tommy, here in the semifinals, T6 drag racing.
Again, this is a one-lapper. It's going to happen very, very fast.
You see Chris Lefebvre got a little bit of the hole shot as they go down, and Greg McNeely in race 90 has to stay in his lane until they get around these first three pylons here, and they're going to start that left turn here momentarily, right on cue. Make their way around. You see the red and white pylon right there in the bottom of your camera view. That's what we're going around. That is the first of 7 pylons on our T6 course, which is just under 5 miles, 4.8 miles. Again, one lap around. Aircraft are now up to speed. Let's listen to this beautiful radio motor. You can see both our competitors there as they head down the far north end of our T6 course. Chris Lefebvre in race number 2 up to speed. Greg McNeely trying to get picking him up and putting him down as fast as he can, Tommy.
He's got to make up some ground here, that's for sure.
That's our leader coming around pylon number 5. He only has 6 and 7 to go. Greg McNeely on the left screen in second place. Just behind, you can see both aircraft on the right side of your screen. Chris Lefebvre out of Caldwell, Idaho. Headed for the checkered flag, it appears, Tommy.
A great start, and he's going to get himself a victory. Officially entree into the final tomorrow.
There you go, and you see Greg McNeely pulling up off the course as they both finish, and we're underway now. Here is race 69. Lee Oman in the red and silver T6, and beside him race 43, Joel Stinnett. This is the second. Same format. You will see the exact same thing play out here today. Again, the slower aircraft on the left has the inside track. Both of these aircraft right together as they go around our first 2 pylons here. Again, just like last race, this is one lap around. This is the other half of the semifinals. Look at that, Tommy. Side by side, this is wingtip to wingtip, shoulder to shoulder drag racing here in Reno. Wow.
bit tighter than our previous drag race.
These two aircraft equally well matched. You saw that Stinnett in race 43, now he's got the nose down. He's accelerating down that backstretch, Tommy. It's a little bit of an optical illusion because there is a inside track that 69 has, but 43 can complete the pass. He's past pylon number 3, and it looks like the speed just definitely played out for him. We have a new leader, Tommy. Race 43, Joel Stinnett.
He's the Midnight Miss 3. He's from Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Man, that was exciting. Strategy played out. He was able to stay on that outside. He converted some of his altitude in those first few pylons into airspeed down the backstretch, and here he is coming around pylon 6 and 7, headed for home, leading the other half of our semifinal here in T6 drag racing. There it is, Tommy. And here bringing up second, Leoman. Race 69 as he pulls up and off the course. Well, Tommy, we've completed both of our semifinals. We now have the match set for tomorrow.
Yes. We'll have our final coming up tomorrow and coming up right here. Just a few moments away, we'll be getting into the sport class racing. It's going to be a whole lot of fun, and it starts momentarily right here from the National Championship Air Races and Air Show.
It's been awesome.
Many travel far and wide to experience sights like this. Me? I just have to step out my back door. We are stewards of this land. It's wild but familiar. And it's home. Welcome to our home. Welcome to Reno-Tahoe.
If you're ready to kick up some dust and find a horizon that hits just right, we know just the place. We are just the place. This is Nevada. When the urge to wander strikes, our otherworldly frontier awaits. Come give your soul room to roam in the weirdest, wildest West.
The National Championship Air Races are proudly sponsored by Michelob Ultra and Stella Artois, who'd like to remind you to drink responsibly and always designate a driver.
Play your favorite games at JJ's Sports and Spirits and earn entries to win a weekend getaway to a Raiders game in Las Vegas. Trip includes airfare, 2 nights hotel, dinner, and $250 cash. The football getaway giveaway only at JJ's Sports and Spirits.
airrace.org to help us keep racing for the future. Just to remind you, this is a no drone zone, so if you brought a drone, Go put it away. There's only one set of drones that can be flown here, and that's down at the STEM display area in front of the control tower. Also, no smoking of any sorts, whether it's vaping, cigarettes, cigars, anything. There is no smoking on the anywhere on the airport grounds, and we appreciate you following along with that. If you brought an umbrella or something like that for shade, put it away, because you don't want to block the view for the people behind you. So really appreciate that. And of course, if you see any garbage or anything floating around, if you can pick it up and put it in a proper receptacle, that would be appreciated. We don't have anything floating out onto the racetrack and hinder any of the airplanes or anything like that. Reno-Tahoe maintains a huge list of special events year-round. Conquer boredom and start planning for fun at visitReno-Tahoe.com. It's the best place to find out when to visit, where to stay, and what amazing experiences await you. For over 15 years, Assured Partners Aerospace has been proud to sponsor and insure the Reno Air Races. As one of the nation's largest aviation brokers, our aviation specialists help you find coverage for the right price. You know, whether you're flying your own airplane, renting from others, instructing, or running an aviation business, we have an unmatched depth of knowledge and resources driven by the desire to set a new standard for service and responsiveness. Danny Clishan, let's go back to you.
All right, Rob Monahan's with us. Sport class racing is what we're going to do, and we're getting ready for the aircraft to be released from our left. Rob Monahan, welcome back for the first sport race of the day, but not the last one.
No, it's not, but yeah, this is a great start. Look at this weather. So if you look to your left, here's our pace plane flown by Chris Scheich. It's a Harmon rocket, and he's going to bring our boys around the backside of Peavine and bring them down the chute to start the race. So Chris Scheich taking off, and I think he's got that British guy in the back seat again. So next is our pole sitter, named D. Child. He's flying a Glass Air, number 60. He found a lot of speed this year. He's about 15 miles an hour faster than last year. Next we have Olivier Longa, and he is flying a TB30 Epsilon. It's a very interesting plane. It's a trainer over in Europe. It's got a Lycoming 540 in it, and it's pretty fast. And then we have Nick Biondo. He's a rookie. He's flying a Lancer 360, the only four-cylinder out there today. Then we have Tommy Ishii. Tommy Ishii is flying an F1 rocket. Tommy Ishii is the safety director for the sports class. He is one heck of a pilot. Next we have Skylar Piper. Skylar Piper's got an RV8, and he's got a very fast RV8. And he is one of our real senior pilots right at the moment. And he and Tommy Ishii, you can bet, will be tearing it up out there. Next, we have Scott Pruitt in his F1 rocket. Following him should be Neil Wisher. Now, Neil Wisher was having issues with his 888 yesterday, but I think he got the bugs out. And he, I was mistaken before, is also a four-cylinder. But that thing's got nitrous in it, and it just goes very fast. Last but not least is Bob Olstenholm. This is the original Lancer Legacy. Now, Bob Olstenholm had some other things going on Wednesday, so he couldn't race. So today is his first day out on the course, and you can expect him to make some passes shortly after they go down the chute. His plane is very fast, and I'm sure he'll want to get to the front.
All right, while we're doing that, how about a big round of applause for the Formula One racers who are towing their aircraft back. That was the silver race you watched, and a great race it was. You can show them your enthusiasm, you can whistle, you can shout, because this is not only a race, this is a party. No rules, just fun. Well, those races are going to gather up, as Rob Monahan mentioned to you, on the leader. That will take a little bit of time, and when they come in on the race course, if you're here for the first time, they'll be coming in as we face the raceway over our right shoulder in a line abreast formation just outside of the pace plane is what I'm trying to say. I'm watching the mayhem out here in the fun out here. I'm just getting tickled about
there is
all
some
the
of
fun
that.
the races are. So what that means is we've got a little time to thank some people. That's my pal Roy Heffley is here, and he's going to do just that. Thank you, Roy.
Thank you. Pepsi is proud to support the 2023 National Championship Air Races and Air Show. Make sure you stop by one of our concession stands and treat yourself to an ice-cold Pepsi Cola. And the National Championship Air Races are proudly sponsored by Maury Distributing, Michelob Ultra, and Stella Artois, who would like to remind you to drink responsibly and always designate a driver. Whether it's for business or pleasure, seeing friends, family, or finally taking that trip you've been daydreaming about, Reno-Tahoe International Airport is here to get you where you want to go. Peppermill, Reno's premier AAA 4-diamond resort, has been named one of the top 10 best casinos in the nation by USA Today's 10 Best. Tickle your taste buds in 9 award-winning restaurants. Unwind and indulge at the 3-story Spa Toscana, featuring an indoor caldarium and a sun deck. Sip your favorite cocktail, enjoy live music, or party until the sun comes up at 15 bars and lounges. So much to do at Peppermill Resort Spa Casino. Are you ready to supercharge your office productivity? Well, look no further than Sierra Office Solutions, proudly brought to you by Xerox. At Sierra Office Solutions, we understand the heartbeat of your business is efficiency. With cutting-edge Xerox technology, we deliver top-notch office solutions tailored to your needs. From high-speed printers to innovative document management, we've got you covered. Say goodbye to bottlenecks and hello to streamlined workflows. Join the ranks of satisfied customers who have experienced the Sierra difference. Elevate your office. Contact Sierra Office Solutions, your trusted partner for all things office technology. Visit their website at sierraoffice.com, or, got your pen handy? Got a piece of paper? Here's number 775-232-4794. Sierra Office Solutions, powering your productivity with Xerox excellence. Amador Stage Lines is a proud sponsor of the Reno Air Races. Founded over 170 years ago as a stagecoach line carrying passengers from the paddle wheelers in Sacramento to the Gold Country, the family business has been serving Nevada and California ever since. From military to school groups, sport outings, lake tours, dinner parties, and more. We're there for whatever. Our services also offer 10 shuttles to and from Lake Tahoe every day. Reach out. Let us know what we can do for you and your next group travel needs at 775-324-4444. Amador Stage Lines. We're going places. Ladies and gentlemen, aviation enthusiasts, we're thrilled to be a part of this incredible air show today and like to share a glimpse of our company's remarkable journey. Of course, I'm talking about the Honda Aircraft Company. Originally a secret research project within Honda R&D that began in 1986. 20 years later, after the research program began, Honda Aircraft Company was founded as a wholly owned subsidiary of Honda Motors in 2006. From our humble beginnings to becoming a leading force in the industry, we've continually pushed boundaries, developed cutting-edge aircraft technology, and our commitment to innovation has led to the Honda Jet you'll see here today. Has features such as the over-the-wing engine mount configuration, which overcame limitations of earlier designs, allowing for reduced wave drag, increased cabin and baggage space, and a more comfortable cabin experience. We began delivering aircraft to customers in 2015, and since then have launched new models, including the Honda Jet Elite, the Honda Jet Elite S, and the latest, the Honda Jet Elite 2, which you'll see here today. As of today, we've delivered over 250 Honda Jets to customers in over 40 countries. Thank you for being a part of our story, and we hope you enjoy the Honda Jet demo flight a little later on today. The Row Reno 3 Resorts, one experience. Discover award-winning dining, first-class entertainment, luxurious spas, and over 4,000 incredible rooms and suites spanning 6 city blocks in the heart of Reno. Experience the best Reno has to offer with live entertainment and shows. Make our world your world at The Row. DP Air Corporation is an industry leader in critical environmental design, construction, power, cooling, maintenance, and service. This includes data centers, MDF and IDF rooms, MRI centers, and many other critical areas. Whether you're building new, expanding, or implementing green solutions at your facility, DP Air is the perfect partner for you and your team. With over 40 years of critical environment experience, DP Air excels in providing their customers with first-class solutions including UPS, power distribution, computer room air conditioning, power generation, and fire protection. With locations in Arizona, California, and Nevada, DP Air's team of professional architects, mechanical and electrical engineers, and project managers will assist you in all facets of caring for your critical environment. If you want it done once and done right, DP Air is your partner. To learn more, simply go to dpair.com.
Okay, guys, got about 30 degrees
Okay,
to
thank
go.
you,
Hold
Roy
it down, looks
Heffler.
great.
We're going to pipe into the cockpit now with the pace plane pilot. They'll be coming in over your right shoulder as we listen to the guidance.
So in our pace plane is a guy named Jim Stringer. He's from the UK, and he has the greatest calming
Okay, guys,
voice.
20 degrees to go. Start slowly, bring it, line abreast.
So they're coming out the last 20 degrees before they're pointing straight down the chute to those lights out there on the hill. That's called the guide pylon. And you'll hear James Stringer getting them into position because they're going from an echelon to a line abreast.
Bring it up, 888, pedal it up if you can.
Here we go.
Looking good, start down the chute. Okay, guys, looking good. 888, just pedal it up, try to get in there. Up a few feet. Up 2 feet. Great, guys. 888, a few more feet. You guys are looking rock solid out there. About 10 seconds. What you got, guys? Looking great.
Mike, I think you have to get off me as soon as they hit me because they go right over the top. I can't.
Can you hear me?
Guys, you are looking absolutely amazing. Gentlemen, you...
Okay, folks, look over your right shoulder. Here's that line abreast field coming down the hill. The child is on the pole position, and you can bet that he's got that throttle all the way in, and he's going for those lights on the hill, the guide pylon. Now, once they get around that guide pylon, they're going to go around the large course because the large course allows them to get some separation pretty much based on speed. It's a safety issue, and once they pass the home pylon here, they're going to move into the sport course, which is about a 1.5 mile shorter course, but the nice part about it is you can see them. Look to the back side of the course. They're going to start making the turn, and we'll see the plan view of these airplanes so we can start seeing them coming around the pylons. Okay, looks to me like we've got the same order that we had coming down the hill, but you can guarantee the guy on the 8th position, who's real fast, is probably going to start picking off a couple of these planes. Okay, down in the valley of speed, it's hard to see him right now, but D. Child's got that blue glass hair, and he's out in front, and he's really moving. So in a minute here, we'll see him coming around the front. D. Child's coming around pylon 6 right at the moment, and he is low and fast. So here he comes from the left. Now he's going around 7, 8, and 9, and you'll see him come down the straightaway, and it looks like he's got a pretty comfortable lead right at the moment. He's followed by Olivier Langard in his Epsilon, so let's see if Olivier is still in second. He is. So here comes D. Good job, D. Followed by Olivier, Nick Biondi, and it should be, Tommy Ishii's been passed. No, he hasn't. But Bob Wolstenholme is making a pass right in front of us. So he's already passed Scott Pruitt and Skylar Piper. So we have a little shakeup already, folks. But the nice thing is, on this next lap, they're going to be quite a bit closer. So we'll be able to see the plains a lot easier. A little later in the day, it would be easier too. But the way the sun is right now, it's kind of tough. Okay, on the back side of the course, you can see D. Child is still in first, followed by Olivier Langer in that little bit bigger dark airplane. So D. Child, he's going around pylons 5 and 6 right at the moment. And he's in our Valley of Speed, which is a shorter Valley of Speed than the big course. So we kind of call it the abbreviated Valley of Speed. So from our left, D. Child is really moving. He'll be coming around 7, 8, and 9 any second now. And we'll see him come past the front. And I think he's stretching his lead over Olivier in that big old Epsilon. So here from the left is D. Child coming by in that blue glass air that's a little bit hard to see. It's got a camouflage paint job. Okay, D's got a comfortable lead so far. And here comes Olivier Landgaard in that Epsilon, followed by Nick Biondo and his Lancer 360. But right now we got a little shakeup, and let's see who's next. Looks to me like 88 Bob Wolstenholme has moved from 8th to 4th. He's really moving. Then we have Tommy Ishii, followed by Skylar Piper, Scott Pruitt, and Neil Wisher. Good race, guys. So I got to move Bob Wolstenholme up 4 places on this list here. Wow, he's moving.
First lap speed down the chute, 269, and then settling out pretty much straight level, 264 miles per hour.
That's not bad. Figuring this is our slow group, right? Okay. D. Child's already going around pylon 5 on the backside of the course. He's going to enter into that Valley of Speed right now, where his wings will level for a short time, and he'll pick up some miles per hour. Now on the straight, these guys are about 5 to 10 miles an hour faster than they are coming by in front of us, just because they're not pulling any G's. But pulling the G's on these turns like D is, coming around 7, 8, and 9 right now, he's slowing down a little bit just because he's loading it up. All right, folks, from the left, here he comes. D. Child in that very pretty camouflage glass air is making a real good run today. He's got a smile on his face, you can guarantee. He's going to get his first fire truck ride. Yeah, okay. There's Olivier in that Epsilon. He's followed by Bob Wolstenholme, who's passed 4 people to get into 4th. Then we have Tommy Ishii coming up from the left. He's flying in that F1. He's followed by Skylar Piper in that very nice RB8. And then we got Neil Wisher, who's making the moves right now on Skylar Piper. We'll see if he can catch him. Right now, Skylar's going to hold him off on this turn, but you can bet Neil is going to try to get him on the backside of the course. Here we go, Scott Pruitt, number 8. So far, looks like a real clean race. Well, D. Child is already in the Valley of Speed. He is smoking. He's going to be so happy. So what the reference about the fire truck is, if you come in first, you get to ride in a fire truck. And Dee's been racing here for about 5 or 6 years now, and this will be his first fire truck ride. You can bet he's happy. Okay, from the left, folks, he's coming around 7, 8, 9 right now. Coming down the straight right in front here, in front of that home pylon, is D. Child in that very pretty Glass Air 3. Nice job, D. Okay, from our left, we've got Olivier Landgaard. He's holding on to second, but I think D is stretching it out a little in front of him. And then we have Nick Biondo in that only 4-cylinder in this race. And then we have Bob Wolstenholme in that original Lancer Legacy. He's moving along pretty good. And then behind him, we should have Tommy Ishii. And Tommy Ishii's got a comfortable lead over the other two, but then here's the race, folks. We've got Neil Wisher putting the moves on race 80 right now. And can he get him? Here he comes. He's going to overcome him, I think. Right here in front. Yeah, he got him. Good job, Neil. I'll bet you Skyler runs a real tight course right now and tries to get that back, because it almost looks like he did. Yeah, I think Skyler got it tight. Oh, Neil's making the move. I think Neil got it. Then we got Scott Pruitt following up in 8th place. Okay, this is going to be the white flag, which means there's only one lap after this. And D. Child, all he's got to do is keep doing what he's doing, because here he comes from the left. D. Child taking the white flag, and he's probably saying, all right, just one more lap.
White flag.
Keep it going, baby. Maintain that old pressure. Okay, from the left, Olivier Lengart still in 2nd place, solid 2nd. He's followed by Nick Biondo, and Nick Biondo looks like he's got a solid 3rd still. Uh-oh, wait a minute, Nick. I spoke too soon, because here comes Bob Wolstenholme. He's got a bigger engine, and I think he's going to chase you down. It's going to be a good ending, folks. I can tell you right now, Bob Wolstenholme is probably going to do the old dive maneuver where they convert that altitude to speed. Okay, from our left, here comes Tommy Ishii. He's got a comfortable 5th, but look at these two behind him. They are neck and neck, and I think Neil Wisher is going to try to get him one more time, because Skyler Piper held him off that whole course. Here he comes again. How many times is he going to do this? Pass him in the front, and then Skyler takes it back. Good job, good job. Skyler's got to worry about that on the next lap, though, because that's when the checkered flag is out. Okay, now from our left, we got our number 8 runner, Scott Pruitt, in that very pretty F1. Okay, look to your left. Here comes D. Child. He's going to take that checkered flag, and you can bet he's real happy. He's got his family here this week, and they're going to get a fire truck ride.
Checkered flag, checkered
All right,
flag.
D, good job. Woo! Okay, from our left, I think Olivier's hanging on to that 2nd place pretty good. And here he comes. He's holding them off. Now here we have the next race, folks. Nick Biondo is going to try to hold off Bob Wolstenholme, and Bob Wolstenholme's making that move at the last second. I think he's going to hold him off. Yeah, he does. All right, good job. Checkered flag. Well, here comes that race within a race. Next, we should have Tommy Ishii coming by in his F1. And we'll see from the left. We should see him any second here. Tommy Ishii, comfortable lead over that 6th and 7th. But who will it be? Who will it be? Will he get him at the finish line or not? Okay, look to your left, folks. Here comes Neil Wisher making the moves on Skyler Piper one more time. Can Skyler hold him off? I don't know. It's going to be a photo finish. Oh, yeah!
Nice job, buddy. Eddie, pop it home.
Good job. Woo!
Many travel far and wide to experience sights like this. Me? I just have to step out my back door. We are stewards of this land. It's wild but familiar. And it's home. Welcome to our home. Welcome to Reno-Tahoe.
If you're ready to kick up some dust and find a horizon that hits just right, we know just the place. We are just the place. This is Nevada. When the urge to wander strikes, our otherworldly frontier awaits. Come give your soul room to roam in the weirdest, wildest West.
The National Championship Air Races are proudly sponsored by Michelob Ultra and Stella Artois, who'd like to remind you to drink responsibly and always designate a driver.
Play your favorite games at JJ's Sports and Spirits and earn entries to win a weekend getaway to a Raiders game in Las Vegas. Trip includes airfare, 2 nights hotel, dinner, and $250 cash. The football getaway giveaway only at JJ's Sports and Spirits.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Now, please welcome the President and CEO of the Reno Air Race Association, Mr. Fred Telling.
Thank you, Roy. Good morning, Reno. Can I have a morning cheer today? And one more great shout out for Section 3. Section 3 for years has handled the big flag. Thank you for your presentation. I don't know about the rest of you, but that's still the largest single flag I've ever seen. And if we didn't have Section 3 here to volunteer their time and efforts, we could not manage this each year. It's handled by our head of merchants, Diane, who's right back here. She oversees and coordinates everything. Step this way and take a little bow for the crowd. Well, this is a bittersweet moment because it's the second to the last day I'll get to do opening ceremonies here in Reno.
Okay.
But the truth of the matter is, like all of
Did
you,
you
I'm not
tell-
going to let that sadden me. I'm going to focus
You
on the
need to
fact
hear
that
this.
we're going to make this the absolutely best and safest racing 2 days that we've seen in Reno. We have unparalleled attendance this year, and we are looking forward to a fabulous event. And as I've frequently said, we do at RAH what we do, so the pilots can do what they do, so we can all do it for you, because without you, there is no reason for us to do any of it. So your support is what keeps us going this 59th year. And I believe that this weekend will be the second biggest event that you'll have ever seen. The first biggest event is going to be in 2025 when we relaunch the National Championship Air Races, and we hope all of you will be with us wherever it is not yet known. Thank you very much. I've had the honor and pleasure of being chairman since October of 2017, when John Agatha was kind enough to step down and ask me to take it on. And he left me a wonderful board, an incredible organization. The fact of the matter is, we couldn't do what we do without all of them. We don't have all of our board members here today, but I would like to recognize that those who are. I won't give you the short bios and the many reasons that I'm so appreciative of their efforts, but Todd Donahue, obviously trying to fix one more thing for us. Todd Donahue, helicopter pilot and a wonderful gentleman. Mary Beth Seawald has been with us an extraordinarily long time, always volunteered her time, her energy, and her help. Tony Marini with the Caesars Entertainment Empire, as I call it, it's growing larger every day. Joey Scolari, current secretary, past chairman, and a fantastic gentleman without whose advice and guidance I couldn't do what I do. Bobby Thompson, headed Minden Airport, air show performer, pilot extraordinaire, and a delightful lady, and thank you for being here. And then Tony Lagatetto, board member, my partner, the COO, and I thank Tony, as many of you know, I'll talk about him a little more. We are a tad disappointed in one sense. We have three really important things we want to accomplish this morning. The first is to recognize all the volunteers, particularly many of the long-serving ones. There are so many volunteers with 25 years or more service. I started as a spectator in '85. The simple truth is you add all mine together, and I'm only getting over 30. There are people who have volunteered here 52 years. One of them, John Malarkey, stepped down as chief pylon judge this year. He's coming out to join us tomorrow, and we're looking forward to that. So we're going to do that, and as proxy in a way, we have three very special volunteers that Tony's going to tell you more about, who are deserving of your audience's attention and support, because they are illustrative of the kinds of long service, dedicated people that we have making this organization work. Second most important thing, and the opportunity that I have, is the Chairman's Award. The Chairman's Award is always given to a special individual who's made incredible contributions to the organization over time. And as you looked at your program, you'll know that J.P. Pinocchio, unfortunately, we had a little crisis, and he is always off solving the problem, but we're represented by his daughter, Julian, and thank you very much for being here, who will accept the award in his honor. And I'm sorry, please let your dad know, terribly sorry I can't do this personally. I'm going to be the Vanna White to Tony. I was going to present the award because Tony knows him longer than I do. And the last and final thing that touches my heart the most, what you see in front of you, if you looked at your program, are many of the surviving members of the Misties, Vietnam War forward air controllers. Their story is in the program. It's fabulous. And I'll be turning last on the program, turning it over to General Fogelman to tell you more about them. I was originally going to do that, and I have this, I cheat. I wrote some things in my hand because they produce so many high-ranking generals and astronauts, but I decided that with the help of General Fogelman, General Shepard, people who know better than I will have the opportunity to brag about these gentlemen's incredible service. That brings me to the most important part of today. Today is, from a theme point of view for RAWA, an opportunity to thank everybody who's given service, from first responders to our military, to the people who serve as volunteers here. And as a result, as I've told you, Tony Lagatetto has been my partner for a long time. I couldn't do what I do without he on the other end handling the ship day to day. So I'm going to ask my good friend, Tony Lagatetto, to come out and join me. See, he's already ahead of me. He's right here next to me. I don't even have to say much. And he's going to take the first couple of sections of the program. I'll be coming back to join you when we introduce General Fogelman. Tony, thank you. I'd like the crowd to give a big shout out for this man because he's the one who keeps the ship running straight.
Thank you, Fred. Thank you very much. Very, very kind. I am honored to be out here to talk about service to our organization. We're going to cover a few different spectrums here. But first, I just want to thank the good Lord for the incredible weather we've had this week. Clear skies, perfect temperatures, and just what an amazing week. And thank you all so much for being here. The support's overwhelming. We're going to first start with the lifeblood of our organization, which is, of course, our volunteers. Without the 1,200 plus volunteers that come out here every year to make this event happen, there's no way we could do it. They are absolutely dedicated. Some are generational. You have grandparents, children, grandchildren coming out here that have been working on this event since the very beginning. We even have some where they've literally been here since the very first air race, and they're still volunteering now. It's such an incredible family, this September family that we have here, and the volunteers are a huge part of it. So I want to start with a little exercise here. First of all, I'd like to ask everyone in the stands, in the boxes, and if you're standing anywhere else on site, if you've ever volunteered here, stand up, or if you're already standing, put your hand up in the air, please. Awesome. Thank you all so much. We appreciate everything you do. Are they still standing or do they all sit? Everybody sat. We'll let it go with that. But I just want to thank you all so much. You're so important to everything we do, and we value you tremendously. I'm going to turn our attention to our 4 volunteers, and obviously we can't bring everyone out here. We'd have thousands and thousands of people on this ramp if we tried to bring out and celebrate every single person who's made this event so special. But we did want to pick out a nice little representation of those folks. So we have 4 volunteers on the fire truck here, and they've got their fire truck ride today, and we just want to talk a little bit about how they've contributed to our organization. I'll start with Debbie Giese, our chief scorer. Debbie, can you wave or stand? Can we give her a huge round of applause? Debbie's been volunteering for over 35 years for our organization. As I said, she's our chief scorer. She is absolutely dedicated to this organization, and she loves it. In fact, in a conversation with her daughter, she informed me that she's pretty sure Debbie sees the Reno Air Races as her 3rd child. Isn't about right? Yep. So thank you so much, Debbie, for all your selfless giving and volunteering for this organization. We appreciate you so much. Very good. Next, we'll go to Lynn Jenkins, whose back is to you at the moment, but if he can wave, that's okay. Thank you so much, Lynn. Lynn's been volunteering for 25 years. He was actually our fire truck driver until last year when he retired. Close to his heart is the desire to make sure that everyone who wins a race out here gets to be celebrated by the whole crowd. So you all get to see them as they ride up and down the ramp in this fire truck and other fire trucks that we've had around. So Lynn, you've been such a valuable part of our organization. We thank you so much. Beautiful visual. All right, last but certainly not least, we have Alana McClellan and Mike McQuaid. If you can both stand together, give them a big round of applause. Alana and Mike have been running our checkered flag for over 30 years now. Incredible volunteers. They welcome everyone who comes in there with a smile and a hug. And they make that place very special. very hospitable, and you have contributed so much to our success. So we thank you. Can we get one more big round of applause for all of our volunteers over the years? All right, now we're going to shift to our very special Chairman's Award. Every year we give this award to someone who has given so much of their time and their energy and their talents in order to make this event what it is. This year it's JP Pinocchio. He is our concessionaire. He's been a board member in the past. He's been a part of this organization for decades. He's an incredibly hard worker, incredibly dedicated, and I don't know what we do without him, to be honest with you. As Fred mentioned earlier, he's not out here to receive this award because he's off solving a problem, which is pretty standard. But he's given so much to this organization, helped us out, especially in the leanest of times. And on top of that, he's a huge part of our Reno community here. He's a concessionaire for lots of other special events that bring so many other fans to our town. But also, he and his family run Moms on the Run, which raises money for breast cancer survivors. Well, he can't be here today. His daughter Jillian is here with us. If we can give her a big round of applause, please. Jillian, on behalf of RARA, thank you, and please extend the thanks to JP for all the years of service your family has given to us.
On behalf of my dad, JP Pinocchio, and our family, it's been an honor to be out at the air races for, I don't even remember how many years. Thank you very much, and he thanks you, and sorry he can't be here.
Thank you so much. One more time for JP and his family.
Thank you very much. Please give JP my best. What Tony didn't say about JP is not only is he's always off solving problems, but he actually doesn't like the limelight. So I have the sneaking suspicion the problem just might have arisen. That having been the case, the truth of it is just a bit of a measure of the man. He's extraordinarily humble. And that actually is the perfect segue to my next introduction, which is truly heartfelt. I'd like to ask General Ron Fogelman to come forward and join me. General Fogelman, Chief of Staff of the Air Force, a Misty, an incredible gentleman. But from the point of view of myself personally, I first had the honor of meeting when he was chairman of the contest committee, and I was merely a T6 president. And among the many things I learned, he's a master of history. At every debrief, he would have something that happened on that day at some moment in history which had included in it a teaching lesson for all of us in the room. And we waited with interesting and bated breath to see what today's vignette would be. But I also learned in his management in the creation of the contest committee and its effectiveness that he was a man of extraordinary judgment, passion, and fair balance. And since often, if you ever had to deal with the contest committee, you meant you were on the wrong side of the rules, knowing that he had those traits and commitments made our acceptance of whatever decision was ever made all the easier. General Fogelman, on behalf of your service to RARA, on behalf of your service to the country, it's my honor and personal privilege to give you the mic to talk about this amazing group, which, as I know, you view as only representative, part of the point of the sharp edge of the spear for all those who served in Vietnam. Thank you. General Fogelman.
Thank you, Fred. First of all, I would like to thank Fred and the members of the board here at RARA and all the folks who have supported us. We knew that this was going to be the last air race here in Reno, so the Misties scheduled a reunion to coincide with it. And those of you who have programs, you can read the history of the Misties. I'll just briefly say that it was an organization with all volunteers. It was formed in 1967. It was terminated in 1971. In the history of the unit, there were 155 pilots, in addition to our intel people, our our flight surgeon, our support folks who were very, very important to us. 155 pilots, 44 of whom were shot down in Vietnam. And we ended up with several POWs, several killed in action, and we still have a couple of members who are missing in action. So the person who has chronicled the history of the Misties is Major General Don Shepard, who wrote a book about us, and I would like him to come up and just say a couple of words. But the fact of the matter is, the Misties was an all-volunteer outfit, and while we love one another as fellow warriors, we also recognize that we were just merely representing all the other thousands of men and women who served in Vietnam. But Don Shepard, here you are.
Thank you very much, General Fogman. And Fred, thank you very much for honoring us and inviting us to this special ceremony, these special races. As General Fogman said, there were 157 of we Misties that flew the two-seat F-100 marking targets over North Vietnam. It was a very dangerous mission. 44 of the 157 were shot down. This is what remains that are able to visit the air race today. We hope our spirit lives forever. We hope the spirit of the air races lives forever. And wherever it ends up, you can be assured that we will be there. We are a very small part of the action in Vietnam. There were 9 million people in the service during the Vietnam years. 3 million of them were actually in the war zone over there. We were a small part. Army, Navy, Marines, Coast Guard, all of us were there. So God bless the veterans of America. God bless Reno. Thank you for inviting us, and God bless the Reno Air Races.
Fred, I would like to just point out for the crowd, everyone here is either a Misty or a Misty support with one exception. And the exception is the young man on the end. His name is George Day, Jr. His father, Bud Day, was Misty 1. He was a POW, and he was a Congressional Medal of Honor recipient and a great patriot, and he was the inspiration for all of us as we did our service there. So thank you for being here.
Thank you, Ron. Ladies and gentlemen, every year we do a very special salute, and it's been 59 years where we have lost people, whether they're friends, volunteers, family. We're all family. We're the September family. And what we do to help commemorate that, you saw the 4 beautiful P-51 Mustangs take to the skies here just a few moments ago. Keep your eyes out. I'm not sure which direction they'll be coming in. But the 4 aircraft, the beautiful purple Plum Crazy, flown by Vicky Benzing. Thunderbird, Bernie Vasquez at the controls. An airplane that's been here for many, many years. Old Yeller, John Bagley, and Wee Willie, and I've been asked to pass this on. Wee Willie was built with parts from the old Red Baron that flew here for many years. And Robbie Patterson at the controls of that very historic aircraft. All these airplanes are very historic. I should have mentioned Plum Crazy. Clay Lacey, of course. Everybody knows Clay Lacey. Flew that aircraft here for many, many years as well. So keep your eyes to the sky. This is air show timing. It's hard to back time things, so please do bear with us, because what you're about to witness is something very, very, very special. So keep your eyes peeled. Friends, if you look straight ahead to the Reno Air Racing start-finish pylon, You see the aircraft are coming in towards us. Thank you to the Dakota Territory Air Museum, Planes of Fame as well, for bringing their aircraft to us here today. Okay, they're just rolling around and about 2 minutes away. Of course, those of you who have been to the air races for many, many years know Old Yeller. Robert A. Bob Hoover flew that airplane all over North America. But especially here, it was the pace plane for many, many years. And of course, he's the one who started the, "Gentlemen, you have a race." And pull up and away he'd go. And the Legacy Flight Museum as well. I'd like to thank them very much for bringing Old Yeller here. Much appreciated. Well, friends, as we await the aircraft, something happened here today that I don't think has ever happened. Opening ceremonies went early, went fast. I'd like you to do something. Turn to the person to your left and say, "Hello, I'm from," insert location here. Now turn to your right and do the same thing. "Ladies and gentlemen, there they are." Let's watch in silence for the missing man formation. As is tradition here at Reno, 2 aircraft doing the memorial laps around the unlimited track. And from the left, John Bagley in Old Yeller. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much as we remember those who have passed on before us. Big round of applause for Vicky Benzing, Bernie Vasquez, John Bagley, and Robbie Patterson at the controls of those beautiful, beautiful aircraft. Big round of applause to our fine folks up here. And now, it is time for me to introduce the voice of the National Championship Air Races, Danny Hollywood Clusham.
Thank you, Roy Hathaway, and thank you, you great air race fans, and thank you to all the distinguished guests and honored individuals. Right away, we want to announce the winner of the G6 raffle race. That race will begin at 11:30, and if you signed up, and I mentioned your name, head right back to where you signed up. We're going to put you in the cockpit. The winner is Dan Winston. Dan Winston. If you can hear me, head back over where you picked up that ticket. Now, Dan Winston does not show up. Larry Johnston is the first alternate. And if Dan Winston and Larry Johnson do not show up, James Lapierre. James Lapierre is the second alternate. So you three scoot over there now, and I wish you the best of luck. Whoever is the winner, the first and second alternate that's got the ride of their life. And now we have the get this photo opportunity with these classic paint schemes on our racing P-51s. Don't miss that as they get right in front of the Reno checker pylon. Jimmy Stewart racing first. Completed through the massive results of Warren Peach of Minot, North Dakota, and the Dakota Territory Air Museum. And Bruce A. Generosity brings that aircraft here.
Okay, folks, we got the finals for that last race, our medallions. And in first place, the child stuck it. He had a little time on track, but he was far enough ahead where it didn't matter. So the child in first, Olivier Andre in second, Vic Young in third, Bob Wilson in fourth, Tommy Ishii came in fifth, Neil Wisher passed him at the home pylon by a spinner, and Skyler Piper was seventh, followed up by Scott Pruitt, eighth. It was a 263 average speed race, not too bad for our medallion.
All right, thank you, Rob Monahan, and don't go far. You got a race coming up after our civilian performances. Welcome back, Roy Hathaway, back to your perch. It's a very moving opening. And we got to change the pace. We got a little action going here between the races. Let's tell everybody what it's all about.
Well, we're going to have a beautiful white and right there. And excuse me, first we covered the beautiful Mustangs that were part of the opening ceremony. There's Vicky dancing in a beautiful B-51. She calls Plum Crazy the Clay Lacing race aircraft that was here for many, many years. Just want to remind you again, due to overwhelming demand, we sold out much of our 2023 merchandise. But don't worry, Dr. Counter created a special online shopping site that includes 2023 final five commemorative items, including this year's program, coin, t-shirt, polos, a whole bunch of new stuff that wasn't available earlier, and all can be available for you. Orders will be taken through the end of September. You can order your items today and ship it in about 3 or 4 weeks. And visit airrace.org and look for the link at the top of the page. Use your discount code, which is RAR10. Remember that, RAR10. During the checkout, you'll receive 10% off of your purchase. You can also visit the official merchandise stores on site and scan that QR code, and that'll get you your discount as well. So don't worry, you'll get the goodies. There's there's all sorts of things to check out, so make sure you do that, including, of course, the official program. And make sure you check out page 92 and 93. Two of those 10 guys every minute are on page 92 and 93. The Sunborn companies have been proud to attend the Reno Air Races for over 20 years and to be a sponsor for the last 5. Every September, we count down the days until we could make our annual pilgrimage to hear the sounds that can only be heard here in the skies of the Sandfield. We'd like to thank the racers and the race teams for their unwavering commitment to the sport and for entertaining us year after year. Thank you to the Reno Air Race Association, the City of Reno, and all the hard-working people who have come together every year to make the races possible. Finally, I'd like to thank our dedicated guests who have set aside every September and faithfully joined us. We've formed lifelong friendships, created hundreds of memories, and become a part of a truly one-of-a-kind event. Until we meet again, on behalf of the Sunborn companies, fly low, fly fast, turn left. Ladies and gentlemen, stand by me from the right. Please welcome a man whose life has been only immersed in aviation from here, South Dakota, gentlemen, Chip Weiss and the Aerobatic Bonanza. Located in his hometown of Pierce, South Dakota. Mustang Aviation provides charter, airframe, flight construction, maintenance, and aircraft sales. Since his first solo flight 48 years ago, Jim has amassed more than 18,500 hours of accident-free flight in more than 162 different models of general aviation aircraft. Up to the top of the great big box, Stormers Loop. Oh, look good up there. 2023 marks Jim's 31st year of performing aerobatics, and during that time, he has entertained millions of spectators throughout North America. Jim delivers the Navy and XT300 now for many years. Now he enjoys performing in a beautifully a Harvard Mark IV, a 4-minute Sherman, and of course, the ever popular Aerobatic Bonanza.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. One hesitation roll across the skies of Reno. Well, the Beechcraft Bonanza has been in continuous production longer than any other aircraft in history. Since its initial production in 1947, more than 17,000 Bonanzas have been built. Of those 17,000, only 179 were certified for aerobatics. As a matter of fact, November 1-4 Juliet Papa, the airplane Jim is flying here today, is serial number CJ177, making it one of the last aerobatic Bonanzas ever built. Jim's Bonanza is powered by stock out of the 2300 horsepower Montville, Ohio 550, turning a Marcel Creek-bladed propeller, weighing almost 2,000 pounds in the airplane on the propeller, and it's certified for +6 and -3 G. Diving down once again, here he comes. Rolls the airplane right side up, diving down for some airspeed. Watch what he does. Starts to pull back on the yoke, goes up into the sky. And after a while, 300 horsepower only gets you so far. As it slows down, at almost your order speed, uses the rudder. And there is a perfect hammerhead Stol turn. All right, diving down once again. As he comes to the rumble left, I want you to watch again closely what he's about to do. Look how he rolls that airplane around. Now, basically, this aircraft is not equipped with an inverted fuel oil system. Make this performance possible, Jim has become a master of energy management and is proud to list the legendary Party Law River as wonderful intellectual and looking at Jim around to the left. And turn back again. Horsepower, 6,000 pounds of thrust with afterburner. The chassis is made out of 4130 chromoly. It's a 240-inch wheelbase. It only weighs 2,300 pounds with 12,000 horsepower. Imagine what kind of acceleration this car has. It has two 22-gallon fuel tanks and that speed. Remember, this is a car 450 miles per hour. Here comes Jim. Jim says, you know what? I want to jump with you. Race. Now, come on. Let's see that car. Let's see what it did. You like a thought, chasing like a ship down the bridge. Wonderful swing coming up the
flight racing back in 1982. And 3 years later, joined the Air Force and worked in aircraft maintenance. And was wanting to fly. Bill wanted to take his pilot's license in 1990. And then began flying from the Air Force as a flight engineer. But back in active duty, 1991, from the Air Force, the third continued flying as a flight engineer. Until retiring in 2005. Okay. Let's see what we're going to do. Those turning the check car around. Okay, folks. Who thinks the check car is going to win this race? Who thinks Jim Pikes is going to win this race? Oh, wow. Well, let's see what's going to happen as Jim dives down. Bill Brock's got that car all set up. Here they come. There goes Jim. There goes the car. That's pretty darn close right there. I think I did that one to Jim. What do you guys think? Too close to call. Okay. Sandy Sanders says too close to call. We'll let Sandy figure that one out. Thank you very much. And Jim Pikes, of course, brought to you by Phillips 66 Aviation Products. At home or on the road, it's always Jim's choice of fuel. Hard cell propellers, the leader in aircraft propeller systems, built on honor in Big Bluff, Ohio since 1917. Sirius XM, from wheels up to wheels down, Jim has superior graphical weather and entertainment at his fingertips to maximize his situational awareness and comfort. Wheelan Aerospace Technology, producing the best high-performance lighting solutions for certified and experimental aircraft, made in America since 1952. And Mustang Aviation, Jim's state-of-the-art full-service FBO, located in his hometown of Pierre, in the great state of South Dakota. Make sure you stop and visit Jim and his amazing staff at Mustang Aviation. Danny Clisham, let's go back to you, my friend. We've got some great racing coming up.
All right, we're going to proceed now with racing, starting with a sport heat race. And they're forming up. We're going to be listening to the timing low and to our left. As you know, the sport class races take off one at a time. Form up on the base plane pilot. Takes about 10 minutes. Then they circle around, get behind the bleacher seating area, come down our right. In the meantime, throughout the course of the day, a great test pilot, a great American, and a Reno Gold Race winner in the Elizabeth class for 5 consecutive years. Skip Holmes, pilot extraordinaire, signing autographs. There is a mock-up of one of the unlimited racers who is behind the bleacher seating area. Throughout the course of the day, and the course of the day tomorrow, Skip Holmes, Sky champion and gold medal winner, no less than 5 times, will be signing autographs. Anytime you see a fire truck go by, you can get loud, you can get rowdy, you can whistle, you can shout, you can knock yourself out because, if anything, Reno is a party. And yes, we do race airplanes as well. Well, here's a message for you. We kind of knew this was going to happen. Due to an overwhelming demand, we have already sold out much of our 2023 merchandise. But, au contraire, don't worry. We've got you covered. We have created a special online shopping site that includes 2023 Final Flag commemorative items, including this year's souvenir program and coin, t-shirt, polos, and some new items that were not available at the event prior. Items are limited in quality, and orders will be taken through the end of September. That's this month. Order today, and items are expected to be shipped in 3 to 4 weeks. Now visit airrace.org. Easy to remember. AIRRACE, airrace.org, and look for the link at the top of our homepage. Use discount code RAR10 during checkout to receive a 10% off to help cover the shipping costs. You can also visit our official merchandise stores on site and scan our code before you get the visit. So that's a feature for you. And we'll invite you to mark the racers. I'll let you another message. And this comes from outside the Reno Air Race gate are not affiliated or endorsed by our organization. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask our representative of the National Championship Air Race or more information, visit our worldwide board, airrace.org.
How was the jet car?
That was fun.
Who won the race? Who won the race? The last second. He was going, he was like this, and then like.
He's got to flip a whole bunch of switches and stuff like that. He's got to take the seatbelt off.
There he is, gentlemen. Jim Pike in the aerobatic bonanza once again. The Andrew Carlos come to them at home.
All right, as we're waiting to count down for our sport breath racing.
Rob Monahan's back with us again. Rob, well, we got time. Let's go through your pairings and then talk about, because we've got some late arrivals that haven't been here before today or been here before ever, about the whole business about the sport class.
Well, the sport class started back in 1998, so technically we've been around 25 years. And just to compare then with now, in 1998, our winner of the gold was Dave Morse in a Lancer 4, doing about 308 miles an hour. Now, fast forward to this weekend, and our gold winner this weekend, Jeff Lavelle, qualified at 410, did an entire race at 4:03 on Thursday, and yesterday he pulled the power back a little bit and just did 400 miles an hour a lap. But I got to tell you, I saw him today, and he goes, yeah, I'm at about 3/4 throttle. So he's indicating there's more to come. Trouble is he doesn't want to do anything stupid early because Sunday's still tomorrow. But anyway, the sport class has come a long way. So right now, we're lining up for our bronze race. And just to give you an idea, these bronze guys are doing the same speed as our gold winner was in the beginning of the sports class, 1998. But our group is 1 woman, 7 guys, and superchargers, and a lot of nitrous oxide. Now, the nitrous oxide was a little bit of an issue at first, but now they're all doing it, so what do you say? But anyway, from our left is our pace plane. That's flown to guide our little guys around the backside of Peavine. And the next racer is our pole position racer, David Robinson. He's flying a Lancer Legacy he calls Top Shelf. Then we have Bijan Malecki, and he's a rookie in a Glass Air 3, and he is just having a ball. I got to tell you, this guy is just so excited about everything going on, and he's having a good time. Next, we have James Webb, another rookie. He's flying in a very pretty Lancer Legacy. After him comes Bob Mills. Now, Bob Mills has an RV6 with an IO 540 in it. He put a new set of wings on this year. They're composite, and you can see they're a little different than the normal RV wing, but he's got about 15 mile an hour faster with that wing. Next, we have Colleen Sterling. She's flying her Lancer Legacy. It's a husband and wife race team. Her husband, Dave, also races. Next, we have Alan Crawford in Blackjack, a very fast Lancer Legacy, followed by Pete Zaganino in a twin turbo Lancer Legacy. And up last is guy Chris McMillan. Oh boy. Just so you know, he's an F-15 driver. He's an airline pilot at the moment, but he's got that little F-1 rocket going so fast, there's not another one close to him. So you can expect, since he had to do a little engine repair for the last couple days, that he's going to try to pick off a few of these down in the lineup people, and so we'll see. Coming up soon.
All right, there will be some minutes as they gather up and head down the chute. At that time, we'll go to the cockpit and listen to the base plane pilot. But right now, Roy Halfley, after that great opening, thank you so much, Roy, has some great messages for us.
Well, thank you very, very much once again, Danny Collision. Let's give Danny a big round of applause. How many years have you been doing these air races, my friend? He's not telling us. That's how many years he's been doing it. All right, at this time, please welcome the Senior Vice President of Sales of U.S. and Canada for Falcon Dassault, Paul Florek. Take it away, Paul.
Good morning, folks. Rolling out in front of you on a short field max performance takeoff is the graceful and powerful Falcon 8X, piloted by Captains Frank Onese and Buddy Pritchard today. It's the flagship of the Falcon business jet family and one of nearly 2,200 Falcon aircraft in operation. Along with its smaller sibling, the 7X, which flew here at the air races in 2015, the 8X was designed entirely in virtual reality. It's part of the first family of business jets with full authority digital flight controls, a sophisticated fly-by-wire technology with computers in the flight control decision loop. It also introduced cockpit side sticks to aviation. It features Falcon Eye, a pioneering system using multiple cameras and sensors to project infrared, optical, and digital terrain information directly in the pilot's field of view. Like night vision goggles for the crew, it gives them the ability to see in the dark and in poor weather conditions, ensuring they know exactly where terrain and other obstacles are. Falcon Eye improves situational awareness, mission flexibility, and safety. Its camera system can be seen in the Falcon's upper nose cone as it passes by. As the Falcon accelerates through a high-speed pass at 300 knots, notice its graceful lines, the distinctive engine inlet at the bottom of its vertical tail, and the
geometry thing, or you start at the top of the bronze today on the pole. The plane's running good, it's going fast, and everybody's so fast this year. This is the first time I've actually been in the bronze class, but everyone's going so fast. I'm down there, but we're at top of the pole today.
It's been an awesome week, amazing experience. So far, we've pushed the airplane faster than anybody expected. We're out on. It's been an awesome week, amazing experience. So far, we've pushed the airplane faster than anybody expected. We're out on the ramp with the slower guys, and we're faster than a lot of guys in the tent, so it's worked out good for us.
3,900 feet while the airplane cruises above 40,000. You'll also notice how surprisingly quiet it is from the outside. Its smooth and streamlined aerodynamic design and clean engine integration make the Falcon quite friendly to airport neighbors. SO Aviation is the only company to build 3-engine business jets, including the 8X, the 7X, and the Falcon 900. As the 8X comes by from the left, pilots will be performing a high G turn, 660-degree bank angle. I can assure you they're enjoying how agile, responsive, and fun the Falcon is.
Race control 417, flight's going around me by.
I think you'll agree it's impressive to see such a large civilian airplane designed to fly high and fast over long distances.
Sport 28 is down with a beam 8.
Altitudes. In this tight turn, the pilots are using full aft control stick protection, showcasing the envelope protection features of the Falcon's flight control system.
Give me a 1 minute heads up.
It's designed so that you can't overstress, overspeed, or stall the airplane. Nor do the pilots have to manually trim out control forces. Computers take care of that too. This frees them to focus on other important tasks, offering a level of safety and security unavailable in any competing business jets, including those with more conventional fly-by-wire systems. It also allows pilots to demand maximum performance from the aircraft, even at the outer edges of the flight envelope, without concern for any adverse aerodynamic or structural consequences. This is particularly important in critical situations such as during encounters with turbulence or wind shear. Along with the Falcon's advanced wing design, it also ensures a silky smooth ride.
Race 28, caution wave turbulence from the Falcon runway 8.
Pilots approach.
05.
clear to land 8, 428.
For a low-speed pass, they are set up for a steep approach.
417, flight formers are on the runway, clear to land, runway, I'm sorry, cleared on course.
And it looks like the guys are landing. Just a few words about Dassault Falcon Jet. The Falcon family traces its roots back to 1963 when Pan Am Airlines asked its consultant, Charles Lindbergh, to find an airplane to launch its business jet division. And Mr. Lindbergh watched what was then called the Mystere 20 on its maiden flight. He was so impressed by the quality and performance of Dassault's aircraft that he wired Pan Am to tell them, "I've found our bird." They ordered 50 Mystere 20s, later renamed the Falcon 20, with options for 120 more. The early Falcons were also instrumental in the launch of Federal Express when CEO Fred Smith ordered 34 Falcon 20s to be converted into freighters. The aircraft was ideal since its robust design would allow him to completely fill the cabin with packages without exceeding its weight carrying capability. I encourage you to visit our website at DassaultFalcon.com. You'll find some great content there about all of our aircraft, our storied history, the Falcon 8X you see here today, and much more. We've always enjoyed being part of the Reno Air Races, and we're thrilled to be here again during this milestone year.
428, the next right
Thank you
turn,
all so much,
please,
and enjoy the races.
Thank you very much, Paul.
Bravo,
Fantastic job and a beautiful airplane. And as I've been saying, it is so French. It is gorgeous. Big round of applause for Paul Florek, Senior Vice President Sales of the United States and Canada. Danny Klesham, race time.
All right, thank you. Now we're going to go to the cockpit of the pace plane pilot and listen in as he brings them down the chute. And again, it'll be a line abreast airborne start. It'll be off to our right as we face the runway. They'll come in over the right side and behind us on bleachers.
417, roger. Traffic is a T-51 departing. He'll be departing to the north. All right. Confirm cleared on course. Cleared on course, 417 flight. 417, clear on course.
Nice full flight.
Rifles looking good. Outstanding. Keep what you got. Looking good. 96, come back a little bit. You're good there.
James Stringer from the UK.
Stan, this is a ball. Ready. Gentlemen, you have a race.
Okay, look over your right shoulder, folks. Here we come, down the chute. And Dave Robinson's on the pole. Looks like he's holding solid position. He's got a couple that are trying to bolt out in front of him, but he has the inside line. So you can expect that Dave Robinson will hold it around that first pylon, and then the rest of them will stagger in as they find their position. This, believe it or not, is the most dangerous part of the race. This part of the race is when these airplanes are all
49 clear.
So they have to hold their lane until they get past that pylon, and then they can begin the left turn onto the course. So pretty soon, folks, you'll see the plan view of these airplanes, and it'll be a lot easier to see. Looks like Dave Robinson's holding on to first. Looks like there's been a pass already. I got a feeling that Bob Mills has already picked off 2 guys, or at least, nope, he's picked off 1. So right now we've got Dave Robinson, followed by Bijan Maliki, and I'm not sure if Bob Mills has made a pass on James Webb yet. We'll have to wait until they come around the front. So there they are on the Valley of Speed, and this is where they're all turning it up and trying to twizzle in any power that they can get out of those engines. Some of these are normally aspirated, but we do have a lot of nitrous out there right now, folks. So we'll see when we go from the left. And it looks to me like Dave Robinson's holding off the other group. I want to see how Bob Mills is doing, because I got a feeling he may have passed a couple guys coming down the chute. Here we go. Dave Robinson, followed by Bijan Maliki. Then third place, Bob Mills overtook number 69, James Webb. Then we have Colleen Sterling and Alan Crawford switching places. And then look at this, Chris McMillan holding up the rear, but I guarantee you he's going to start stepping on it and seeing if he can get these lower guys in the field. Okay, we're going to transition now to the smaller sport class. So this is great because now we can see the planes a little easier, but Dave Robinson is really pouring it on. I think he's pulling away by more than maybe not. Well, about a pylon. So you see them as they go around pylons 4 and 5 on the shorter course. It's definitely Dave Robinson and Bijan Maliki in first and second. But don't take your eyes off the third guy there, Bob Mills. Big red plane with white wings. He is really moving, and he's coming up on Bijan Maliki right at the moment. He's already gone from 4th to 3rd, but let's see if he can make it into 2nd. Okay, from our left, folks, we have Dave Robinson in first place in his very pretty Lancer Legacy, and then we got the race. Will Bob Mills be able to catch Bijan Maliki? Looks like right now Bijan's holding him off pretty well, but Bob Mills is in 3rd, James Webb in 4th, Alan Crawford in 5th, followed by Colleen Sterling in Chris McMillan has passed Colleen Sterling, so now she is in 7th. We got some things happening out there, folks, and since they're so small, sometimes it's hard to see who's who. Okay, they're on the backside of the course already, and we'll see if that Chris McMillan is going to pick off anybody else. So right now, we've had at least 3 changes in position, and I guarantee we're not over yet. Look at that airplane that's in about 5th place, 5th, 6th place. Chris Middlebrooks, he's gonna do something, because he had an engine problem. They worked all day yesterday on it, got the test flight in. Things are running good now, so we'll see how it goes. Boy, Bob Mills is really pushing hard on 2nd place, Bijan Maliki. So let's see how it pans out right here in the front. So from our left, here's Dave Robinson, our first place Lancer Legacy. And then we have the race, folks. Bob Mills flying high on Bijan Maliki, and it looks like he only needs a couple more laps and he might get him. Then we got 3rd place, Alan Crawford. We've got 5th place, Alan Crawford. 6th place, Chris McMillan. In 7th place, Colleen Sterling. I gotta tell you, this is getting exciting, and I know that when you're flying in a position like Bob Mills right now, he's up high and he's flying a slightly wider course, so he's gonna have to find the right time to get around Bijan Maliki. But if Bijan flies a good course, he's gonna make it hard on Bob. Okay, on the backside now, we can see how close Bob Mills is to Bijan Maliki. He is right on his right wing, and it is a tight race. Look at those 4 airplanes. This is going to be fun. Behind them, we have Alan Crawford being chased real hard by Chris McMillan, and Chris McMillan is closing the gap, so we'll have to see if he can get him on Valley of Speed here. He's making a move. We're going to see some changes again, folks. All right, right in front, going around 7, 8, 9, we got Dave Robinson in his Lancer Legacy from the left, and he's got a comfortable lead, but I'll tell you, second and third is up for the toss. Bob Mills again up high, trying to catch that Bijan Malky, and he's getting closer every lap, and he's going to make a move right now, but nope, Bijan's holding him off. Then we got 4th place, James Webb, followed by, look at this, Chris McMillan, pulling hard on Alan Crawford. I think Alan's got a little better position on the course, but you can expect the next time around, Chris McMillan is going to be pushing it real hard the entire lap. Following up number 7, that was Colleen Sterling from the Sterling Husband and Wife Racing Team. So on the backside, you can see Bob Mills pushing really hard on Bijan Malky. Looks like Dave Robinson's got a real good lead, and since he's not battling with anybody, he's got a nice smooth air. Bob Mills is right neck and neck. Okay, folks. They're coming up on the white flag. That means it's going to be only one more lap after they come across the home pylon. And it looks to me like Bob Mills he may have gotten him. Look at that Valley of Speed. It looks like he's got a little edge in position, but I think Bijan Malky knows that he's going to get him back right here in the turn. So here they come. Round 7, 8, 9 from the left. Dave Robinson with a comfortable lead. And if nothing goes wrong on this next lap, because you'll see the white flag out here, he'll have a win. And here's Bob Mills one more time going after Bijan Malky, and Bijan Malky held the entire course, and he's holding them at bay. Then we've got James Webb, followed by Alan Crawford, who's being pushed real hard by Chris McMillan. Now Colleen Sterling from our left, our 7th place. I went to Pylon Racing School with her in 2013. She's a really good stammer. Okay, here we go. Now, if anybody's going to make a move, it's going to be right here, right in front of the home pylon. Now, Bob Mills is going to be able to use that altitude for some airspeed, and we'll see how it all shakes out. But I'm going to tell you right now, this is a really tight race for 2nd and 3rd, and then also for 5th and 6th. So we've got these little races within a race, and it's really cool. So you can see Chris McMillan is pushing real hard on Alan Crawford. So this is going to be a photo finish possibly, folks. Keep your eyes to the left pretty soon. But in the Valley of Speed, Bob Mills is making a move on Bijan Malky, and I think he's going to use the old dive to the home pylon to try to get him. So from our left, we got Dave Robinson. He seems like he's going to be securing that 1st place position, but look at the 2 of them behind. Is Bob going to make the move? Oh, he made a wide turn. Will he be able to catch him? I don't know. He's making a move on him right now. Here they come to that home pylon. Can he catch him? He's got it. No, he didn't. Got it beat by about and looks like Chris McMillan is also not going to make it, but not a bad race, folks. That was close. I'm sure that Chris McMillan's killing himself right now. God, I was so close. But anyway, here we got Colleen Sterling coming in 7, and she's got a smile on her face, you know, because that was a clean race. Wow, I got to tell you, Bob Mills almost had him, and I think he got pushed out a little over there on 7, 8, 9, and that was all it took.
All right, you great fans know that.
Third place. Fourth place goes to James Webb in his Lancer Legacy, followed up by Alan Crawford, Chris McMillan, and Colleen Sterling. I say that was a great race. So what I want to do now is I want to invite everybody down to our sports class end of the runway. If you go down to the west end of the runway, our sports class planes are there. You can meet the pilots. You can see the planes. You just have to have a pit pass. I'd go if I were you because there's a lot of stuff going on. I want to thank our sponsors, Flying Eyes, Lift Helmets, and the JMB company with a very cool airplane down there, the VL3, a 200 knot at 6.5 gallons an hour cruiser. Come down and take a look.
Rob Monahan's going to go back and take a little rest. He will be back 2 more times this afternoon with the sport class as we honor, hanging there, Cheap Thrills, Austin Shaw, and the entire crew. Get wild for this winner in the silver race. And Rob Monahan's going to turn around and get a big round of applause from all his fans in the sport class. He will be back. Roy Haffley, we got some great messages.
Got some bills to pay, and we'll do that right now. Standard Aero is one of the world's largest independent providers of services, including engine and airframe maintenance, repair and overhaul, engine component repair, engineering services, interior completions, and paint applications. Standard Aero serves as a diverse array of customers in business and general aviation, airline, military, helicopter, components, and energy markets. Learn more about Standard Aero at www.standardaero.com, or you could simply visit the booth here at the show. Millionaire is an award-winning network of upscale executive fixed-based operators, terminals, and aircraft maintenance, plus aircraft charter company. With almost 40 years in the industry, Millionaire has been named the best large FBO chain for the past 12 years, delivering genuine care and exceptional service to aircraft owners, general aviation pilots, military pilots, and, of course, their distinguished guests. Millionaire was founded and built by people who sense the excitement in every takeoff and landing, and whose ideal surroundings includes the sights, sounds, and smells of aviation. Our philosophy is simple. Provide the highest level of award-winning service to aircraft, crew, and passengers. To learn more, simply visit millionaire.com and enjoy your time here at the 2023 Reno Air Races. Dassault is excited to once again support this year's Reno Air Races and witness all the excitement with aviation enthusiasts right around the world. Whether their travels takes them Falcon customers can count on Dassault-owned service centers as their home away from home. In fact, our Dassault Falcon Jet Service Center is located right here in Reno at the ready-to-handle inspection and maintenance services on all Falcon aircraft. There's a reason why Dassault customer service has been ranked #1 in both Aviation International News and Professional Pilots Product Support Surveys in recent years. We'd like to take this opportunity to thank our customers and invite you to stop by our facility, conveniently located at Reno-Tahoe International Airport, to experience the Dassault difference for yourself. JJ Sports and Spirits, proud sponsors of the Reno Air Races, located at the corner of Pyramid and Holman Way in Sparks, is your football destination, where you can place all your bets in our William Hill Sportsbook. Enter to win cash and prize giveaways and play the hottest games around. Enjoy daily happy hours and watch your favorite college and pro football games at JJ Sports and Spirits, next to Scolari's on the corner of Pyramid and Holman Way in Sparks. Got a question about, I don't know, property taxes? How about marriage licenses? Or, well, want to discuss potholes? Washoe 311 is the county customer service center, providing you with accurate, helpful information 24/7. Simply dial 311 or connect with them online at washoecounty.gov. Whether you're into hopping out of a helicopter and skiing down fresh powder in the Ruby Mountains, stargazing at the Great Basin National Park, or maybe exploring one of Nevada's many ghost towns, or taking in some incredible views along our wide open roads, Nevada has it all from the mild to extreme adventure. Visit travelnevada.com. Danny Clisholm, let's go back to you.
All right, thank you. Listening in on Race Control, the last of the Sport class racers are rolling out on the runway. They've called for the Unlimiteds to line up and wait low and to our left. They'll be taking off single file after the pace plane. Sandy Sanders is back by popular demand, the voice of air racing for 34 years, starting with 1964, brother. So good to see you again. Give me a handshake there. Here we go. All right, so he's going to be introducing the pilots. Starting with the pace plane pilot,
Unlimited
our jet,
pace in flight, runway 8,
it takes
clear
a
for
jet
take.
to be able to pace these fast, unlimited racers. So in the meantime, we'll tell you again, all you great spectators, so many people are here for the first time, and we welcome you. Thank you for being here on this finale at this location. Now remember, we're not rolling over and playing dead. We're going to race. We don't know exactly where around the country or around the world, but we're not giving up on air racing, and they're not giving up on us. So you'll be kept posted of all of that action as it unfolds. But thank you for being here on this monumental 59th year. And again, as I told you before, the merchandise items, or many of them, are located behind the bleacher area. They are strictly selling out. A great purchase would be one or several of our souvenir programs of this, our final year at Stead. I know Sandy's got a collection from everyone over the years. It's a very valuable collection, and I like to go back in the wintertime, Sandy, and reminisce about us being back here in 1971 or 67 or whenever it was, who raced, what the personalities were, the air show performers. Fantastic programs all through the years. First class, coffee table quality, and a souvenir keeper program.
Absolutely, Danny. I tell you what, those years are very much in the memory. I know of a lot of people sitting up here in the stands in back of us. And we'll never forget those early years, and we won't forget the years as we are right now.
That's correct.
Whatever site that they do pick in the future, I'm sure that it will be just as exciting and every bit as much fun as what we're doing here.
Guaranteed. We'll keep the excitement on the top burner. Because we worry about you great spectators, please keep the sunblock, suntan lotion, lip protection, and you're already a great group of spectators and race fans. You're waving to those competitors taking their sport class racers back to their pits, where they invite you behind the bleacher seating area to the left as we face the race course. Buy a pit pass, go down there, see the Unlimited, the T6 SNJ Harvard racers, these sport racers, and then go way, way back there where there are concessions. Look for the open hangars, and that's where our buddies, our racers from the Formula One class, are welcoming you with the comfort of shade in a hangar. So it is a pageantry, and as you're here as well, we're looking at the raceway. To our far right, you'll see our Heritage group of aircraft first in line. Beyond that are the jets for the jet class racing, which we are going to see later on today. And beyond that, all of the exotic Stol racers. Sandy, let's introduce the base plane pilot.
And we have taking off in the Lockheed T-33, our pace plane, Mr. Steve Hinton. Followed right behind him, a man who you know is fast, Jeff Lavelle. He's flying his P-51, race number 4, sweet and lovely. Mark Moody in race number 0, flying Spam Can. Another P-51D. A change of pace here in airplanes. We got a P-63 King Cobra. That is Pat Nightingale from Lakewood, California, flying Pretty Polly. Race number 75 will be John Mazzola II. John is flying Lady Joe, which has been around a long time. John makes his bed in Idaho Falls. And 55, last but not least, Ken Gottschalk, flying Man of War. Ken hails from Ventura, California. Well, there you go. That's the Unlimited. One of these airplanes will move up to this afternoon's race at 4 o'clock. So, you know, when the winter gets done here, there's going to be a lot of polishing going on. That should be Ken Gottschalk in race number 55. That is Man o' War. Okay, the airplanes will go out. You and I know, Danny. They'll go out there, find the pace plane, or the pace plane will find them.
Right.
And they will get them in formation as the right number of order and go around what we call P-Vine over here to our left, that line of hills. And then Steve Hinton, as they make the turn for the last turn to head in for the home pylon, or not the home pylon, pylon number 2, we'll hear Steve Hinton telling his guys, get in place, and for those famous words. Oh, here, I don't want to step on Bernie's.
We're going to turn over to Roy Happily as the Thunderbird, Jimmy Stewart, race number 90 from the Dakota Territory Air Museum, and the great effort of Warren Peaches in the air. Roy, it's all yours.
And what a magnificent airplane as well, as Bernie Vasquez is at the controls as he brings the airplane in a great...
All right, racers, Sergeant Jones, turn to the left here.
From the right, and listen to this machine. There is so much history in this aircraft. Warren Peach took ownership of it back in 1999 when it was simply just a pile of parts. Peach thought he had purchased a damaged P-51A, but later found out he got a P-51C, and not just any P-51C, one that belonged to and had been flown by actor and World War II bomber pilot Jimmy Stewart.
Jimmy Stewart was the first Hollywood star to enlist in the armed forces after Pearl Harbor. Here he comes from the left again. Let's listen. Jimmy trained as a pilot in the Consolidated Aircraft B-24 Liberator heavy bomber and flew 20 combat missions over Germany as the leader of a B-24 squadron. He rose to Brigadier General in a military career that lasted 27 years. At one point, it was also owned by Jackie Cochran, founder of the Women's Air Force Service, and the first woman to break the sound barrier. Cochran flew it on several record-setting flights and sold it back to Jimmy Stewart. 15th of 1948, Thunderbird was registered to Joe DeBona Racing Company, which was a partnership between DeBona and Stewart. Preparing the P-51C for the 1948 Bendix Trophy race included removing bits and pieces to save weight, adding more streamlining to the airframe, installing an experimental propeller, and get ready for this, applying 48 coats of primer, and then the beautiful cobalt blue paint. That added 8 miles per hour to the speed of the aircraft, and that's when they named it Thunderbird. September 3rd of 1949, DeBona piloted the Thunderbird in the final Bendix Trophy race and won. It was a 2008-mile race from LA to Cleveland, completed in, get this, 4 hours, 16 minutes, and 17 and a half seconds with an average speed of 470 miles per hour, which set a Bendix record for piston aircraft. Coming in from the right. Of course, from a great family of aviators and mechanics, spent more than a decade gathering parts for the restoration, but he didn't have the time to finish the project, so he turned it over to Air Corps Aviation in Bemidji, Minnesota. Air Corps Aviation is known in the warbird community for award-winning restorations. Thunderbird was returned to airworthy status, making its first flight in more than 50 years, just a few weeks before air venture at the end of July in Oshkosh, Wisconsin. As Bernie Vasquez takes the aircraft around the track, does that ever look beautiful? What do you think of Thunderbird, my friends? Isn't that gorgeous? Let me tell you, the airplane now belongs to the great folks at the Dakota Territory Air Museum in Minot, North Dakota. And if you've never been to that museum, please go. It is amazing, the collection of aircraft that they have in there. And also brought to you by Marginal Aviation. And a special shout out going to Bruce Ames. Bruce Ames put in so much time, sweat, tears, and money into this airplanes. We do have to give both Warren Peach and Bruce Ames a big salute and a big round of applause, please. And don't forget, at the Dakota Territory Air Museum, the P-47 that is down here, it is an award winner. It is here for you to look at. It is here for you to scrutinize. And if you have a pit pass, you can do the same thing with Thunderbird when it gets down to the pit area.
Cockpit of the T-33. It will be above. Yesterday we had a
unlimited pace, clear on course. Thank you.
We're going to go to the cockpit and listen to the calm voice of former air racer, now paceplane pilot, one of the Chino kids.
Gentlemen, you're looking good. Gentlemen, you've got a...
That's what it sounds like. Eyes right, behind the bleachers. Watch and listen.
Let's go racing. Ladies and gentlemen, the fastest piston-powered and, oh, man, the P-51Ds, one Bell P-63, King Cobra in that group. Now, these airplanes, bear with me, we can all tell a P-51. We certainly know what a King Cobra looks like. but the numbers just aren't big enough on those P51s. They're all polished out and look so good. So bear with me. Now, Jeff Lavelle, who had the pole position in race number 4 in a P51D, looks like he is out in front by, I would say maybe 10 airplane lengths as they come around that pylon number 6 and into what we call the Valley of Speed. Down into the Valley of Speed now. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 airplanes, 4 of them P51Ds, and the other one from the Bell King Cobra collection of aircraft, and one of the few King Cobras today. We thank those people who have these things that do keep and preserve these beautiful airplanes. All right, coming around pylon number 9 now. Your leader. It should be race number 4, like I say. The racing numbers just kind of go away, don't they? Well, we got an equal distance between 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. King Cobra. King Cobra being the last of that race number 75. John Mazzala and Lady Pretty Polly, I'm sorry. All right, now on the backside of the course. Now remember, the winner of this race will move up to this afternoon's performance of the Unlimiteds and all ready for Sunday's race tomorrow, which will be 8 of the fastest unlimited aircraft to hit the course. All right, on the backside of the course, coming around, your leader now, coming around pylon number 6, nose down into the Valley of Speed. Now, when he comes around pylon number 8 and 9, headed for the home pylon, we're going to shut the sound down here for just a moment and listen to the V12 Rolls-Royce engine. Sweeter, huh, folks? All right, 2nd and 3rd. Looks like we may have a challenge. A challenge coming up. Keep a close eye on those. Now, these airplanes that you see racing, not all of these aircraft are really what we call race equipped. You will see some of that in tomorrow's race in the gold, and also the last race of today's program at approximately 4 o'clock. The Rolls-Royce V12 engine puts out roughly in stock form about 16 to 1700 horsepower. Well, the one that Steve Hinton is going to be flying this afternoon, called the Bardol Special, it's putting out close to 3,000 horsepower. So quite a difference, and it's all in the know-how on how to bring what the absolute horsepower that you can before that engine comes apart.
First lap speed in the dive, 316. Second lap speed, 329.
Well, it looks like Jeff Lavelle in race number 4 has a very, very comfortable lead here. Again, there's that sound. Oh, put me to sleep, huh? Yes, that sound. Go to bed at night and listen to that. Oh, wow. Oh, man, we got 2nd and 3rd still battling to get out here. Mark Moody and Pat Knight. And another challenge here for, looks like, between last place, huh? No, next to last place. We got the King Cobra. Looks like he just got passed by that P51. And a P51 in back of him should be Kid Gottschalk in race number 55, a corporation pilot from Ventura, California. Jeff Lavelle is from Kenmore, Washington. And he is a man who knows how to get speed out of the Mark Moody in Spam Camp. Mark from Rancho Cucamonga down in Southern California. Pat Nightingale and Pretty Polly, that's race number 63, and how fitting race number because it's a Bell King Cobra P63. John Mazzala II, race number 75, of course, from Idaho Falls, Idaho. And he is a Warbird restorer. He is flying Lady Joe. Last but not least, race number 55, Ken Gottschalk, racing Man o' War, a Corp pilot from Ventura, California. Looks like there's no challengers here for that first spot, but second and third certainly is. We got still follow the leader here. I think that's Mark Moody in race number 0. Being followed, I think, by John Mazzala in race number 75. Now the last two place airplanes will be the King Cobra and Ken Gottschalk in the P-51D called Man o' War. Owned for a good many years by a good friend, Elmer Ward, who has left us now, but he left behind a legacy that's still great out there today. We got 3 airplanes there that are right close together. Tail end Charlie, and he's looking at race 4th, 5th place. And if you'll look out there at the home pylon, you're going to see that white flag come up waving. Out there on pylon number 6, we see that challenge coming around to drop that nose down into the valley of speed. Well, this Jeff LaBelle, he likes being out front. And who wouldn't? Well, you know, when he gets done with the race, providing he does take the checkered flag, there has been no pylon cuts. Man, those metal polishers will be very, very big. One more lap to go. He's on that last lap, the money lap coming up. And look what we got here between second and third. Who is going to win here out of this back course? Nice formation. I'm going to say that. Well, there you have it. The coming back this time is the past home pylon. We'll see that challenge flag. Not these two. He's going out wide. Oh, I hope he didn't go out too wide, trying to stay away from these two in front of him. Oh, King Cobra! King Cobra aced him out right there. Oh, man. How great that was. Okay, continue on around now.
You're clear.
There I see him coming around number 8 now. Now around race pylon number 9. This should be the man to take that checkered flag. It should be Jeff LaBelle of race number 4. And there you have it. And pull that nose up. Cool that big Rolls Royce engine off. And now second and third. Oh wow, we got 3 airplanes there. No 2 of them. A challenge. Who's going to be the first one across? I think it's going to be Mark Moody. Oh, wow, that was close. Okay. Take those up to altitude, cool them off, pull back the power, and let it slowly cool off. You don't want to need that. You don't want to have a fast cool off. If you do, you're going to hurt that engine. Well, Danny, we still got airplanes out on the course coming around pylon number 9, and they're looking at that home pylon. 3 airplanes to finish up this 5-plane race. Down low. All right. King Cobra got in there ahead of that 51. Yeah, there you have it, folks. Well, hang on to your hats because this afternoon we'll have the winner of this race here. Will be trying to keep stepping up as in the unlimited class already the gold race on Sunday.
All right, as you realize.
great job. Everybody out there, including Section 3 down there, would y'all stand up and give Roy and Danny a round of applause, because they're as much a part of this race as anybody else. Come on, give these guys a round of applause here.
Well,
you weren't expecting that, were you?
Yes. I paid you for it, by the way. Yeah, you remember that. Hey, by the way, we met at Sun and Fun. We hooked up, got a chance to talk a little bit. We've had a long friendship. And I purchased your book, Fly It Like You Stole It. It's a great book. I got one as a gift for a relative as well, and they were absolutely delighted that you signed it with a little personal message from Kevin Lacey.
Yeah, when I go doing these autographs in these books here, people think I'm writing another book when I do that, but I'm just kind of personalizing it for each of the people that are buying the book, you know.
Tell us what it's called again and where all of our fans can get the book.
Well, I'll tell you what, folks, it's called Fly It Like You Stole It, the early years. And this is kind of the preface for the books that are going to be following. You can find it on Amazon. It's just look up my name or type in Fly It Like You Stole It in the search bar, and it'll pop right up. And I think it's in the paperback, Kindle, and hard copy.
All right.
And people right now are trying to get me encouraged to do the audio version, but that might take some time to get that one pulled off.
All right, brother. Always good seeing you. Kevin Lacey, Airplane Repo.
All right, a big hand for Danny and for Roy over here, too.
He's really a good guy. He's a good guy. Don't worry about it. How about the times for Sandy Sanders? Do we have them? All right, Sandy, your turn. Go through that. Thank you, Kevin.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to inform you there were no cuts on that last unlimited race, and it was, as you saw it, it was Jeff Lavelle in his P51D Mustang and a racing speed of 3:23.012. So this will mean that he will move up to the race this afternoon, approximately 1,600 hours, or 4 o'clock if you're not military-minded. And we will conclude with the last race of the day then. It's been a great one. Look forward to many, many more. And so until then, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You've been a great, great racing crowd. Appreciate it. And we'll see you at 4.
All right, a big round of applause for the legend himself, Sandy Sanders. With the Unlimiteds landing, all the T6 racers are getting ready. Kenny Price is here to provide the facts and color on the race. We just got the pairings coming in on our clipboard. And like the Unlimiteds, the T6 SNJ Harvard class will be taking off single file, forming up on the leader, Pace Plane Pilot in another T6, and the ride aircraft, the winner of the drawing earlier today, will get the ride of his or her life. And they have a unique way to start. They do not start over our right shoulder and behind us as we face the race course. If you look to your left on those peaks, they'll be coming down parallel to the runway. We'll see them on the descent. We'll see the smoke on from the Pace Plane Pilot. It will go to the cockpit and listen for them to be released. The Pace Plane Pilot will pull up. The raffle ride airplane will pull up. They'll circle overhead, and the Pace Plane Pilot will be the guardian angel for the team. If you open up your program to the page number 19, that shows a color-coded course and mileage for the T6 SNJ Harvard racing class. Kenny Price is back. Kenny, let's tell them what they're going to see.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, here we are again, and this is the precursor show to tomorrow's show. This is the Gold Racers, and these are, ladies and gentlemen, the fastest AT6s in the world, and I literally mean the fastest in the world. We had a race the other day, and our number one man out there, Mr. Chris Rushing, took the lead and basically took the race all by himself. But there were 3 other airplanes that were behind him, flown by Vic McMahon, John Lomar, and Nick Macy. And I want to give you 3 speeds here from that race that are pretty telling of how close they are. Vic McMahon, 222.892 miles per hour. John Lomar, 222.847 miles per hour. And Nick Macy, our 6-time national champion, 222.284 miles per hour. Those were close.
Oh, you can't get much closer than that. And we're going to see a bit of that massive amount of speed. Nobody ever thought years ago we could get that kind of speed out of a T6 SNJ or hybrid aircraft, but they're doing it. Kenny Price is going to tell you what you can and cannot do when you race one of those North American Aviation Advanced Trainers.
Well, we do get a lot of questions of how these AT6s are going so fast. And, you know, back in the past, there were a few modifications that people did that were a little questionable.
Right.
Things like fuel, modifications, high dome pistons, twisting of the props, and taping up places that you're not supposed to tape. But there is a rule book just for the AT6 class that says no on all those things. So pretty much what you see out there is
Continuing through this day of racing at the 2023 National Championship Air Races in Reno. This is T6 racing. This is going to be the last heat for the gold class before the gold medal race tomorrow, Rob Lowe.
Yes, sir, Tommy. This is going to be very exciting. These are as you just heard from the house announcers, the fastest T6s on the planet. There is only about 150 T6 SNJs still flying in the world out of 15,000 built, and these are the fastest of the fast we're about to see take off here in just a second.
We have our defending champion in the field. We've got other champions many times in the past among these 6.
And Tommy, you see the aircraft maneuvering on the runway, preparing to take off. The first aircraft that will lead the takeoff is our pace plane, piloted by Mr. Rob Sandberg. And they will get off, get up, and then the aircraft will depart behind them in qualifying order. And we have 6 aircraft in this heat today. Like you said, Tommy, this is the final heat. And there we see on departure is our pole position, Mr. Chris Rushing. Thousand Oaks, California in Barron's Revenge. Race 14.
There he is. Times champion here. Chris Rushing, veteran of this T6 racing. And there's race 66, Vic McMahon for Vancouver, British Columbia. Gunslinger AT6A, race 66.
Tommy, all of the aircraft in this heat are AT6s, the Army Air Corps version, except this one. This is John Lomar, Radio Velocity Race 88. This is an SNJ, the Navy Marine version. John is out of Galesburg, Illinois. And we have an in-camera view you can see on the inset from him.
Here's Nick Macy, big-time veteran of this, and so successful through the years. 6 victories in T6 racing here, and that is race number 6, the 6 Cat.
Behind him in race 50, the white and yellow airplane, Vitaly Perchersky out of Van Nuys, California. Airplane we know as Abracadabra, another AT6.
There we go, race 43, fresh from his victory in the T6 drag racing semifinals. Joel Stennett, Tulsa, Oklahoma, Midnight Miss 3, race 43.
And then bringing up the rear is this beautiful blue cowled AT6, and you see the open canopy. They actually have a drawing here. Lucky fans get the opportunity to ride in the back and observe, and there is what you see in the back. That is our observer that has won the lucky drawing, and they will follow the pace plane when the race starts. Tommy, they will pull up and orbit above. That is a safety observer function. They can provide air-to-air support if needed, if any of the racers should need that. But what a great opportunity to ride in a fantastically historic aircraft here in the T6 class.
Ride of a lifetime, to be sure. Well, as our planes are up in the air and headed towards the west, that's the direction they'll approach from when they get sorted out up there. Get turned back toward the east. Take a few moments to talk to some of our 2 top qualifiers. How about that? Starting with second place qualifier Vic McMahon. Race 66.
This year is the best we've ever done. We qualified second in the gold, and I think the best we ever did prior to that was fourth. And so we're excited about that. It's the airplane's running good. We've done a few things to it to try to get a few more miles an hour out of it, and running a few things differently inside the cockpit. Things are working out so far.
Vic McMahon qualifying at 222 miles an hour and change. The airplane still in flight there. It'll be a few minutes before they get turned around and ready to descend upon our race course. Let's hear now from the four-time champion here, the defending champion, as a matter of fact, from Thousand Oaks, California, Chris Rushing.
We'll be racing the second heat race today at about noon. It's going to be real competitive. The guys are flying great. Some of the planes are really doing well. So there should be a good race for second and third and fourth. There's been some really fast gold airplanes out here through the years. So I don't know why those guys are getting slower, where we're just kind of staying where we are. I know the engines are a little different these days. They're running stock engines and everything, but I do understand that, you know, when you're the lead dog, everybody's out to get you.
Well, the last few years, that man has been the lead dog. Chris Rushing, our defending champion. He'll be a hard one to take down, Rob, but we've seen stranger things happen, that's for sure.
We have, and this is this group racing on Thursday, Tommy, in Heat 1A. So an earlier in the week heat race of these gold class airplanes, but here you see the same group bunched up, and Rushing was out in the lead. Here you see a group in behind as they make their way around, but they kind of settled out. You have a little bit of passing back in the pack. You see John Lomar there in the left in the blue and yellow aircraft making his way through the pack, but it was a great gold race. We got to see people begin to play out some of their strategies and make their way around. We did, like I said, have a little bit of pack grouping in the back of the pack, but right up front, race 14, Chris Rushing with the checkered flag.
Absolutely, and a great finish for second, third, and fourth, especially second and third. Vic McMahon just closing out John Lomar right there. A lot of excitement. T6 brings us lots of thrills, seems like every time.
And speaking of John Lomar, we saw him depart a minute ago, and we've seen a couple glimpses of it. We have the opportunity to look over his shoulder during this race, Tommy, with an in-cockpit camera. So we'll be showing you that off and on throughout this whole race. You'll get to see what it's like to ride in one of these spectacular, historic T6 aircraft. You know, primary advanced trainers from the World War II era that we're racing here in Reno. In our 59th year, our final flag. This is part of the fastest motorsport on the planet, and we are really excited to see this. This being the final heat race of 2023, Tommy, in the T6 class.
That's right.
So this is where it's going to all sort out, and it will be all medal races tomorrow for these folks.
This group here will be most likely the group going for the gold tomorrow. Maybe a slight adjustment or two, but this is basically the core of the top level T6 racing.
And we introduced the field just a minute ago. What you see on the screen, the aircraft leading this in-trail formation is the pace plane, and then you see your 6 racers behind it, and great inset on the right there from John Lomar, right in the middle of the pack there. The blue and yellow SNJ, our only Navy and Marine version in this. The rest are AT6s, and the crew will continue to make a left-hand turn there. And as you heard the house announcer explain right before we came on, they come down the chute together, line abreast, and we will hear the pace plane say, "Gentlemen, you have a race," just like we do in a lot of classes. But what's different is they are coming from west to east, right down runway 8, and they will drop into our just under 5-mile T6, 7-pylon long course, T6 course here. And we're going to get to hear these great big Pratt & Whitney 9-cylinder air-cooled radial engines as they just scream. We'll hear the engines rumble. We'll hear a crackling noise above that at high speed. That'll be the tips of those 9-foot-long metal Hamilton standard propellers going supersonic. And the racing adrenaline will be incredible in the cockpits. But this class, Tommy, has our fans on their feet almost the entire race. This is a very highly rated and high-level fan favorite class. You can see them continue to make the turn. You see the smoke on our pace plane. Bottom of the screen there, that is the ride observer plane we talked about earlier. So all your racers are there, pace plane on the right with the smoke, and then your pole position, 1, 2, 3, from your right to your left on this view. You can see they're coming downhill now, Tommy. We are almost ready to go.
Keep your eyes on the top. Qualifier, Chris Rushing, race 14. That's a gray and red airplane. And also on 2, 3, and 4 qualifiers as well. They all qualified at 222 miles an hour. You saw some of the results from that 1A race we showed you little highlights from right there. That was a race.
Now, Tommy, you'll hear gentlemen, you have a race. The pace plane will pull up and away. The aircraft can accelerate out in front of each other. They just can't turn in until we get to the east end of the course and we begin to go around the pylons. They have to get around the pylons. And there we are, we're underway, Tommy. The race is on, the throttles are up. Those propellers are spinning now. Here they come, right in front of you, right in front of the camera, right in front of the crowd. Another great look from John Lomar as we get to see what it looks like to ride an historic T6 aircraft here at Reno. Oh, baby, Tommy, I'm telling you, that sound just really sends the chills down your spine. And our leader, Chris Rushing, race 14 from the pole, is now out front. You see a little bit of jockeying behind as everybody finds their position. And you see John Lomar right there, blue and yellow aircraft. And he is jockeying for position there at second place. You get to see a great view out his window of the competitor right there in front of him, 50 feet off the deck over the sagebrush, Tommy. There's our leader on the left, Chris Rushing, as he makes his way around the west end of our course. Pylons 4, 5, 6, and 7.
Chris Rushing again, the defending champion here. Last year, 22. Looks like in second place looks to be John Lomar, although we won't know for sure until they come. We're right about here on the race course.
He's in third. I think that's Vic McMahon right there beside him.
Yeah.
Vic has got the little bit of the inside track and was able to keep his nose out in front of John. And in the inset here for the in-cockpit view as they come around that pylon, you can see Vic coming in and out of camera view in that little inset as we watch the leader on the big screen to the left half of our screen there. And Tommy, look in that inset in-cockpit view. Look at the shadow over the ground. That's how low and fast we're going. And there you see a great shot of Vic McMahon just ahead of John Lomar. Here we watch on the left side some of our competitors a little farther back. But on the left now you can see John Lomar really gaining some ground on Vic McMahon, pulling up beside him as they begin to make their way around through that turn and head back towards their portion of the Valley of Speed.
Those two back and forth throughout the race. And Macy not far behind.
We talked early on about the qualifying speeds being within tenths of a second between these three aircraft that are now battling for basically second, third, and fourth position. But our leader right there, race 14, continues to stay out front. Chris Rushing and Barron's Revenge.
Race 66 in second place, Vic McMahon, and right behind him, John Lomar. The blue airplane with yellow stripes.
Great view. First place on the left side of your screen, second and third on the right out of the cockpit. There they are. You can see how close John Lomar is there on the left when you look at him from across the race course and also out the cockpit. Only here at the National Championship Air Races will you get the opportunity to ride in a T6 in the final heat race for the gold class.
Race for second is likely going to come down to the last few seconds of this race here. We're already in lap 3 of 5.
So we're over halfway, Tommy, and they are about 2/3 of the way through lap number 3. Like all closed course pylon racing, you got to pass on the outside, and you see that's what John Lomar is trying to do, trying to get enough energy to make his way by. But as we see the leader again on the left, Baron's Revenge with Chris Rushing continues to hold out. But look here, John Lomar is gaining on Vic McMahon. Here he's making a run on him as we come by the whole pylon.
Flying his race, absolutely, according to the book, having no problem with any competition so far.
Yeah, this battle for second, Tommy, is really heating up. We're on lap 4 of 5. They are here. John Lomar's making a run. Look at that, out the cockpit on the right, across the race course on the left. He's got some speed, got some momentum. Can he do it, Tommy? Can he hold that longer track around pylons 4, 5, and 6 here? McMahon has the shorter course because he's inside. This is shoulder to shoulder, wingtip to wingtip racing. You'll only see it here at Reno, Tommy.
There should be approaching. Begin his final lap. Picking up the white flag any second right now. And look at this, John Lomar just cannot get it past.
He's got some momentum, Tommy. He's got his nose out in front. Let's see if he gets far enough where he can cut in the. He's got to get all the way around him enough where he can pull back inside, and I'm not sure he got far enough out in front, which leaves him on the longer track around those pylons for this very last time, around 1, 2, and 3. He lost a little bit of momentum as they started that turn, rolled it up on the wing. The energy bleeds a little bit as the wing begins to load. Now here he's going to convert some of that altitude into airspeed and make probably one more attempt down the backstretch here. Wow, you get to see it out the cockpit there on the right. He's got momentum. You can see he's gaining on him. You can see that on the left as well. But can he get enough to get in front around these last 4 pylons? They're about to start a left turn here in about 3 seconds. There it is, a little early, and they are around the final 4 pylons here on their way back home.
Let's cut away from that. Take a look at Chris Rushing as he approaches the start-finish pylon here. We'll be taking the checkered flag right here. There's victory in T6 2A. And now, back to the race for second place, John Lomar. Vic McMahon. Lomar in the blue plane, Vic McMahon in the black plane.
Wow, you see him there on the screen on the right, what it is. McMahon continues to have the speed as they approach the home pylon. And he's going to hold him off, Tommy. Second and third right there. Look at this great battle for 4th and 5th.
Chersky up in front, Stinnett.
What a great race, Tommy. 6 racers, shoulder to shoulder all the way around. And we had the amazing in-cockpit view. Now here was our start. You see our leader, Chris Rushing, on the pole, gets the first turn, and right from the start, it is Vic McMahon and John Lomar, the 2 blue airplanes. They fought for second and third the entire time, Tommy. It was full-blown adrenaline. I'm sure they're both sweated through their flight suits. They are working hard right here.
Sometimes they only look close, but you could see through that cockpit view, and sometimes they were very, very close. I mean, jaw-droppingly close.
Yeah, Lomar gave it everything he had. You know, this really is almost a truly match stock racing with very equal aircraft, and you see the pilot skill coming into play. And Lomar, an amazing pilot, really did everything he could to try and squeeze it out. But Vic McMahon, equally as great a pilot, did everything he could to keep his airplane moving and stay out in front. And here you see as we get to the last portion of the race, McMahon's able to hold that advantage of that shorter inside track. But there's our leader, and Chris Rushing. Baron's Revenge, race 14. And this is the last time down the backstretch. You see Lomar has some momentum, but he just never could get quite far enough in front to be able to cut down and take the shorter course. And here as we come to the checkered flag, we see the inboard on cockpit camera from John Lomar. Just a spectacular view. The shadow on the ground, look at that, folks. 50 feet off the deck, and there is the competitor. There's Vic McMahon right in front of you. Tommy, 230 miles an hour plus over the desert, 50 feet over the sagebrush, really almost wingtip to wingtip the entire race.
Amazing, amazing stuff. Hey, congratulations to Chris Rushing on his win there unofficially, and great thanks for Lomar and McMahon for showing us a great race for second place.
Yeah, all the way around this class, you see why this group of 6 is in the gold class. Very competitive, very equally matched. And I think we have really set ourselves up for an amazing gold medal race tomorrow, Tommy.
T6, Heat 2A, and there it is, Chris Rushing unofficially. 14 Barons Revenge, Vic McMahon holding off John Lomar. Man, 66, race 66. Gunslinger, Radial Velocity 88 was John Lomar's playing the blue one there. Nick Macy in the 6 Cat in 4th. Vitaly Pechersky in 5th place at Abracadabra 50. And Joel Stinnett, 43, Midnight Miss. T6 2A. Oh, we have so much more racing on hand today on this, I guess you'd say the penultimate day of racing here at this week at the 2023 National Championship Air Races. Jet Racing is coming up next. We are going to have Jet Class, the Silver Class, 3B, coming up when we return, so don't go away.
Many travel far and wide to experience sights like this. Me? I just have to step out my back door. We are stewards of this land. It's wild but familiar. And it's home. Welcome to our home. Welcome to Reno-Tahoe.
If you're ready to kick up some dust and find a horizon that hits just right, we know just the place. We are just the place. This is Nevada. When the urge to wander strikes, our otherworldly frontier awaits. Come give your soul room to roam in the weirdest, wildest West.
The National Championship Air Races are proudly sponsored by Michelob Ultra and Stella Artois, who'd like to remind you to drink responsibly and always designate a driver.
Play your favorite games at JJ's Sports and Spirits and earn entries to win a weekend getaway to a Raiders game in Las Vegas. Trip includes airfare, 2 nights hotel, dinner, and $250 cash. The football getaway giveaway only at JJ's Sports and Spirits.
So ever since I was a little kid, I've been going to the Reno air races with my uncle, my grandpa, and my dad, and it was just an instant hook for me.
It really just stemmed from the first time I was on an airplane, and I was like, wow, because I was like looking out the window, I was like, this is so cool, like imagine if I could fly one, and then I kind of just got that idea in my head. I was like, you know what, that would be so cool.
Here at the National Championship Air Races, our tagline for 2022 is Racing for the Future, and there's no better way to race for the future than to get more young people up in the air, and that's what this scholarship program's all about.
I just, I've always really liked things involving planes. Used to be a car kid. I loved cars, toy cars, and all that stuff, and it evolved into planes, and playing with planes, and then movies with planes. It was always just something that fascinated me. I always loved the idea of being able to fly, even to space, and it's always something I really wanted to do because I feel like it's a really cool experience to be able to go up and then look at the world below you because that's pretty much the only way you can get that view.
We are racing for the future, there's no question about it. We're racing to assure that we can raise the money to support education, support our traditional racing in all 7 classes, grow the education community more broadly, and provide ongoing honor and respect to the military.
Oh, I want to learn to fly because I took inspiration from my grandpa way back when he flew in World War II, and from my great-grandpa that also did the same thing. So my inspiration for flight was always been there since I was like 8 years old. I have a poster up on my room that says, little kid always wanted to learn how to fly, and so this is one step towards my monumental, life career. And
I want to learn how to fly because number 1, it's freedom, and number 2, I'd love to make a career out of it. Yeah, flying lets you go where not too many people else have been, see a world from a different view.
The view's way better than when you're just a passenger. Flying, I liked it even more than I thought I would, so it was a little magical, I guess.
I've always thought that it was something that fascinated me. I've always loved having my feet off the ground, whether that was like doing gymnastics or flying commercial airplanes, traveling, and it's something I really want to make a career out of.
We want to keep doing this year after year, and so we're reaching out and we're asking people to come in and help as we get ready to fund next year's campaign. Please help us continue this and grow this and inspire even more kids in the future.
Arriving from Greensboro, our pilot Warren Gould, an experienced aviator with over 30 years of flying. His favorite thing about the Honda Jet Elite 2 is the exceptional speed and effortless handling. The Honda Jet Elite 2 is a very light jet with superior performance and efficiency, known for its over-the-wing engine mount configuration and the best-in-class speed, altitude, and range. Has a top speed of 422 knots through airspeed and can reach altitudes of up to 43,000 feet. From the right, the pylon pass. With its sleek design and powerful HF-120 engines, the Honda Jet Elite 2 is a true representation of innovation. It's newly equipped with an enhanced nose wheel steering system and automated ground spoilers that allows for precise control and outstanding takeoff and landing performance. Look to the left as the aircraft comes in with Captain Gould at the controls for the low speed pass. as we near the end of the demonstration flight, Captain Gould will be making one final high-speed pass, followed by a pitch up to landing, demonstrating the effortless handling, maneuverability, and landing performance of the new Honda Jet Elite 2. As you can see, the Honda Jet Elite 2 is coming around on base leg. The landing gear is down. The flaps are being deployed, putting the aircraft into the landing configuration. Coming in from the left. As the aircraft touches down, look how quickly they can bring this aircraft to a stop and bring it down taxiway Alpha 2 right in front of the home pylon here at the National Championship Air Races. Thank you for joining us today at the Reno Air Races, and we hope you enjoyed the beautiful Honda Jet Elite 2. Captain Gould will be exiting the runway near Show Center and salute the crowd while demonstrating the aircraft's exceptional ground maneuverability. He can see you from the cockpit right now, folks. Let's give a big wave and thank very much to Captain Gould and the whole crew at Honda Jet. The Honda Jet Elite 2 will be on display all week at the Honda Aircraft Display in the pit area. Make sure you visit and see this very impressive aircraft up close. There it is. You can see those engines on the pylon and watching how maneuverable on the ground this aircraft is. The beautiful Honda Jet Elite 2. Well, friends, now if you look off to the right, you'll see two aircraft coming in. And I hope you have your cameras ready because this is going to be a very impressive demonstration from your Nevada Air National Guard. Here they come. Off to the right, you can see them just coming over the ridge. We are talking about the 152nd Airlift Wing, known as the High Rollers, and their C-130H. Here he comes from the right. Look at this impressive aircraft located right here in Reno. Now, if you look to the right, here comes another aircraft. We have something very special in this aircraft. The loadmaster in charge of today's C-130 airdrop, you heard right, is Matthias Mailer, who interestingly enough has been serving as a pylon judge here at the Reno Air Races since 20 2019. Now, this is the first time in the 59-year history of the air races that we've had a pylon judge on board as a loadmaster. Let's watch and see what the crew and Staff Sergeant Mater does with this machine. As he comes in close on the right, you can see the ramp is down in the back of the aircraft, and when he gets down towards show center, there goes. Well, it's like 6 packets today. They told me there only 1. So this is pretty cool. We got 6 of them come down. They can carry up to 16 bundles, up to 20,000 pounds total on board this aircraft. Let's give a big round of applause. Great job. And I'm not sure if we have one more surprise or not. Yes, they are. There it is. Let's give it up for the C-130H and the whole crew from the Nevada Air National Guard 152nd Airlift Wing. Well, that was cool. Get to see that. And yeah, I was going to talk about surprise 360 for you. I love those kind of surprises. We're overshot. We're giving them away. There you go. Well, friends, we got a lot more coming up, and jet heat is coming up in just a few minutes. And we've got the United States Air Force A-10 demonstration. You'll like that. And that's along with the Heritage Flight Sport Heat coming up. The Game Bird will be taken to the skies. And we're going to get a little noisy later on when we have the FA-18. I almost said CF-18. I'm so used to saying CF-18. FA-18 Super Hornet. The Rhino is coming up in a while as well. And of course, a lot of air racing is on its way. You know, the best part of this Reno, the demand of best products for their aircraft. And at Tempest, we pride ourselves on manufacturing these products so the best can confidently push their aircraft to victory. That's why Tempest is proud to be the official spark plug of the 2023 Reno Air Races. Tempest spark plugs use a one-piece resistor and the most robust insulator in the industry. Designed to withstand extreme conditions, Tempest spark plugs are the perfect choice for both high-performance aircraft and the family planes in their weekend racing. Don't miss this opportunity to witness firsthand what Tempest spark plugs can do for your aircraft. Tempest spark plugs taking Reno by storm. The Reno Air Race Association welcomes the Ellsworth Getchell Foundation as a returning sponsor. The late Ellsworth Getchell owned and operated a feud with Hawker Sea Fury for over 4 decades. Ellsworth was a regular participant at air shows from North America, including demonstrations with the U.S. Navy aircraft or Hilltop Legacy flights. This year, the Getchell Foundation is sponsoring a flight training scholarship, the Reno Air Race Association, to help a young person learn to fly. Heritage displays, outstanding vintage, classic, and warbird aircraft. Now, while you're there, ask for information about Getchell Foundation Flight Training Scholarship Program, or visit the Getchell Foundation website at www.ehgfoundation.com. Lucky to have that clear involved in the final Reno Air Races this year. Paul Smith and his B1 production crew have been wandering around all over the place here. They're the guys that bring you the TV show straight and level, and they're filming a feature-length documentary on the final Reno Air Races. The camera work that you're going to see from that aircraft is absolutely amazing. It's like somebody said earlier, the camera's so good that you made 3D on my shirt. That's pretty amazing. inside your guide at Reno-Tahoe.com. For over 15 years, Assured Partners Aerospace has been proud to sponsor and insure the Reno Air Races. As one of the nation's largest aviation brokers, our aviation specialists help find coverage for the right price. Whether you're flying your own airplane, renting from others, constructing or running an aviation business, we have unmatched professional knowledge and resources providing desired and new standards of service and responsiveness. Visit AssuredPartners.com/aerospace for more information and discover the meaning of our partnership. Designed to speed no air races. Aviation sought by one of our concession stands. Installed by Silver. The water. Good water, perfect taste. Well, we're going to racing next. All pilots of the aircraft through the sky celebrating world-class motorsports with 20+ off-road points across the American airline. Reno-Tahoe International Airport is here. Reno serving their AAA Four Diamond Resort has been named one of the top 10 best casinos in the nation by USA Today and Best. The Taste Buds, a 9-award-winning restaurant. The Wine, a golf at the three-star Santa Santa, featuring North Carolina and Sunday. Secret favorite cocktail enjoyed by at 15 bars and lounges. Included by Pepperville Resort Spa Casino.
Heat 3B, the silver class of jet racing here at the 2023 National Championship Air Races. We have 6 jets ready to go onto our course here. And Rob, it's good to get some jet action going. That's always a crowd pleaser to the nth degree here.
Absolutely, Tommy. You know, the fastest motorsport on the planet is here at Reno. This is the fastest of the fastest. These are 500-mile-an-hour plus racers, 50 feet off the deck. And we have a silver pairing here in a heat race that we're going to get rolling here in just a minute. Have a great look here on the screen of a couple of our competitors. The in-cockpit view today, courtesy of Race Team 11. Jerry Jive Kirby, our pilot, there. And then on the screen, you see some of the other competitors. Race 55 there to the right. That's Bob McCormick. We'll introduce the field here momentarily. But these aircraft, speeds over 500 miles an hour, Tommy. We're going to do 6 laps on our largest 8-mile course. Like some of our other classes, they will depart here in a minute. They'll circle around. It's an air start. They'll come down the chute from behind the crowd, headed to the north, and make their way to the guide pylon, and the race will be on. We're going to do 6 laps from there on our 8-mile course. We'll talk more about that as we get there. But this class overall started, Tommy, back in 2000 as an exhibition. And it evolved from there. They flew former military MiG jets in that exhibition 23 years ago. But ever since then, they have evolved to the rules now, have no swept wings, no afterburners, and if the aircraft is equipped with ejection seats, they're disabled while they're here racing at low altitude. Most of these aircraft are older. They don't have the 0-0 ejection seat. That's why that is. Yeah. They're not high enough for it to shoot them far enough for the parachute to work. And we do have a maximum speed of 525, which is all about safety as well. So we look at our jet class overall. We talked a little bit about six laps, the 8-mile course, and where those fit. You see on the screen there, the class is dominated by those 2 aircraft. That red one's an L-39, and the blue one was an L-29. They're both made from the Reno-Tahoe, Czechoslovakian manufacturer. They're both widely available on the free market now, and that's why you see a number of them here in the United States used as racers. And there's some footage from a previous race, again from Jive Kirby in race 11, aircraft he calls Ivan. And you can see our course here. We talked about it being the 8-mile large course all the way around, same course we use for Unlimited and our other faster classes. And the aircraft will start, as we said a minute ago, they'll circle around Peavine Mountain there. The pace plane will line them up, line abreast. Once he's satisfied, he'll say, gentlemen, you have a race. The pace plane will pull up. As you see right here, the aircraft now have to stay in their lane all the way to the guide pylon, which is they can accelerate out front. They just can't turn in front of each other. And then we're down on the deck, Tommy, 2 football fields per second at 50 feet off the sagebrush.
Breathtaking really doesn't describe it. To watch it and to watch from the in-cockpit camera is just phenomenal. We've gotten to do that several times this week, and it has been terrific.
Yeah, we're fortunate the folks at the Reno Air Racing Association have pulled that off for us, and we're going to have that here in this race as well. And Jive Kirby in Team Race 11 will be in our number 2 spot. So we'll have a great view. And folks, when we do get to those views and you get to see them on course, I want you to look for the shadow on the ground as we go around. You'll be able to see it out the left side of the aircraft. You really get a sense for how fast these pilots truly are zipping around this course, Tommy. You see on the left side the pace plane, which is taxiing out and leading the field. And our pace plane flown by Mr. Rick Van Dam. And that is an L-39 as well. Now we do have one other type aircraft here, Tommy, and you see that on the screen, taxiing up next to our pace plane as they begin to park. It has the iconic V-tail there on it, and we will get a closer look at that as we go through the field here in just a minute. But that particular aircraft is a Fuga CM-170 Magister, and that's a 1950s era French twin-engine, 2-seat jet trainer. It's easily recognizable with that V-tail. They built about 1,000 of them in France, and then also under license in West Germany, Israel, and Finland over the years, primarily operated as a trainer aircraft, but that was also frequently used in combat as close air support platform by various countries over the years.
Yeah, saw action in the 1960s Arab-Israeli Six-Day War.
It did.
As a matter of fact.
Yeah, absolutely it did. It's very maneuverable. It's fairly fast, and you're going to get to see that here in just a minute. That's why it's here racing at Reno. But you get a great observation here. So we talked about our pace plane on the right of the lineup. We also have a pace plane on the left. That is an Embraer EMB 505, and it's piloted by one of the crew in that is, ironically, Congressman Jay Obernolte from California. Is one of the pilots in that pace plane.
Correct.
So we have two pace planes, one's an observer and one's a pace plane, and now you see our in-cockpit camera there on the right, race team 11, Jerry Kirby and Ivan, as we start to go through the field here, Tommy.
Qualifying time of 432 miles an hour for Jerry Jive Kirby. Ivan. Here's Matt Guthmiller, Alpine Thunder, race number 12. Out of Alpine, Wyoming.
Another L-39. You can distinctively see that. Now here's the difference. Here's the other Aerovota type aircraft. This is the 29, the older version. Bob McCormick, race 55, the Spirit of Freedom out of Reno, Nevada.
We're with Tammy, I believe that's Tammy Camilleri. It's race 61, Miss Independence.
And behind Tammy, we'll see the Fuga Magister that we talked about just a minute ago. This is the Texas Fuga is the name of this jet. Al Hoover, call sign Cool Breeze, out of Elbert, Colorado, race 17 here as he gets ready to go. And we did have another aircraft on the docket today that appears to have not taxied out. So it looks like we're going to have 5 aircraft competing, and this is the pace plane we talked about a minute ago with Mr. Rick Van Dam at the controls. So as our aircraft depart, like we said, Tommy, they're going to circle around and make their way as they go back to the west. And you can see here the great cockpit view from Jive Kirby as he's headed west. They'll continue that large arcing left-hand turn, and our pace plane will take the shortest route. You see them begin the left turn, and behind what Jive is following right there, they're all headed that way. But they'll get them lined up, and we'll get started here in just a minute, Tommy.
It doesn't take them very long. They're fast movers, as you well know. Tell you what, let's talk to our third place qualifier from Alpine, Wyoming at Alpine Thunder. Number 12, Matt Guthmiller, talk to us.
Yeah, I mean, it's something I wanted to do for a long time. You know, I've been talking about it for years, and it was kind of like this year was the final year, so it was now or never, and so I've spent the last 6 months scrambling to kind of put it all together and get here and do it. I don't think I ever dreamed that my first race would be in a jet. It's just incredible to be out here on this course doing this here. I mean, there's so much history. I mean, it's been going on for 60 years, but it's really bittersweet that it's the last year and that I'm only gonna get to do this a couple more times. And it's just like, I don't know, every time out there, it just kind of sinks in like how incredible it is to be out there doing this with these guys in this place. But I mean, it's just incredibly exciting. It's one of the most intense things I've ever done, probably the most intense thing I've ever done. And so to go out there and do well is just fantastic. But I mean, I'm just so happy to be here.
You know, it's been a great weather phenomena coming through Reno. Not a cloud in the sky, cool weather. I mean, it's just been phenomenal. The jets are really performing and really well in this cool air. So the performance is, for us, is the best we've ever had at Reno. So we're excited for the last 2 days of racing here, and hopefully we can have great results.
Matt Guthmiller and Jerry Jive Kirby, again, our thanks to Jerry for allowing us to be inside the cockpit with him and give us some, no doubt, dramatic, right now, some dramatic views of the terrain around our racing area here. And certainly when they get, as you say, Rob, down close to the ground, it gets really exciting.
Certainly does. And here you see the view here from the cockpit of race team 11. over at our pace plane, our Embraer 505 airplane that will be our pace plane. The L-39 is going to be the observer from the back. And here's a great look at that. And this group did race earlier in the week. Now here we're jump back to Thursday. And David Sterling in the red and white L-39 on the pole there as he makes his way around. And you can see the black and yellow tumbling goose there is right with him. And you can see the blue aircraft right there with it as well. We're going to see here in just a minute Matt Guthmiller we just heard from. Quite a race here, Tommy, as they made their way down the backstretch. Those two aircraft, when they get that far north, a little bit of an optical illusion, but here as they come right to you, they are neck and neck, tail to tail, nose to tail, right over the coast. So that's what we're going to see here in just a few minutes, is just like that.
Yeah, that was the race for second. Here was your leader. It's really no problem for David Sterling. He really stepped out quickly and kept his lead through the perfect race, just about.
He did. Once he got started, you can see there the very smooth, and there he takes the checkered flag. Here was the race farther in the back. You see that Fugajet along with Miss Independence, the L-29, as they finish the race course, and we'll see those two aircraft here again in just a minute. And you can see them beginning to form up here on the live shot as we've made our way back to the current race that is beginning to gather up and make their way around. We were talking about Jive Kirby. We heard from just a minute ago. Now we get to see Jerry Kirby across the airshow circuit across North America quite a bit. Former Air Force fighter pilot, he flies several different types of aircraft on the airshow circuit, and then racing his L-39 Ivan is the airplane he calls the black airplane. But we are just honored to have him and the Reno Air Race Association making that available for us to have that in-cockpit view here, Tommy.
Well, as you see, they're getting close to being staged. They've already got him, whipped him to pretty good shape. He's only got four aircraft to wrangle here, so that makes it a little bit easier task.
Yeah, well, I think they're still gathering up. We had 5 depart, and so we're looking to make sure they circle around Peavine Mountain, which is the hill, basically, series of hills to the right side of your screen there. If you haven't been out to Reno itself, we're looking from the pylon cam, which is right on the course, as in the foothills, if you will. And we're looking south, and what a beautiful day, Tommy. The weather's just absolutely perfect. Our competitors are circling to the right of your screen behind that mountain. They just basically make a big sweeping left-hand turn and end up coming right towards you. The view you're looking, they'll be coming head-on here momentarily once they get lined up. And like we talked about earlier, they will line abreast. We talked about that in the explainer a little bit with the aircraft. We'll finally hear the pace plane say, "Gentlemen, you have a race." They will pull up and away, and we'll be on, Tommy. It's going to be 500+ miles an hour.
You heard Jerry talking about the nice temperature. It is room temperature, perfect temperature here. Of course, when you're operating these high-performance airplanes, they love that. They'll take that all day long.
Starting down, everybody bring it up in line abreast. Looks great.
Here we go. You hear that's the pace plane talking to the crews. We're going to listen in here.
Forward, 6-1, hold the Scott, 555.
And those adjustments, Tommy, as we listen in.
6,500, 230.
They're talking about airspeed, so everybody can match that, and then you'll also hear the pace plane call out the other aircraft by number, tell them to move up, move back, and we should hear the "Gentlemen, you have a race" here momentarily.
5-5, hold.
We are picking them up a good ways out there. That's a new shot for us, I think. First year we've been able to pick them up so far away, but it's nice.
Your pace plane will be far to the right of that group.
Gentlemen, you have a race.
There it is, Tommy. We are underway. We're back to the in-cockpit view from Race Team 11. You see the pace plane pulling up and away on the left, and they are dropping down, accelerating, making their way to the guide pylon. And as soon as they enter the course, we will be underway, Tommy, for 6 laps at 500 miles an hour here in the jet class.
Good clean start. Have fun.
On the pole position there was Jive Kirby. You're seeing that on the right side in the inset. Right beside him in the blue aircraft, Matt Guthmiller, race team 12. And behind that, we have Bob McCormick in the silver L29 on the right side of your screen, the one you see on the left there. So we're going to continue to be able to see out the window of this L39 jet on the inset to the right. Our aircraft are now, the two leaders are entering the Valley of Speed over to the left.
Race 11 leading race 12 as it happens here.
Tommy, we've clicked off one of our first of 6 laps already. It really happens really fast. And there's the shadow on the inset to the right, Tommy, that I talked about. You really get a feel for what 500 knots at 50 feet over the desert looks like. These aircraft are pulling a fair number of G's, which is multiple times the force of gravity, as they roll it up on the wing and go around these pylons. And there is a spectacular view on the left side of Jive Kirby coming by our pylon cam there in the up by the guide pylon.
That's 61. Just momentarily there, Tammy Camilleri, his independence. Back to our leader, Jerry Kirby.
Jive is on rails as he comes around the final pylon there, headed for the home pylon as he completes lap number 2. Makes his way around. Continue to see him on the inset to the right. We see the rest of the field beginning to come through here on the right. There is the red, white, and blue airplane of Al Hoover, race 17. Taking a little bit higher line.
Yeah.
Is Al Hoover than some of the other racers, but everybody has their strategy and their plan of what's going to work for them, and you can see where they're beginning to. That's all beginning to play out. But at this point, Jive Kirby had the pole, and he's continuing to just hold that lead out there. Tommy, he's coming around the north end of our course, around pylon number 6, headed southbound and into the Valley of Speed. There's a great look at the Miss Independence on the left. Is Tammy Camilleri, and back to our leader, Jive Kirby. Good view of Jive Kirby from both in the cockpit and looking at him as he heads north to the guide pylon again into the foothills. The terrain is rising underneath him, and he begins that turn there to make his way over to the Valley of Speed, coming around pylon number 4 as we look right here. It's Matt Guthmiller, just came over the top of us, Tommy. There you see another good look at him from across the race course. Continue to watch our leader on the right side in the in-cockpit view from Jive Kirby. And we watch Matt Guthmiller take his airplane down to the Valley of Speed, roll wings level, and accelerate. Guthmiller continues to bring the aircraft around towards the home pylon. And you noticed on the inset there to the right, Jive Kirby still out in front, heading past the home pylon, and now you can see the terrain beginning to rise underneath him again, and we see him here from the left side of your screen as well as he heads back into the foothills.
Very quickly, we're lap 5 of 6 laps already for our leader, Jerry Kirby.
Man, this goes so fast, Tommy. We are just scooting, like we said earlier, 2 football fields per second. Here we are, minimum altitude of 50 feet, excess of 500 miles an hour. truly the fastest motorsport on the planet, Tommy.
This is the one.
White flag, white flag.
There you heard the call. You saw the home pylon pass on the inset cockpit cam on the right. Jive Kirby headed for his final time around here in the Silver Heat. 3B of our jet class. Continue to watch Jive as he makes her. Here is Matt Guthmiller, who we heard from before the race. Sorry, that's Jive Kirby still. My apologies. There he is headed through the far north pylons 5 and 6. You can see those pylons come zinging by that cockpit view, Tommy. Every once in a while when he comes up on them, you should see another one here in just a second as he makes this final turn and heads into the Valley of Speed. There it goes right there. And then you'll watch him come around this right there's the pylon, and he'll roll out and come back towards the home pylon right here.
Checkered flag, recovery runway 8, wind 120.
Jerry Kirby, race team 11. Unofficially in first place. Tommy, it looks like our second place on the screen now. Matt Guthmiller, race team 12.
He's a few seconds behind. Unofficial winner, Jerry Kirby, Matt Guthmiller. Alpine Thunder.
And behind him here is Al Hoover, call sign Cool Breeze in the, excuse me, not in the Texas Fuga. This is
Bob McCormick.
Bob McCormick, my apologies, everyone. This is Nell 39. You can see the silver Bob McCormick there in the L29 behind him. And then here comes the Miss Independence, Tammy Camilleri, the L29. In our Fuga jet, the Texas Fuga, Al Hoover, excuse me, I'd used his name earlier, had pulled up early in the race.
In the third lap.
But here we are back to the start. You can see on the far left of the racers, Jerry Jive Kirby, race team 11, jumps out front. You see Matt Guthmiller right there with him. Those two would settle into first and second and pretty much stay there all the way around the course. They stayed with about that amount of spacing. Jive Kirby was able to pull away a little bit as we made our way through the 6 laps. Like we said, we did have the Texas Fuga and Al Hoover pull up and out of the race with an issue, but safely. And there's a great view from in-cockpit cam. And another view of Guthmiller, race 12.
Disregard.
Jerry Kirby, a veteran of jet racing here in Reno. Certainly knows his way around this one right here. Really given much trouble by second place Matt Guthmiller.
Another great look out of the cockpit of Ivan, the race 11, and Jive Kirby, and here he is coming to the checkered flag, our unofficial winner here in the Silver Heat 3B.
Here we go. Our Silver Heat results together. You see Jerry Kirby, unofficially your winner, and Ivan, race 12, Matt Guthmiller. Race 11 for Kirby, race 12 for Matt Guthmiller and Alpine Thunder. Bob McCormick, race 55, the Spirit of Freedom, Mark Davis. 55, excuse me. Race 55 is Bob McCormick, actually, in Spirit of Freedom. Mark Davis, 55 in the Phoenix, race 4. Tammy Camilleri, race 5 in 5th place. Don't go away. There's more jet racing to come today. But coming up next, when we come back, it's going to be sport racing. Sport Heat 3B is on its way. Many more racing. Lots of stuff left to go on day 4 of 5 days of racing here at the 2023 National Championship Air Races.
Many travel far and wide to experience sights like this. Me? I just have to step out my back door. We are stewards of this land. It's wild but familiar. And it's home. Welcome to our home. Welcome to Reno-Tahoe.
If you're ready to kick up some dust and find a horizon that hits just right, we know just the place. We are just the place. This is Nevada. When the urge to wander strikes, our otherworldly frontier awaits. Come give your soul room to roam in the weirdest, wildest West.
The National Championship Air Races are proudly sponsored by Michelob Ultra and Stella Artois, who'd like to remind you to drink responsibly and always designate a driver.
Play your favorite games at JJ's Sports and Spirits and earn entries to win a weekend getaway to a Raiders game in Las Vegas. Trip includes airfare, 2 nights hotel, dinner, and $250 cash. The football getaway giveaway only at JJ's Sports and Spirits.
Into construction. You know, we have been making mistakes with our tires and tubes in our general aviation aircraft for decades. Bad advice passed down from one generation to another. I want you to go to GoodyearAviation.com. You will find out by the numbers and the letters on your general aviation tires who made them, what the fly is, what the recommendation is for inflation. And by the way, you know, Roy, with aircraft tires, inflation is very important, except when it comes to price. Aviation tires are up about 28% in price. Tubes went up 53% in the last year. You can pay $60 for an inflation valve. So we need to know how to care for our tires, what to fill them with, what PSI goes on a tire, whatever weight the tire is, and things not to do that we did over the years. We made so many mistakes using baby powder when we put new tubes into new aircraft tires. The worst that you can do, it has cornstarch in it, and instead of being slidey, it's like a glue when it gets hot. It'll ruin your tire. And you know, every hangar for the last 80 years, on the ledge in the hangar was a bottle of baby powder passed down. For generation to generation, we only used it 1 or 2 times a year, and we were doing it wrong all the time.
But that's the way we always did it.
Yes,
so
we
it had to be right.
Because the old guys did it.
That's right.
GoodyearAviation.com with more education for you. And to keep the cost down on your aircraft tires. A big round of applause at our 1941 Porsche from Bakersfield Army Base. Give them a big round of applause. Show your enthusiasm with the waves and the cheers. And it is Barrett's Revenge, Chris Rushing, AC-6Ds, and another group.
Boy, they're noisy.
Okay, 2 vehicles for one team. Chris Rushing, 234 miles per hour. That was T6 race 2 Alpha. Race number 14, congratulations, Baron's Revenge, Chris Rushing, and Ruth. How cool is that? GoodyearAviation.com. Learn all you can about inflation good and inflation bad.
Shoot, I've got clean air pulled away, and you know the interval is what you saw there, about a half a lap there. So it was a great race for Team Race 11 and Ivan, and you know, we'll see how the Gold Heat does, and maybe I'll move up. But man, I love racing. 50 feet off the ground, doing, you know, almost 500 miles an hour. Just, there's nothing more of a thrill than that.
500 miles per hour, like 50 feet off the ground too.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, you saw I mean, hopefully everybody saw the in-cockpit cam, you know, which is broadcast live everywhere. So yeah, it's pretty cool.
Awesome. We'll let you get out of there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well done.
All right, Ivan.
Well done.
I love it. I
hate that.
We get to ride a fire truck.
I know. Thanks, team.
Well done.
Thanks, Thanks, team.
Yes, sir. Well done.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it.
All right.
Awesome.
Yes.
Thank you.
Support system here.
Oh yeah. This is. I mean, we bring a great crew here. You can't do these kind of races without an awesome crew. You know, just behind you 100%, and just working tirelessly to keep the airplane up to speed, clean, keep us fed, and entertaining people. And you know, like I said before in the interview, you know, it's their September family, right? So we come out here to be with people we love, do what we love, and that's what air racing's all about.
Yay! Ivan's doing great. Oh my gosh. You know, we've been coming to the races for 4 years as a team. Of course, missing 2020. And I've been coming to the races myself individually just as a spectator since 2004. So having my husband actually race in the jet class, because he is, of course, a jet fighter pilot, has been a true honor and thrill and privilege for us as a family. I can't say enough. It's just, again, it's our September family. It's wonderful for us to have the crew that we have behind us, supporting us and making this week possible for us. We hope to be wherever the next air races are, because Team Race 11, we're here forever.
Just getting started.
That's right. We are just now ramping up more with Ivan.
Florida will demonstrate the incredible flight characteristics of the Super Hornet. Joey and Lenny have extensive flight experience and have flown numerous sorties in support of operations around the globe. During this flight, Joey and Lenny will experience G-forces from -3 and up to 8 times the normal force of gravity, and speeds as fast as 700 miles per hour and as slow as 100 miles per hour as they maneuver the aircraft to the edge of its operating envelope. Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the left, where in a moment you will hear the Rhino's 2 GEF414 engine, turbofan engines spool up to their maximum power. After a brief systems check, Joey and Lenny will release the brakes, allow the engine's 44,000 pounds of thrust to accelerate the aircraft to its takeoff speed of 130 miles per hour. Through 3,000 feet, the aircrew will perform a 1/2 Cuban 8 maneuver or half loop, roll upright, and then demonstrate the Super Hornet's incredible pitch authority. Super Hornet is unique in its ability to operate at slow speeds and high angles of attack. The superior flight control computers will allow the pilot to position the aircraft when and where they need to. Observe how the aircraft rotates 180 degrees while in a nearly flat attitude, aptly named the flat pirouette. The Super Hornet's engines produce over 44,000 pounds of thrust and full afterburner. This allows the aircraft to sustain 8 times the force of gravity in a very tight turn radius. Whether in a dogfight or avoiding surface-to-air missiles, the ability of the Super Hornet to turn tight gives it tremendous tactical advantage. Ladies and gentlemen, watch as the aircraft enters from the left, rolls into a 90-degree angle of turn, and demonstrates the Super Hornet minimum radius turn. During this maneuver, the aircraft will approach you at nearly Mach 1, demonstrating use of speed to surprise an enemy. You may notice the white vapor coming off the jet, indicating that it's close to the speed of sound. Keep in mind that the speed at which they are flying is only half of the aircraft's maximum speed. Ladies and gentlemen, the Super Hornet high-speed pass. Pull the aircraft into the circle and quickly point the jet back into Earth to reorient for the next maneuver. Entering the maneuver at 350 miles per hour. Joey and Lenny will pull the jet into the vertical and roll the cannon towards the crowd. Selecting full afterburner as airspeed slows to 220 miles per hour. It's a very enjoyable negative 3G pushover instead of the airline. Joey and Lenny are now setting up for a maneuver known as the square loop. Selecting afterburner as the jet approaches show center, Joey and Lenny will rapidly reposition the nose 4 times while flying a square path through the sky. Ladies and gentlemen, from the left, the square loop. Ladies and gentlemen, from the right, the inverted whisper. Setting up for the high alpha pass. This maneuver will showcase the incredible slow speed and handling characteristics of the Super Hornet. Sometimes the aircraft with the ability to fly the slowest will have the advantage in air-to-air combat, as the adversary may be forced to fly in front of the fighter and thus become defensive. Few other aircraft in the world would attempt to maneuver at this slow speed and nose attitude. With 2 digital flight control computers aiding the aircrew, the 40,000-pound Super Hornet remains completely controllable at less than 100 miles per hour. Ladies and gentlemen, from the left, the Super Hornet high alpha pass. From the right, the aircrew will demonstrate the incredible pitch authority of the Super Hornet. Approaching show center, they will roll the aircraft into a 90 degrees and abruptly pull away from the crowd, showcasing the Rhino's ability to change directions quickly. Once lined up with the runway or in the groove, the aircraft will slow to on-speed angle of attack, which is how Navy tailhook aircraft determine their landing speed. This on-speed AOA correctly positions the aircraft hook to engage a wire aboard an aircraft carrier at sea. After touchdown, Joey and Lenny will throttle up to get airborne again and accelerate only a few feet above the ground prior to reaching minimum vertical airspeed. Ladies and gentlemen, have your cameras ready. In a few moments, the Rhino will approach from the right for the photo pass. This will give you an up-close look at the aircrew flying the Super Hornet today. On the right, the Super Hornet photo pass. As America progresses through the 21st century, it becomes increasingly important that we reflect on our nation's proud history, the people, events, and technological advances which have made our country great. By remembering, appreciating, and fully understanding the touchstones of our past, we will be able to more successfully chart the course for America's future. With this thought in mind, Commander, Naval Air Forces developed the Tailhook Legacy Flight, a dynamic flight demonstration program designed to keep naval aviation's ties to its proud heritage alive and viable. Under this program, vintage warbirds from naval aviation's past are flown alongside the high-tech weaponry representative of present-day Navy carrier aviation. Through these unique formation flight demonstrations, we hope to provide inspiration for the men and women who currently serve while attracting the best and brightest of our next generation of young Americans to join the future ranks of naval aviation. During the World War II battles of Coral Sea and Midway, the full capabilities of naval tactical air power began to be realized. Efforts of a handful of naval aviators flying from straight-deck aircraft carriers, two of the most decisive sea battles of the war in the Pacific were won. Unique in the history of naval warfare, neither battle involved the participant of service combatants. By the end of the war, the aircraft carrier had replaced the venerable battleship as the dominant weapon system of naval warfare. Although it has been over 70 years since the conclusion of the Second World War, a number of the aircraft which flew from the carrier decks during that conflict are still airworthy today. A testimony to both their durability and survivability, these vintage warbirds are now owned and operated by private individuals who, through their personal interest in maintaining and flying vintage aircraft, play an active role in keeping the history of naval aviation alive and actively on display. hope you have been inspired by what you have seen here this afternoon and will consider joining the Naval Aviation team. job of the naval aviator is not complete until their aircraft is back aboard and floating home. Landing on board a tiny moving runway in the middle of the ocean is a skill that has been continuously perfected throughout naval aviation history. The approach to carrier is often the most dangerous part of the naval aviator's mission. airplane you saw here today is one actually used by Strike Fighter Squadron 122 to train new FA-18 pilots and weapons system officers at Naval Air Station Moore, California. The demonstration aircraft you saw fly currently serve as instructors at VFA 122. Today there are over 24 Squadron Squadrons in the Navy. Some of which are as of the flying support operations overseas. It takes many dedicated to altitude and women and countless hours to maintain fitness and life speeds. Without their efforts, we would not be able to conduct our business we do on a daily basis. A special thanks goes out to our maintainers and support crew with us today. On behalf of the United States Navy and the West Coast Ground Demo Team, I would like to thank you all for allowing us to demonstrate the F-18 Super Hornet here at Reno. There you go, folks. Make some noise for your United States Navy F-A-18. We'd like to make one special shout out. Joey is joined here today by his wife Ashley, mother Patricia, and father Robert, and Lenny is joined by his wife Maddie. Let's give the families a big round of applause as well. Let's support these fine people. Thank you.
All right, Sport Class 3B on the way. We're getting ready to run this one here, the silver class for sports. 6 laps, 41 miles total. That's our top qualifier right there. Joe Coraggio, race number 6.
Yeah, Tommy, as he begins to get airborne, there is our number 2 qualifier, Peter Balmer, Wilderswil, Switzerland, race 67, the Swiss Thunder.
Qualifier, there he is right there. George Catalano, Scottsdale, Arizona. Bad Dingo. With the dark red below.
And right behind him, we've got to race 7, Kevin Eldridge out of Spokane, Washington, and Griffin.
John Flanagan, Screaming Mimi, that is race, nope. That's race number 2, so we've got a change there. That's Vince Walker right from Vulcan, Missouri, so we've got an order change there.
And departing in behind them, we'll expect to see here in just a second. We've got Doug Glover, I think, possibly just going by there. And some real quick adjustments there, Tommy, is they're adapting to that F-18 demo, just finishing. They're getting the sport class up and airborne. And we'll be ready to race here in a minute.
We're scheduled to have 8 in the field here. Sometimes we have some last-minute changes. We'll try to stay on top of that for you, but we do know that our number 1 qualifier is in the field and is in the air. Joe Coraggio from Brookfield, Wisconsin.
Well, so far it's been a great Saturday. Saturday of race week, beautiful weather, good day for racing, and we're really excited for the Heat 3B.
How are you starting today?
We're starting in the pole position today in Heat 3B. Yesterday there was a little shuffle between the different races. Peter Balmer bumped down, that bumped Breathless up, and we're now in the pole position. So by happenstance, we have a great starting position this year.
What kind of advantage
You know, it's a huge advantage to be in the pole position. You have the inside line. You get to fly whatever line you want. You have clean air. You're not worried about flying off of other people. So huge advantage to be in the pole position. It takes probably 4 or 5, maybe even 6 miles an hour for somebody to get around you. So I'll be flying defense today. Peter Balmer's airplane should be about 10 or so miles an hour faster than mine. So it'll be really interesting to see if he can get around me today or not.
Let's take a look at race 2B, the silver second race of this meet here. That was yesterday. Started out with Conrad Huffstutler in the lead there. That was, look at Kevin Elder just playing right there. There's Huffstutler.
Yeah, Tommy, this was a very competitive race yesterday, and you just heard Joe Coraggio talk a little bit about how that all kind of shook out and who bumped up and bumped down. But we had really a very solid performance out front with the Lancer legacy known as Breathless from Huffstutler.
Yeah, he got that good pole position that Joe was talking about right there, and took full advantage of it right there.
And that great race he had yesterday that you're seeing parts of here actually bumped him up, as we heard, into the gold, which sets up our silver pairing that you see our competitors here gathering up airborne. You can see the pace plane is Jerry Jive Kirby and race team 11. The L-39 is going to serve as the pace plane for us here as we get ready to go. And you can see the competitors are still maneuvering around and getting lined up as there was a little bit of departure as they got off in usually they depart in order, but looked like a couple of them were kind of shuffled around there. So there's some maneuvering happening here, but what they're going to do is, much like our other faster classes, they're going to circle around behind Peavine Mountain and line up to come drop into the course. Now this is our silver class. They will drop into the very first lap, Tommy. They will be on our larger 8-mile course. And then they, on the race laps, they drop down to our 6.7 or 7-mile inner course, we call it, for the sport class here. So it's going to be a great race. We're going to end up with 6 laps, a little over 41 miles total, and that should be very competitive. These are all Kidder home-built, amateur home-built airplanes for the most part, 350 to 400 miles an hour. In some of the faster aircraft, it's really seen as a research and development race class. A lot of innovation is encouraged. You see different competitors applying different types of turbocharging or supercharging, even nitrous injection, all kinds of innovation. I know that some of them have gone out and 3D printed the air intakes that come into their engines, just trying to maximize the aerodynamics, squeeze every drop of efficiency and reduce drag and try to get that extra little miles per hour they can. So you see a great job here of the field beginning to line up and get set here as they work their way around behind the crowd and behind to line up. We have 6 competitors there in the field, in the shot there, Tommy. And there's the 7th. They're catching up. So we're still trying to catch them up from that original departure. It takes them a little bit to circle around, and they will be efficiently managed, and we will have a great shot of them dropping back into our race course here momentarily. One of the things we talked about, this being an innovation encouraged in this class, Tommy, they do have some rules that limit a little bit. They are limited to 1,000 cubic inches or less on these engines. But like I said, they can fuel inject them, supercharge them, turbocharge them. They use the constant speed or variable speed props. Exotic fuels are certainly allowed and often even encouraged, right, to be competitive. That's what you need to do. So we see 7 competitors there now on screen, plus our pace plane. They're beginning to get gathered up as they circle around behind and make their way behind Peavine Mountain. A lot of the technology that gets innovated here really has a direct connection into our general aviation industry here in the United States. And a lot of what that is driven by is these general aviation manufacturers, say propellers, for example. Horowin, Macaulay, Hartzell, Cato Props, they're all partnering with these racers to get the newest and best out here on that. We see a great shot of the air show portion of our 2023 National Championship Air Races and Air Show. This is the Game Bird, Philip Steinbach, British-built aerobatic airplane that you can buy. Tommy, you could actually own one of these if you're game. They're very, very capable aerobatic airplanes. You can see demonstrated here.
See if I can find a dealer near me.
See the large control throws as Philip puts that aircraft through its paces. A little bit of a slide there as he slid uphill, and then he brings it back around. You see the smoke coming out of that. That is just coming through the exhaust. It's a paraffin-based air show smoke oil. And you see a great snap roll there, cross control. That's the wing stall. Rolls it over, the airplane's flying again. What a fantastic example here on the aircraft.
Put you in mind of some of these sport class airplanes here, very high tech, very futuristic looking, and also very fast and nimble.
Well, just another great example of the fantastic job that this whole entire air race and air show is. It's the mecca of aviation entertainment for sure here in September. The September family has gathered, and here we are on Saturday, Tommy. We're about to get ready with the Sport Silver race here.
10, bring it up. Hear some of the radio traffic going on as they put the finishing touches on the
34, you're looking
men
good.
lined up.
2, bring it back just a bit.
You can hear our pace plane adjusting the racers. You can hear them calling them by race number. 2 move up, 3 move back, whatever. That is just to help to get them line abreast. They will come from behind Peavine Mountain. They'll be headed due north, headed for our guide pylon. They will begin to descend, and you'll hear the pace plane tell the racers, gentlemen, you have a race. The pace plane will pull up. The aircraft can accelerate out in front of each other, but they have to stay in their respective race lanes, and there it is, Tommy. We have a race. We are on our way, and there you can see the pace plane pulling up. Down in the lower portion of your screen, you can see the racers as they're making their way to you. This shot, our camera out in the desert at the guide pylon with the racers coming right at you. Looks like Joe Coraggio in the pole position with Peter Balmer next to him. And now in second as they make their way around. Remember, this first lap is on the larger 8-mile course. There you see our first 2 aircraft, leader in first and second place. They'll make their way back through the Valley of Speed, accelerating to well over 300 miles an hour in this class. You heard that from our interview before we started, Tom.
Third place is George Catalano, race 56 there you can see.
We heard from Joe Coraggio talking about Balmer. He anticipated Balmer to be faster than he is, but like all closed course racing, Coraggio had the pole position, so he's got the inside track, and Balmer would have to take the longer way around to pass on the outside. So we'll see how that develops if it plays out the way that Joe anticipated, but we'll see where it is. But at least on the first lap, he has held position, and they are coming to the home pylon to complete our initial first of 6 laps here in this silver period.
Joe Balmer maintaining that distance.
What a great look as our racers come over our pylon cam out in near the guide pylon in the foothills. It's a good look at race 45, Doug Glover, his Lancer Legacy that just went by. You can hear some of that radio traffic, Tommy. Not only do they pass on the outside, but they're able to talk to each other, give each other situational awareness, because the aircraft may be coming from behind where you may not see them, and they tell them, hey, I'm on your right, I'm on your left, etc. So it's all about safety in addition to going fast and winning the race.
And that's the top qualifier, Joe Coraggio in front. Ramp Rats Ride is the name of that plane, Lancer Legacy, race number 6.
What a great look at him here as he brings it back to complete lap number 2. race 6 completes lap 2. Now, this is farther back in the pack, Tommy, as we're coming across the start-finish line. Race 34 there on the left, I believe, is John Flanagan in the Screaming Mimi. And then above him to the right, you can see those two are wingtip to wingtip. Now, fair amount of altitude on our competitor on the right, but my guess is when he gets farther north here into the foothills, he's going to translate that altitude as he drops his nose and accelerates. There's a good look at those two there. Race 34 has the lower inside track at the moment. You can see now as they're making their way into the foothill, the terrain is rising under them as they make their way towards the pylons farther up. Now in these later laps, Tommy, we are on our inner track, our 7-mile course for these sport aircraft. But we jump back to our leader here.
Joe Coraggio's still out in front. Maybe he's lengthened his lead a bit in the course of 3 laps, which he is about to wrap up lap number 3. Peter Balmer still in second place.
You saw Peter there for a second. I think Joe Coraggio sold himself short a little bit in that pre-race interview. He's certainly maintaining and not losing any ground to Balmer, who's flying in second place. Great look of our competitors there coming around, headed for pylon number 1 and 2 there.
Should be George Camilano right there. 56.
Turbocharged engines coming by. Man, this is some kind of excitement. 300+ miles an hour here in this silver pairing. You can see our leader there on your screen as he makes his way down through the Valley of Speed, headed back to pylons 7, 8, and 9. So he continues to lead here as we're beginning to close out lap number 4 of 6. Another good look at our first 2 competitors. You see our leader here, and in that shot around that last pylon, you can see Peter Balmer, race 67, right behind him. But again, Coraggio in race number 6 seems to be holding his lead, Tommy, up front.
I think that pole position was the equalizer between him and Balmer as far as the speed differential he talked about.
Good racing all across the course as the aircraft have spread out a little bit. Continuing to try to run down Coraggio, but Coraggio doing a great job here on the far north end of our course as he makes his way around.
Peter Balmer, second place plane right there. That is Balmer's race 67 of Switzerland.
Beautiful red and white airplane, Tommy. You can see him right behind our leader.
First by 9. White flag, white flag.
You heard that on the radio. Coming across the home pylon right here, Coraggio in Ramp Rat's ride continues to lead. He's on the left side of your screen. Second place on the right, Peter Balmer. And we are in our final trip around the course here, Tommy.
Wisconsin. His Lancer legacy.
Here you see our 2 competitors on both sides of your screen. Our leader on the left completing pylon number 6. And as he turns right there around 6, headed down through the Valley of Speed one last time here in this Sport Heat 3B, our silver pairing. Race 34, that's John Flanagan in the Screaming Mimi. There, the all-wide aircraft, making his way back up to the foothills. But as we jump back, now on the split screen, you got your leader on the right. Second place on the left is Peter Balmer in the red and white aircraft. can see him slide through the back of this shot on the right.
Checkered flag, runway 8, 1907, gust 16.
Taking the checkered flag there, unofficially your winner here at Sport Heat 3B.
Balmer crossed right behind him there, Tommy, unofficially in second.
Should have George Catalano, there he is. Coming across right there, the darker red on the bottom. Here's Mark. Third place, unofficially for Catalano.
And this is race 34 in fourth place. John Flanagan, Screaming Mimi, Glass Air, SH3.
Well done, Joe.
Continuing to come around the final pylons here, making his way back towards the start-finish line. And the checkered flag for our competitors. In the back as we wrap up this race, let's go back and look at the start here, Tommy. We had Coraggio there on the far left of your screen in the on the pole position. You can see the red aircraft on this side next to the right. That is Balmer in second. They are side by side somewhat as they get to the guide pylon, and then they make that first turn, and Coraggio was able to hold it off. Back in the pack with John Flanagan. Pretty good race there for a while in race 34, but out front we had Joe Coraggio, race number 6, was able to stay in front of Peter Balmer the entire time. There you see a good look at him coming through on that, and there is as he goes around. Oh, I'm sorry, that's our leader, Coraggio. My apologies.
Thrilled to get the pole position, and could make it pay. That's exactly what he set out to do, and hold it off, unofficial.
Here you see the final couple laps as they made their way around, and here comes Joe Coraggio, race 6. The Rant Raps Ride. Taking the unofficial checker flag for first with Balmer in second.
Take a look at the unofficial results there again. Joe Coraggio, Ramp Rats Ride number 6. On top, Peter Balmer, Swiss Thunder, 67 in second place. George Catalano, 56. In Bad Dingo, Vince Walker, race number 2. Moto Mio in fourth place. Timothy Slayer and Cruise Missile going up into 10th. Race number 10 going up into 5th place. John Flanagan, race 34. White Lightning in 6th. And Doug Glover, KX Heat Racing, race 45. Plenty more racing on the way, getting into the thick of it this afternoon in Reno. We have unlimited class, the marquee class here in Reno coming up. This is the silver class of racing. Unlimited 3B is on the way when we return.
Many travel far and wide to experience sights like this. Me? I just have to step out my back door. We are stewards of this land. It's wild but familiar. And it's home. Welcome to our home. Welcome to Reno-Tahoe.
If you're ready to kick up some dust and find a horizon that hits just right, we know just the place. We are just the place. This is Nevada. When the urge to wander strikes, our otherworldly frontier awaits. Come give your soul room to roam in the weirdest, wildest West.
The National Championship Air Races are proudly sponsored by Michelob Ultra and Stella Artois, who'd like to remind you to drink responsibly and always designate a driver.
Play your favorite games at JJ's Sports and Spirits and earn entries to win a weekend getaway to a Raiders game in Las Vegas. Trip includes airfare, 2 nights hotel, dinner, and $250 cash. The football getaway giveaway only at JJ's Sports and Spirits.
Big time celebration here in Reno, Nevada. 6 decades of excellence here at the National Championship Air Races, and so great to have had Reno-Tahoe all these many years as a host city, providing just a great backdrop. So many attractions to enjoy out here. It truly is the very best of the West. You've got the mountains in every view, in every direction. You can get up into them in a matter of just a few minutes in downtown Reno. Very different sort of city with great nightlife, lots of arts and entertainment. Biggest little city in the world, Reno, Nevada. We have enjoyed it for 6 decades and still enjoying it. Enjoying the party that's going on right now. Fun. The National Championship Air Races. There's the A-10, Rob.
The A-10 Warthog 2, Tommy. We're about to, the folks there in Reno, at Reno State Airport, witness the Air Combat Command United States Air Force A-10 demo team. Captain Lindsey Johnson, call sign MAD, be flying here.
Well, stick around with us. We got our Unlimited 3B, the silver class of Unlimited, coming up just a few minutes away.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take a moment to describe the unique history of what you're about to watch. In 1997, the leaders of Air Combat Command assembled a select group of retired military civilian performers to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the United States Air Force.
Oh shit, look at his camera. Yeah, no wonder he's like, I'll take the photo for you.
From this gathering was born the Heritage Flag, a unique visual representation of Air Force history, from the days of the Army Air Corps to the present. What started out as a one-time event has grown in popularity and demand. And now, Heritage Flags performed at air shows and special events in the United States and around the world. caution today in that beautiful World War II era P-51 Mustang, piloted by the awesome Steve Hinton. In the United States Air Force 810 Thunderbolt II, piloted by Captain Lindsey Mad Johnson. Heritage to Horizons. Air Force Heritage Flight. Tony Detroit, Washington, taking pride in his heritage flag for 70 years. Air Power Heritage. Since 1947, American aircraft have breaking barriers, air, space, and cyberspace, resulting in a force that provides unparalleled global vigilance, reach, and power. Ladies and gentlemen, we're not done yet. From the left, Captain Johnson. With a Stol. Let's hear it, Reno. Ladies and gentlemen, you're in for a treat. The Steve Hitton from the left with a Mustang throw. Let's hear it again, Reno. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the United States Air Force, the Commander of Air Combat Command, General Mark Kelly, and all the men and women of Air Combat Command, we would like to welcome you again to the Reno Air Races. I'm the 18th Dental Team, Non-Commissioned Officer in Charge, Technical Sergeant Alan Brewer from Sacramento, California. With me is our Superintendent, Master Sergeant Brian Sandoval from Santa Fe, New Mexico. Joining us is our safety officer and combat-ready attack pilot, Captain Jose Chuco Pines from Guatemala City, Guatemala. As a member of Air Combat Command, 352nd Wing, located at Davis Montgomery Air Force Base in Tucson, Arizona, it is my pleasure to describe to you a capability demonstration by the heavily feared and effective close-air support aircraft, the A-10 Thunderbolt II. Our mission is to provide the close-air support needed for our Army, Marine, Navy, and all allied ground forces so they can operate anywhere at any time. The A-10 demonstration pilot is Captain Lindsey Johnson, call sign MAD, from Satellite Beach, Florida. Since commissioning through the United States Air Force Academy in 2014, Captain Johnson has become a veteran instructor pilot with over 1,350 hours in the A-10, including 87 combat missions, amassing 430 flight hours, supporting Americans in coalition ground forces over the skies of Afghanistan. The government's toughness, tenacity, devastating good looks. The people that know it best, the pilots who fly it, and the service members who maintain it have all unofficially dubbed it the Warthog. There are over 260 A-10s still in service today, operated by Air Combat Command, the Pacific Air Forces, the Air National Guard, and the Air Force Reserve. Ladies and gentlemen, look to your right. Here comes Captain Johnson and the A-10 Thunderbolt II. Captain Johnson now position the A-10 right past the show line, which should perform a double aileron roll. The Hogs aileron make up almost half the size of the swing, enabling unparalleled stability at slower speeds. Now, from your left, Captain Johnson and the MAD roll. unmatched by any comparable fighter. The A10's turbofan engines add more than just power to its performance. At just over 9,000 pounds of gross use, they propel the A10 at a top speed of 450 knots. They are much quieter than comparable engines, making the warthog much harder to hear and aiding immensely in achieving tactical surprise. It's the A10's quick turn rate and small turn radius, which enable it to work effectively on battlefield, even under marginal weather conditions. Let's go to the cockpit of the A10. Hear what Captain Johnson has to say.
Honored to be here at the Reno really quick. What an incredible crowd we have out here. Thank you guys so much for coming out to support us. We're looking at the real deal. I want to give a shout out to Carolina and Field and Taylor for coming out to support the team. Thank you guys.
Let's hear it, Reno.
Very back.
As you heard, it will take Captain Johnson about 30 seconds to get back into firing position. Two hogs working together. Enemy horses will be under 8-10 fire once every 10 to 15 seconds.
Gorgeous. We got lots of races coming up. We have an unlimited heat. We got a jet heat, 4 heat. We're going to end it off with 4 unlimited. Are you ready for it? Well, it's going to be like that. We'd love to go home. So a few minutes later. Are you ready for it? Yeah, Reno. That's what it's all about right there. Friends, just want to remind you that there is no smoking on the airport grounds. That is rules from the airport and from other authorities. So please, no smoking, cigarettes, cigars, vaping, anything like that. It's not us. We're just passing on the information. So please, no smoking.
We have unlimiteds on your screen right there because we're about to have an unlimited race here. This is going to be the silver class. This is heat 3B of the unlimiteds. We have got 8 planes set to go here. We'll get them all lined up, and pretty soon, Rob Lowe, we will get them up in the air and moving around the back.
Tommy, for sure, this is going to be, as we continue to work our way towards Medal Day on Sunday, this is one of the final heats for the silver group here, and we've got a great pairing, a great set of 8 aircraft here in front of us that are going to go. Some of the historic birds in front of us that have a long history here at Reno, in addition to a historic grouping of just historic, warbirds in front of us. But you see them beginning to line up there on the runway. They take the runway. They'll be departing here in just a minute. But on the far right side would be your pole sitter, Stephen Couches, at a State Line, Nevada, and he will lead the field off here momentarily, Tommy. These are the bad boys of speed.
The bad boys?
As you said, she said a minute ago, the iconic Reno Air Racing category or class here. They will fly our largest 8-mile course once they get airborne. It will be these amazing aircraft, all one right after the other. And you see coming into view here is our T-33 pace plane. That is piloted by Steve Hinton Sr., who himself, a 2-time national champion. He holds numerous speed records in aircraft. He held the world speed record propeller-driven aircraft from 79 to 89. And here he flies the Ace Maker T-33, courtesy of Ace Maker Air Shows. And that will be our pace plane, Tommy. And these highly modified, almost exotic World War II era warbirds are so fast in this class, we have to have a jet to be a pace plane.
And that's a good thing.
That is a
we
great
think that's
thing.
a great thing.
That is a great thing. we're about to really rattle your bones here in just a minute. If you're breathing, this will light your fire, I promise. This is going to be something to see.
The second fastest class, arguably the loudest class in a good way again.
There we go, and we've got the clearance to depart for our pace plane. You can see him roll, and you'll see our aircraft now will introduce the field as they each roll out to take off.
That, as you mentioned, ahead of us there, Stephen Couches. Number 1 qualifier, race number 43, the P-51. And he calls it 51.
Beautiful shot of the iconic aircraft that helped win World War II. Here is Brent Seghetti, race 44 in Sparky, another P-51D model.
Right there is Wee Willie 2, the olive drab and silver P-51 Mustang. Rob Patterson, Corona, California. That's race 81.
Up next is Miss Mavel. Jim Rust, race 69 out of El Cajon, California. Another D model P-51 Mustang.
Base plane starting to left turn. I'll be 165 knots.
R.T. Dixon, Charlotte, North Carolina. This is race 51. Swamp Fox, P-51.
Now for a little bit different look, this is the iconic World War II aircraft, the P-40. This is Jim Thomas, race 18 out of Danville, California. Airplane we affectionately know as Sneak Attack.
And this one drew in at a late moment here in this race. Great to have Miss America in this race. Brent Heisey, race 11.
Another P-51 there as Brent gets that aircraft rolling. And here, just an older model P-51. This is the C model. You'll notice the canopy is a little different. John Maloney out of Lincoln, California, race 19 in the Boise B.
So they depart to the south, around to the south and east. Meantime, let's take you back to just a few minutes ago. In Sport Class B, 3B.
Tommy, as we look at this, is Joe Coraggio on the pole there on the
start
left
to
as
the
they
race.
drop
The chute
in.
looked good from my perspective. Of course, I'm only looking at the pace plane, but it looked great coming down the chute. And then from there, I just fell onto the course and kind of got in my groove. The engine was running great, nice and cool, and we had a great race. Next is to check out the airplane and make sure that's ready to go for tomorrow. We'll debrief the flight and celebrate for today. Do a fire truck ride, first one since my rookie year, so I'm excited about that, and I know the team is too.
Joe Coraggio drew the top qualifying position, pole position, and he was delighted about that. He thought that gave him a much better chance to get ahead of the eventual second place plane, Peter Balmer, and that is the exact way it played out. So that was a very elated Joe Coraggio we just heard from right there.
Joe Coraggio, first place. Good job, Joe.
Coraggio number 1, Peter Balmer number 2 in that race right there. That was the sport class, silver class. They will race again tomorrow for that silver medal in the all-important sport class.
Tommy, we jump back to a live view here of our unlimited class that just departed. Also silver pairing here, but in the unlimited class, the bad boys of speed, you can see our pace plane, the T-33 jet on the left of your screen, and our 8 competitors beginning to get gathered up. We've got 5 of them there. The rest are catching up, so they will circle around, continue that wide arcing left turn around Peavine Mountain, and they will drop in initially. You'll see them line abreast. That's part of the activity the pace plane does, is get the fighters and the pilots all lined up. Line abreast, side by side, as they drop in and make their way back around. You'll hear, gentlemen, you have a race. The pace plane will pull up and move around, and we'll have a race.
Again, the top qualifier is race number 33 at 322.5 miles an hour. That's Stephen Couches from State Line, Nevada, race number 43 in the Mustang. We talked to him earlier.
Coming here for quite a long time. My dad first bought this airplane. It was his airplane in 1967 when he finished it. And he raced it one time in Mojave in 1970. My first year racing was last year, and I raced the Barnall Special last year. And did very well with that. I was actually bumped up to gold. It was my rookie year, so I got Rookie of the Year as well. So this year, I decided to, since it's the last year of Reno, I wanted to bring my dad's airplane back out and race it, and I'm doing very well. I'm holding my silver pole position, and hopefully win the silver on Sunday.
Well, this was the silver class 2B from yesterday's race here. Friday, 6 laps.
And Tommy, same as yesterday, Couches was on the pole, and he took that advantage. Here you see him out front, taking the inside line. Never really challenged in this heat yesterday on his way, and that's where how he ended up back on the pole here today. Speedball Alice there in the shot behind him as those two battled it out yesterday, making their way around our large 8-mile course.
Brent Sigeti and Sparky, you see his next race here, participated, of course, yesterday as well.
There was, you saw Speedball Alice there for a little while, was right up behind Stephen Couches as they made their way through. But like we said earlier, he had the pole. He started out there in the beautiful all-silver airplane. that he just told us was his dad's airplane from 1967. So much history here, and especially in this class, and here he is taking the checkered flag in the B race yesterday. So, Tommy, let's learn a little bit more about the Unlimited class. We've got, like we said, they race on our large 8-mile course. We're going to do 6 laps. These speeds are going to be well over 5 or close to 500 miles an hour. Here's a great in-cockpit shot from an earlier race. This is coming down the chute. You can see the smoke in the far left of your screen. That is the pace plane, our red in our diagram here. He gets them all lined up side by side. You'll hear, gentlemen, you have a race. The pace plane will pull up. Our racers need to stay in their lane all the way to the guide pylon, but they can accelerate out in front of each other. Once at the guide pylon, they can turn in and complete a pass, and it looks very much like this as they go by the guide pylon. Here you see Miss America from a previous race last year, but it looks just like this, and we will get to see her, Miss America, again here in just a few minutes.
Weren't expecting to see Miss America, but very, very happy that, as they say in horse racing, drew in at the last moment. So that's terrific.
Yeah, filled out our field of 8 here in the silver pairing for the race we're going to see. These are, like we said, the bad boys of speed. This is the iconic class, the Unlimited class. As the name says, the only real rules that you have in this class, Tommy, has to be piston powered and it has to be propeller driven. After that, exotic fuels, superchargers, blowers, whatever you want to do, it's there's a lot of options that can exist in this class. Now they will be flying at over 400 miles an hour and approaching even faster than that in this class because we're in the silver class as they're going to make their way around 13 pylons on our large 8-mile course.
You're just checking in with us in our coverage here today. I want to remind you that this is the subtitle of this event is The Final Flag, as we see our planes just coming into vision up there, the smoke coming from the lead.
That's the pace plane with the smoke on. You can see our competitors to the left on your screen, to the pace plane's right. And on the pole will be Stephen Couch's race 43. We'll be able to hear on the radio here momentarily when the pace plane tells them they have a race. You can see now they are descending. They're accelerating, ladies and gentlemen. The adrenaline is up. The manifold pressure is coming up in these complex World War II airplanes. They're looking at RPM. They're looking at manifold pressure. They are accelerating and ready to go. We will have the iconic Unlimited racing for you here. 6 laps as they drop right into your living room.
Yeah, gentlemen, you're looking good. Gentlemen, you got it.
There it is, Tommy. You see our pace plane pull up. We heard the call on the radio. We are underway. Our competitors are accelerating out in front of each other, staying in their lanes as they make their way to the guide pylon.
Stephen Couch's Brent Seghetti making a move there early on from second place. That's Miss America.
Tommy, just listen to those beautiful V12 engines as they go by, but Miss America definitely got the whole shot from position number 7 and jumped out to an early lead coming around the first pylon there. And we'll see this shot. You see the field making their way to the Valley of Speed. The Valley of Speed named after this class, Tommy. They'll be making their way towards our pylon cams, and we'll be able to see Miss America has definitely jumped out front and, quite frankly, is putting a little distance on the field as they're making their way back to the home pylon. Dr. Brent Heise, normally up in the gold class, I believe is making a statement here, Tommy, that he needs to be in the gold class for tomorrow. Still in the heat racing, you can still move up and move down. We see this grouping here. That is second place on your left with Stephen Couches and Brent Seghetti following, but there's your leader. Dr. Brent Heise, Miss America, pulling away, making a statement here, making his case to be in the gold race tomorrow.
You calling race control?
Brent Heise from Ardmore, Oklahoma. This plane has been racing here a good many years.
You see some movement on the right side of your screen. You see Stephen Couches down low. Coming up behind him is Rob Patterson and Wee Willie too, making his way around. Again, you got to pass on the outside. There appears to be some momentum for him to be able to do that. as he comes back around. There we get a great look at that. You see Stephen Couch is down low as they make their way back to you coming through the Valley of Speed.
Wee Willie on the left there. Race 81.
Back to our leader. This is Miss America. Iconic racer here at Reno. Excited to see that airplane campaigning again by Dr. Brent Heisey here in our 59th year here at Reno. The P-51 C model, Tommy, that has made his way all the way up to second.
Yeah.
And that is who's beginning. And in fact, now it looks like he has passed Stephen Couches as they go around the far northern end of the course. So he's moved his way into second place. Couches in third, and on the left side of your screen is our leader, Brent Heisey in Miss America. So John Maloney had something in the tank. He's been saving for today.
We haven't seen it yet, but we're seeing it now.
Yeah, he came from the 8th position. So your leader started 7th, your number 2 aircraft started 8th, and they have jumped up on the field. That time is not only the iconic sound of Reno Air Racing, that is the sound of freedom, the airplane that helped win the air war in World War II. Watching the D model in the Miss America, red, white, and blue, first place leader aircraft, and then in second place you see the C model, Boise B, P-51 C model, a little bit older version, but equally as iconic. And boy, these two are tearing it up here today, Tommy, in this silver plane. They have really put some distance between these two in the field. They've definitely pulled away. We're already in lap 4, Tom, if you can believe it. 3/4 of the way through this as Dr. Heisey makes his way around the guide pylon. And here comes John Maloney doing the same thing. Left side of your screen, just for a little orientation. Miss America dropping into the Valley of Speed. Boise B on the right, climbing into the foothills where the guide pylon is. About half a lap apart, these two.
White flag, white flag.
Final lap for Miss America.
You can see in the shot on the left, the Miss America just went by the guide pylon, taking the white flag, is gaining on the P-40, the brown camo P-40 there. And you can see that shot there. There is a shot of all the way farther to the north. Continue to follow our number 2 aircraft on the right side, the Boise B and the P-51 C model with John Maloney in race 19.
Right at the back.
Here comes your, as far as we know right now, take the white flag, Miss A.
As all of our competitors continue to make their way around. On the left side, you see encountering lap traffic now is the Miss America P-51. Dr. Brent Heisey, that is your leader, completing his last trip around our large 8-mile course.
Be as careful as he wants to in this last stretch here. He's mounted quite the lead, coming from way back in the pack, very early, right the first lap.
And here he comes to the checkered flag, Tommy.
Checkered flag.
There is your unofficial winner here in Heat 3B.
Repeat, 26. Wind 2505, gust 11.
Now on screen, that is your second place aircraft up on the far north end of the course, beginning to head into the Valley of Speed. That is race 19 and John Maloney. Good look at these aircraft down at the minimum altitude, 50 feet. There is the Boise Bee making his way to the checkered flag, Tommy. Unofficially second.
Race 19, about 40 seconds behind Miss America.
This looks like Wee Willie 2 being followed by Brent Seghetti and Sparky. Looks like Sparky's out in front there. Wee Willie 2, that's a very close finish for third and fourth, we believe. Here comes Stephen Couches. Nope, I'm sorry. That is still Jim Preston. I apologize. Well, let's jump back to the start. You'll notice Miss America there, kind of on the left part of your screen, got a very quick jump, accelerated and got out to the guide pylon first, out in front of Stephen Couches, who had the pole position. Normally the pole is the advantage, but here you see right away going through the guide pylon, and Dr. Brent Heisey and Miss America moving this way. Also coming from the back of the pack was John Maloney in the C model P51, making his way around the pole sitter here to the outside. That is Stephen Couches down low, but here it is, the Boise Bee just picking them up and putting them down, and held that all the way to finish unofficially in second, Tommy.
I cannot remember the last time we had a 7th and 8th, eight-plane race finish 1 and 2.
Well, Saturday is always the place where we see a lot of the final strategies come out, because that is where we set the field for our medal races, which will likely be tomorrow. And that is where Dr. Brent Heisey, I think, was making a statement today to get back into the gold class. Here you see him coming to the checkered flag, finishing this silver pairing race, and he definitely made a statement that he is anticipating and needing to be in the gold class. There is Boise Bee doing the same.
Well, you've got to expect that he's going to be flying in that gold class tomorrow, but we will wait and see. Everything's got to be made official before we can assert that for a fact. Take a look at some jets there. We've got some jet action on the way.
Yes, those are sport class aircraft taxiing out as well, Tommy. That looks like it might be our Sport Heat 3A Gold class. The two leaders on the far right of your screen there are the top qualifiers all week long in the gold class here, so that you see those taxiing out.
That'll be their last run before the run for the medal tomorrow, for the gold medal. Scheduled to have some jet racing before that. Gold class for jet as well, sorry.
Yeah, given that these aircraft are taxiing, Tommy, we may have a little bit of an order swap. We'll just have to watch and see. For those of you at home, just be flexible with us. We will certainly bring it all to you live. We'll bring it to you first class and have it right in front of you. But looks like the gold pairing for the sport class is taxiing out, but we also have some jets beginning to move. That would be the pace plane there, I believe, the black aircraft. And we will have the onboard cam for you out of Andrew Finlay in race 30.
So we await that. Sport class is on the way. More racing as well, more unlimited, more jet as well. Have it all for you. Bring you back to the final flag, last edition of the 2023 National Championship Air Races in Reno.
Many travel far and wide to experience sights like this. Me? I just have to step out my back door. We are stewards of this land. It's wild but familiar. And it's home. Welcome to our home. Welcome to Reno-Tahoe.
If you're ready to kick up some dust and find a horizon that hits just right, we know just the place. We are just the place. This is Nevada. When the urge to wander strikes, our otherworldly frontier awaits. Come give your soul room to roam in the weirdest, wildest West.
The National Championship Air Races are proudly sponsored by Michelob Ultra and Stella Artois, who'd like to remind you to drink responsibly and always designate a driver.
Play your favorite games at JJ's Sports and Spirits and earn entries to win a weekend getaway to a Raiders game in Las Vegas. Trip includes airfare, 2 nights hotel, dinner, and $250 cash. The football getaway giveaway only at JJ's Sports and Spirits.
Day number 4 of 5 days of racing here. National Championship 2023 National Championship Air Races from Reno-Tahoe. The final flag, the last go-around for these 6 decades of excellence here. What a great community. We just can't give enough love to Reno-Tahoe there with the fantastic nightlife. Of course, that's well known. All the action, all the great food, and the biggest little city in the world. That iconic arch right there signals the entry to the downtown area. Very popular for so many decades. There's a good shot of it from above right there. It's a great place to have a great event, and we have enjoyed every minute of it. Camera inside, airplane, Andrew Findlay, second post position, as we get ready to start the gold class of Sport Heat 3A.
Tommy, you can see out his window there to the right. The red and white airplane, Jeff Lavelle, race 39. Those will be our top 2 qualifiers in this heat that we expect to see here in a minute. So we're going to have, again, the folks at the Reno Air Race Association and National Championship Air Races bring you these in-cockpit views that are so spectacular.
Lavelle and Finlay has been a great rivalry over the last few years here. Jeff Lavelle has won the majority of the sport races at this level over the past decade, but Andrew Finley's been able to get the gold a couple of times as well. They've met twice already here this week, and Andrew Finley has come in second. So Lavelle has won the first 2 meetings. He's looking to, if he can settle the score, that means he would win tomorrow as well. Yeah. And that's the one you want to win.
Yeah, they definitely have a years-long rivalry, and those are the only 2 that have qualified initially up over 400 miles an hour. Ran yesterday in the 390s, so they were right there as well. Obviously, strategies about saving equipment and preparing for Sunday as part of the gold operation always. But that doesn't mean that they won't be given it everything they've got. So you can also see the black L-39 sitting there kind of between them, facing away from you. That will be our pace plane when we get going here a little bit. These aircraft are so fast in this class, Tommy, that we have to have a jet for the pace plane. They will fly our largest 8-mile course all the way around. They're going to do 6 laps, a little over 46 miles total once they're on the course and moving around. So this really truly is our 370 to 400 mile an hour research and development department. Lots of innovation.
You've got our gold class sport planes on the move right now as they get ready to take to the air. And on out, we've got 8 scheduled for racing here in this gold race. Last gold race before the actual medal race tomorrow for the actual gold medal.
Tommy, they'll continue to taxi out. They'll stage here on the runway. And you can see them in qualifying order from left to right as they set up here. And then our pace plane will go, take off here in just a second. We'll let some of our ground crew continue to move there in the background, get them out of the way. You can see just an absolutely perfect day here in Reno at Reno-Stead Airport. And you can see our racers, all 8 of them, beginning to get settled there, and there comes our pace plane, the L-39 Reno-Tahoe jet that will be our pace plane. Again, we continue to have the in-cockpit view from the orange and white race 30, known as One Moment, Andrew Findlay, our number 2 qualifier. You'll see him depart here in just a second. Thumbs up from Andrew to the pace plane as they go by. Great camaraderie amongst our racers, Tommy.
Yeah, it's a family deal, that is for sure. They do not hesitate to help one another when they can be of help. It is a, I would say fraternity, but it's not all men, that's for
right.
sure.
We are so excited to have women racers and look forward to the future where the young ladies in the audience come out here and show us how it's done.
We just saw Jeff Lavelle there taking off. He is our pole position, number 1 qualifier, and right behind him, Andrew Findlay. In One Moment, the Lancer Legacy.
Behind him on the screen now, Stephen Van Hatten, Redmond, Oregon, race 3. Airplane we know is Mojo.
That is Tom McNerney, Blue Springs, Missouri, race number 4. Another Lancer Legacy. Too much.
Next is a Thunder Mustang, home-built aircraft. Matthias Hyde out of Salzburg, Austria, race 51.
Matthias is our defending champion, won the gold here last year. And another Thunder Mustang. That is Matt Ramsey, 777, the Guardian Angel.
Next up is a racer out of Texas, Uvalde, Texas, actually. This is the race number 5, Conrad Huffstutler in Breathless, Lancer Legacy.
There's race 15, Vicky Benzing, Lucky Girl. Jeff Statler, the only one of our 8 who has moved up in class into the A class from B, based on his 2 good performances in the first 2 races in the B class.
So, Tommy, we're getting a good look here of what we can expect to see throughout this race. The inset on the right from the in-cockpit view within race 30 and Andrew Finlay. And we'll have our various competitors cycling in through a split screen.
Well, a great rivalry again between this man, Andrew Finlay, and Jeff Lavelle. We had a chance to talk with Jeff before the race.
Things are heating up a little bit more. People are getting a little more competitive, and so far, so good. The weather's, I've never seen a better Reno for really favorable conditions. It's nice and calm, and no smoke, and none of that. So the weather's really, really amazing. Oh yeah, sport class. Yeah, you just never know. Andrew's going to get really good. You got Van Hatten and Tom McNerney. They got faster. I mean, last year we had a Thunder Mustang win because they're, you just don't know. So everybody out there is capable of winning. So.
Yeah, Jeff's a 7-time champion. Just amazing what he's done for all the wins, and we'll keep chasing him, keep trying to catch him, and just keep pushing. But we have an amazing team behind us, and we'll keep trying to go faster. But amazing group of people here. The crowds are getting really good this year. Great to see everybody coming out for the last Reno Air races, and looking forward to more air racing with the sport class. Next month we're going to go to Las Cruces, New Mexico.
Andrew Finlay on his big goal every time he comes to Reno, and that is beat Jeff Lavelle. Andrew's a nice guy, but he's super competitive too.
Well, and as they should be, Tommy. This is an exciting class. This really is the future of innovation. These are the fastest home-built aircraft in the world, and you're going to get to see that here in the Gold Heat. In Heat 3A, you can see our pace plane there, and you can see our competitors beginning to line up. They'll circle around and continue to get positioned. The pace plane will assist with that, but like we talked about, this class really has the innovation. That is what is encouraged, and it's got the support and help of our general aviation industry all across our country, and they're prototyping a lot of technology in these aircraft, especially these top-end competitors that will make their way into your family Bonanza, your family Cessna, whatever it is, as they go through. Now, there is some limitations. They do have to be internal combustion engines. They have to be limited to 1,000 cubic inches or less. But after that, innovation is completely encouraged. We have exotic fuels. We've got injection, turbocharging, supercharging, constant speed, variable speed props. There is all kinds of things going on. The different competitors are trying to squeak every little bit of speed. So drag, aerodynamics are part of that. Combustion effectiveness is part of that. The way the propeller works. And let's look back at race 2A here, Tommy, as we looked at the gold race yesterday. We had Jeff Lavelle out front, jumped out front, and pretty much stayed there most of the race.
Absolutely. Andrew Finlay gave him a game effort for sure, but too much speed on the part of Jeff Lavelle. Add that to the fact that he started in the pole position. That's a hard combo to undo.
It is. And here you see Tom McNerney in race 4 on that shot, but it was Lavelle out front in race 39 the entire way. And you get to see here a great look at what 400 miles an hour in a home-built airplane looks like with the exotic engines, and like we are going to do here again in a few minutes. This was the look from inside that airplane yesterday. Race 30, Andrew Finlay, and ends up finishing second in the Gold Heat yesterday.
Twice this week he has finished second to Jeff Lavelle. He has beaten him before in previous years, so he would like to pull that off in this heat right here.
There was a checkered flag for Lavelle, as we talked about, and today they're going to do the same thing again. They're going to drop into our larger 8-mile course. It actually is the largest course we have. They will do 6 laps on that, and they will make their way around the larger 8-mile course for 6 laps once they drop in. And like we said, its speeds in this class will be up right around 400 These first two competitors qualified over 400, ran just under it yesterday. But on our course, this showing our 7-mile course for the silver. On the 8, we actually fly the 8-mile course, the larger, like you see the aircraft flying there. But no matter what, they line up behind Peavine Mountain. They get line abreast. The pace plane gets them all positioned. Pace plane will turn the smoke on. He will pull up, say, gentlemen, you have a race. Our racers can then accelerate out in front of each other. They can't pass and turn in until they get to the guide pylon, but then it looks just like this right here. And these are some of our sport class airplanes flying around the course out in the desert. And there is our leader and winner yesterday in the silver and gold race, gold race, and our pole position sitter today. Great looking coming by the home pylon. And we get ready now, Tommy. They are circling back behind this camera view, behind and over your right shoulder as you look this direction out towards the north and east from the stands. You can see the crowd. Tommy, we have record crowds. I saw earlier the parking lots are full. People are lined up to get in. Even at midday, it is the last final flag running here, the 59th year at the National Championship Air Races, and we have crowds galore. I mean, it's sold out.
When that became known, everyone knew that this was their last chance to see this event in Reno, and of course they acted accordingly. So many have made their way to Reno on this weekend, and for good reason. What a memory it will make for these folks, and what a tribute to 6 decades of excellence here in the sport.
What we were so excited to hear yesterday from our chairman, Fred Telling, was that racing will continue and yet to be determined in the location. But we were excited to hear that America is not done with their racing. It'll just move to somewhere else.
Absolutely. Looking forward to that chapter 2 being written as we close out the final chapter here in Reno this week. And the final flag, of course, be tomorrow.
15, can you bring it up? Forward, 5-1, line abreast. 0 back a little bit. Four racers, you have a race.
There we go, Tommy. You see the pace plane pulling up. We are underway in cockpit live shot on the right, and there come the racers on your left, right into your living room. Jeff Lavelle, our pole sitter, was the first aircraft by the white race 39. You can see our aircraft as they head to the far northern portion of our large 8-mile course. Andrew Finlay, race 30, number 2 there, far to the right. Those are the 2 aircraft you see centered up there as they make their way to the Valley of Speed. You'll see on the right what it looks like to be in this aircraft at 400 miles an hour. And he's following this gentleman. This is Jeff Lavelle in race 39. This is 3rd and 4th. Tommy, you see the red tipped wing airplane of Tom McNerney in race 4, following the Stephen Van Hatten and Mojo race 3. A lot of good competition there. Again, you got to pass on the outside here in closed course pylon racing.
These 2 qualified at exactly the same speed.
And it looks like we're seeing that here.
Yeah.
Very well matched. This is going to come down to skill and strategy for these 2. Great race we see coming at you here in the guide pylon. McNerney sizing up Van Hatten. Here he takes a little bit of a higher line as he comes around the pylons on the far western end. Back to our leader, there is Jeff Lavelle coming back to the home pylon.
Ready to start lap number 3 already. Van Hatten and McNerney, 3 and 4. Running third and fourth.
Running third and fourth, and we continue to see Van Hatten holding him off, but McNerney's definitely right in his trunk. He's hanging in there with him. Here's your leader again. Race 39, Lavelle. Race for third and fourth continues to be a great one, and we watch in second place on the inset, Andrew Finlay in race 30. Battle for third and fourth again. Looks like Van Hatten's continuing to maybe spread it out just a little bit. They're settling into a very evenly matched where McNerney was kind of pushing up on him, but I think they've kind of settled in here to third and fourth. Andrew Finlay just smooth on the right side as we watch what it looks like at 50 feet over the desert, 400 miles an hour.
Leader there, Jeff Lavelle. He's got a pretty good cushion against Andrew Finlay as it stands right now. Sometimes you see these two and they'll be neck and neck. That is not the case at this point in this race.
Lavelle here coming around pylons 6 as he heads into the Valley of Speed to accelerate that aircraft and head back towards the home pylon.
Pretty good lead over Finlay. We can't even pick up Finlay yet in a shot that wide, so he has really carved out a big lead at this point. And there we saw him just a moment ago, so like 4 seconds behind.
And there comes our leader past the home pylon, headed back to number 1. Going to head back into the foothills. You see on the inset, Andrew Finlay just a little bit behind in second place. Things have kind of seemed to settle in a little bit. Tommy, here's third and fourth again. We got Van Hatten on the right side of your screen with the red circle on the red wingtips behind is Tom McNerney in Too Much, race number 4. McNerney seems to found a little bit again where he's able to sneak back up there again. So the race within the race continues, Tommy.
Sean can't shake him. Not yet, that's for sure. We're running out of laps here.
We are. We're already on lap 5, and unfortunately for McNerney, he's got to take the long way around to get past him. Call on the radio. That's our leader coming past the home pylon just to start his final lap. You see him there on the screen now as he comes around pylons 1 and 2.
I'll be nice to Brett.
Race traffic.
Yeah, that's him coming by the Guardian Angel, Matt Ramsey, in race 777. Just got lapped by our leader, Jeff Lavelle.
He is moving.
Yeah, he is. He just went past Matthias Hyde, our defending champion, as well. Almost like he was standing still. Our leader's headed down into the Valley of Speed one last time here, Tommy, as he makes his way back towards the anticipated checkered flag here. Tommy, here we come. One last turn, one final pylon, roll wings level. Keep the throttle up. Here it is. Checkered flag. Unofficial winner, Jeff Lavelle. There is Finlay. You see the guide pylon out the window. And he now is unofficially in second place, finishing the race, pulling up off the course. We still have a battle for third and fourth right behind them. And here it is there on the screen. One last chance for McNerney. Race 4 with the red wingtips. Trying to get around Sean Van Hatten. This is the last chance, Tommy. I'm not sure he's got enough time.
Yeah.
He's giving it all he's got. He's got some altitude. My guess is he'll come around this corner, the last turn. Pylons 8 and 9, and then he's going to put the nose down and see if he can get any speed built up as these two race towards the home pylon and the checkered flag. He's moving.
Watch
He's
out
coming
now.
up.
Hold on. Hold on.
Wings level. Here we go. Oh, man, that was close.
That's a hard one to call right there.
That is, unofficially. Wow. It looked like Van Hatten might have still been out front, but we're going to have to go back and take a look at that. The race officials will. We know for sure unofficially they're third and fourth. The who's who yet to be determined.
We're at the same altitude. It's easier to call. We got one way up there above. It's a hard call. One for the judges, I'd say, Ron.
Absolutely. Here's a great look out of Andrew Findlay as he's cooling down that engine that's been working so hard in race 30. One moment, his aircraft. Let's go back and look at the start here, Tom, and see how it all shook out. We see him coming down the slot here. You see Lavelle on the far left of your screen, Findlay right beside him, and there is Lavelle right in your living room as he comes around the guide pylon for the first time. Still building speed, not quite at 400 miles an hour yet, but by the time he makes it around, he is. And then here was the battle, the race within the race the entire time. Third and fourth, Sean Van Hatten there with the fourth time catching the 39, Jeff Lavelle out front.
All let out him. Of course, these two qualified both, Van Hatten and McNerney, at 348 miles an hour, and it showed all the way through this race. They were at each other.
We saw the leader lapping traffic there a second ago, but here we see as they make their way towards the final lap on the way around. Another great shot from inside, but here is Jeff Lavelle, race 39, making his way back around one last time as he comes down. The battle within the battle, so we came towards the end. You saw the strategy from race 4, McNerney. He tried to get some altitude around these final two pylons as they make their way on the last lap. Lavelle out front completing the white flag lap here, comes to the checkered flag, your unofficial winner. And then here was the too close to call finish. Ooh, between those two. Look at that. Our camera angle's a little bit off. It's not exactly lined up, so it's really hard to tell. But I'm telling you, race 4 was moving. Wow. I don't know, Tommy. We're going to have to wait and see. I think, like we said, we know they're third and fourth. We just don't know which one's which.
We can give you some results. These are totally unofficial, though. The officials have not ruled on that finish right there, but it's pretty safe to say that Jeff Lavelle, barring any sort of disqualifications, is going to be your winner there yet again for the third time this week, race 39. For Jeff Lavelle, Andrew Findlay in second place, hanging in there with one moment. Sean Van Hatten or Tom McNerney, we don't know. We're going to say Van Hatten third place, McNerney fourth for now, but that is subject to revision. Matthias Paid there, class under 1 in fifth place. Matt Ramsey, race 7, 7 and 6. Conrad Huffstetler in Breathless, race 5 in 7th place. And Vicki Bensing, Lucky Girl, race 15 in 8th place. Sport, Gold Heat 3A. All right, stick with us. We have 2 more races left to go. Very important races. Last ones before the gold rounds tomorrow for both Jet and Unlimited. The Jet class is coming up next.
Many travel far and wide to experience sights like this. Me? I just have to step out my back door. We are stewards of this land. It's wild but familiar. And it's home. Welcome to our home. Welcome to Reno-Tahoe.
you're ready to kick up some dust and find a horizon that hits just right, we know just the place. We are just the place. This is Nevada. When the urge to wander strikes, our otherworldly frontier awaits. Come give your soul room to roam in the weirdest, wildest West.
The National Championship Air Races are proudly sponsored by Michelob Ultra and Stella Artois, who'd like to remind you to drink responsibly and always designate a driver.
Play your favorite games at JJ's Sports and Spirits and earn entries to win a weekend getaway to a Raiders game in Las Vegas. Trip includes airfare, 2 nights hotel, dinner, and $250 cash. The football getaway giveaway only at JJ's Sports and Spirits.
National Championship Air Races 2023, Reno-Tahoe. Reno-Tahoe and the rest of the world has turned out to support big time the last chapter in this book, wrapping up 6 decades of this event in Reno-Tahoe, a fantastic host city. We love to say that. So many attractions here. If you love the outdoors, you've got the desert, you've got the mountains, you got Lake Tahoe, you got mountain biking. You can ski and golf on the same day if conditions are right. Everything outdoors, the best of the West, absolutely here. Terrific part of the country, and downtown, very different sort of downtown. Lots of fun, lots of action, lots of great nightlife.
Good shot.
Yell the loudest, get the swag. That's what the rules are.
Swag is everything this year. Last Reno Air Race, these things will be collector's items for sure. Glad everybody made it out today. The jet's the fastest aircraft at Reno. Will be up shortly for the second to last gold jet race. It's going to be absolutely wonderful to have these aircraft in the air. Racing's not ending, it's just moving. Hopefully that will be determined before the end of the year. It's going to be great. We look forward to a new home. We'll be sad to leave our old home. It's meant so much to many. My first year here was 1975. T-shirts incoming. Number 11 is going to be the all-black Jerry Jive Kirby. Jive is an F-15 pilot, Air Force, chief pilot. Many operations. He brings wonderful racing in his Race 11 Ivan. Jive's experience from airline pilot to fighter pilot to instructor to air race pilot, air show pilot, he brings quite a bit to the jet community, and we love every word he has to say. Here comes a T-shirt. Just a bit outside. Last is Matt Guthmiller. Matt, you might know, Mr. TikTok. Oh, boy, good catch. Race 5, that's the best aircraft out there. Matt Guthmiller, race 12, all blue L39C, will be at the trailing edge of the pack. Matt is first-year air racing rookie and has absolutely stunned us with his performance. He came to PRS Pylon Racing School a year ago. He called me up and said, I want to race. And here he is. Yes, sir. All right, folks, line up and wait. The jets will be flying past. Hold up the T-shirt for the aircraft that you root. The landing aircraft is actually just the pace, but he'll be out of the way shortly. Jet Gold's going to be very competitive this year. Pete Zaccanino runs race 2-4, and if Pete's in the air, you've got to have your best on because, well, when Pete's in the air, one mistake, he's going to jump on it. What you hope for is Pete to make a mistake.
It is, yep.
Our jets are staged on the runway, and now things are getting moving as they get ready to take to the air. We have six planes scheduled to fly in this race right here. This is the gold class, the final gold class race before tomorrow's gold final for the medal and everything, the championship, the national championship. So this is important. Setting the stage, making the preparations, putting yourself in position to get that medal.
Tommy, as you heard our house announcer say, this is a very competitive gold class. You see the business jet departing there. That is the Embraer that has our pace plane. One of the pilots there, Congressional Representative Jay Obernolte from California. But our pole position, Michael Steiger in race 5, American Spirit here as he departs.
Now this is just lucky, the L-29 Delta, the camo look there, and normally to be piloted by Pete Zaccanino, but we're listing now the pilot in this one this time around, Joe Swindle, Joe Face Punch Swindle. So we will go with that until we hear otherwise.
Departing our third place qualifier, David Sterling in race number 8 out of San Diego, California in another Reno-Tahoe L-39.
Scott Gusikoff in the Tumbling Goose out from Milan, Michigan. It's going to be race 84.
Next up, you'll see on the inset the cockpit camera from race 11. This is Jerry Kirby, call sign Jive. Airplane he calls Ivan. You'll get to see that all race long from inside the cockpit, and you see him departing there on the left, another L-39.
Really getting to fly his plane a lot today. Raced in the B class, raced the silver class earlier today, as did this man right here, Matt Guthmiller of Alpine, Wyoming. The L-39C Alpine Thunder, race 12.
Well, that's our field, Tommy, as they depart and get gathered up on the pace plane. They'll circle around and they will fly at over 500 miles an hour on our largest 8-mile course. And we talk about the fastest motorsport on the planet. These guys are the fastest of the fast.
Jet class is, of course, the second newest of our classes here. Of course, the Stol is the newest now as it stands for the last 3 years. The jet class, though, became a quick favorite not too many years ago.
It did, Tommy. It was an exhibition class back in 2000 where they actually flew Korean War era MiGs. In fact, former astronaut, Space Shuttle Commander Robert Hoot Gibson, good friend of mine, was part of that demonstration, but that evolved into the rules that we see today. No swept wings, no afterburners. If they do have ejection seats, those are disabled while they're here. Here you see some in-cockpit footage from a previous race. We'll continue to show that on the right, but here's what our course looks like. 8-mile course, it's the biggest outer course that we have. You see the jets will fly around it counterclockwise, and they will start from behind Peavine Mountain, line abreast, like we see in so many other classes. The pace plane that we just saw depart, depicted in red here, will pull up. He'll say, gentlemen, you have a race. Our racers can accelerate at that point out in front of each other, but they've got to get to that guide pylon before they can turn in and complete the pass. But here you see what it looks like competitively with our racers down at 50 feet, 500 miles an hour in jet racers here at Reno. It's the only place you'll see this in the world, Tommy. Man, I don't know about you. That just, man, that gets my heart going. It's so exciting. So exciting. You see some footage from previous races there on the left. You see the in-cockpit live footage there on the right of out of race 11. And you can see that he is in position number 5. So you see 4 aircraft to the left, including plus the pace plane, and then a live shot of the aircraft that's catching up to his right. That is Matt Guthmiller, race number 12. As they circle around behind us, Tommy, to get ready for what we showed in that graphic. This is going to be just absolutely exciting. You know, Hoot Gibson told me that having not only flown the demonstration but also raced here in the jet class, that in these jets, typically once you get that call, you have a race and you're headed downhill. He said in a jet, you set the throttle to 104%, turn on the throttle, the friction lock, and he said then you just fly the jet. So unlike the Unlimiteds where they're constantly maneuvering manifold pressure and other things in the engine, in this case it's get it set and then be a super pilot, and that's what we're going to see. Like we said, this is a super competitive class. We've got the best of the best here, and they are going to go fast.
Got a couple of former winners here, gold champions here at the Reno National Championship air races in hour 6 here today. It's a gold class race on Saturday.
This group had a very competitive race yesterday, Tommy, as well.
We certainly did. We can show you some of it right now. As a matter of fact, position was Mike Steiger in American Spirit 7 times the gold champion here.
You see Pete Zaccanino there in the blue camouflage. L29 is right behind him, and you can see those both aircraft here. They were 1 and 2 the entire time, and Zaccanino made a couple opportunities. He snuck up on him, but never was quite able to get all the way around.
Steiger stuck to the game plan and really got the job done in a most efficient way.
Yeah, he was on rails, and this was a in-cockpit shot from Jive Kirby yesterday. There you saw that. And there he is going around pylon number 9. Here's another good look at Jive Kirby in Team Race 11, a plane he calls Ivan. But it was our leader out here out front, Michael Steiger, race 5, as he led it all the way back around, and here he is coming back towards the checkered flag and climbing off the course with the win yesterday in the gold heat period.
Average time of 490 miles an hour for Mike Steiger, the airline pilot from Houston, Texas, in American Spirit.
We hear our racers are cleared on course. You see them there off in the distance coming around Peavine Mountain. We will see the pace plane pull up here in a minute. Let's listen in.
Entering the chute, starting the rollout, 7,004. Get up the line abreast, racers. Good spot. Everybody line up on 5 and 2-4. Distance.
A little.
5, 2, 4, 8. Hold what you got. 8, 4, and 1, 2. Hold it. Eight slightly further forward. 8, 4 forward. Gentlemen, you have a race.
There it is, Tommy. That's the call we were waiting for. You see the pace plane pulling up and off to provide a safety observer function up above. We are racing, Tommy, and in the pole position. Mike Steiger, race 5 on the pole, right side of your screen. Here they come to the guide pilot.
Good, clean start. Have fun.
And Tommy jumping out front from the number 2 position, race 2-4.
Just lucky the L29 Delphin.
And you had Mike Steiger in race 5. You see him out there maneuvering and trying to, he still had the pole position. We got aircraft maneuvering out behind him in positions 3, 4, and 5. But right here coming around to the left, it's Steiger and Just Lucky, the L29. Steiger was able to get back around him. Look here, Tommy, he's got back into the lead. Pete Zaccanino yesterday, and we believe is Joe Swindell today, and Just Lucky in the blue camouflage L29, making their way around as they head back northbound. We are well into already lap number 2. Continue to have that great in-cockpit view from Jerry Jive Kirby, team race 11 on the right. He's back in the pack in about 4th or 5th place, we believe. Our leaders are coming through the foothills. There's a good shot of Jive on the right side, the black airplane, trying to move up and catch Scott Gusikoff in the tumbling goose.
Look at Mike Steiger here. American Spirit, 7 times American Spirit has captured the gold here. It's been on that team for a long time. One of those wins by Rick Vandam.
Here's our race for 4th. You can see Jive Kirby maneuvering in behind Gusikoff, the yellow and black both L39s. And Jive's doing everything he can to try to get some horsepower, speed built up, get up there to catch him. But great in-cockpit view as well on the right side. They are about a half a lap behind our leader. The view you see here as they head back into the foothills. That was David Sterling in race 8. And then back to our battle for 4th. And back to our leader here, Tommy. Next time.
Number 4 here. He's making quick work of this one.
Yeah, these speeds at 500 miles an hour, Tommy, we eat up that 8-mile course really, really quick. We are 3/4 of the way through this race already. And here he is. You can see him down low, 50 feet minimum altitude. He's right on it, taking the shortest way around those pylons. Most efficient and effective way to do it. But Mike Steiger's really putting on a racing seminar here this year in the jet class. Back in the pack just a little bit here, Tommy. We've got 2 aircraft that fairly close, battling it out. That's Sterling
right there,
race 8. And then right behind him, you see Gusikoff in the tumbling goose, followed by Jive Kirby in the black race 11. And again, you get to see the view out of the cockpit of Kirby on the right side of your screen. You can see Gusikoff there when the glare moves, and you can see how close they are. They're doing their best as they drop into the valley of speed, both accelerating up near 500 miles an hour as they make their way south and back towards the home pylon.
Trying to hold on 4th place right there. Right behind him, but running out of time. We're in the white flag lap, final lap right now for our leader.
Yeah, and he's most of the way around, Tommy. He is making his way back here to make the final turn towards the final home pylon. He just took the white.
That was the white. Okay.
Yep, took the white flag right there. He is starting his final trip around. Lap 7 of 8. It goes so fast, Tommy, at 500 miles an hour. You think about that.
You know, we're
2 football fields per second these aircraft are doing. Now here you see our leader making his way around some lap traffic. He's caught Matt Guthmiller in Alpine Thunder and made his way around him. Qualifying, there's almost 80 knot, 90 knots difference between those two. You've seen that playing out here.
Stepped this course off at 490 miles an hour the last time around. That was yesterday.
See on the right, Jive Kirby coming by the home pylon, and on the left, that's our leader. He's rolling around pylon 7, 8, and 9 on his way back to the anticipated checkered flag.
Runway 8, wind 1006.
There it is. We're an official leader, but this is the battle for 4th. Gusakov and Tumbling Goose, position 4 on the left of your screen, yellow and black. Jive Kirby. There was the battle for second place there. That was
passing by. Swindle, Sterling.
We're going to see a great race here. You get to see it two ways, out of the cockpit from the trailing aircraft and on the screen as they go around the final few pylons and head into the Valley of Speed. Let's see if Jive Kirby has something for Gusakov here as they head southbound. Looks like he's making up a little bit of ground on him, Tommy, as they make their way down these final few pylons, 7, 8, and 9, on their way to the home pylon and the checkered flag.
It would be something if he was able to run him down, but I don't think he's got quite enough time.
He sure made up some distance, though. Wow, he really was moving up, but that is your unofficial 4th and 5th place finishers. You can see on the in-cockpit cam they are climbing up off the course. And just coming up to the finish now will be Matt Guthmiller in Alpine Thunder, race number 12, as he finishes the course as well. Well, let's go back and look at the start. Here we see Steiger on the far left there, Zaccanino, I'm sorry, Swindell in the Just Lucky L29. Those were the two that were out front, and they kind of settled into first and second. There's a good look at David Sterling in race 8, but this was the race within the race the entire time, Tommy, for 4th and 5th.
Yeah, Scott Gusakov, Jerry Jive Kirby. In his second jet race of the day today was Kirby, but no stopping this guy. Mike Steiger just absolutely had it dialed in, just as he has had in the previous race. Made it no contest up front.
Yeah, absolutely. And Jive Kirby did his best right at the end to catch Gusakov. And here you see him making some ground. He's actually gaining on him. But as they came to the checkered flag on this one more time around, this is the final lap now for our leader, Steiger. As he does it, he's passing lap traffic in Guthmiller there on the last lap. But as he makes his final turn and heads to the checkered flag, are your unofficial winner here in the gold. There is Guthmiller coming across, still finishing his 7th lap while the Just Lucky was completing the race within the race. Kirby almost catching Gusakov.
Well, unofficially, Mike Steiger, second win in a row in as many days in American Spirit at Gold Jet Heat 3A. Joe Swindell, Just Lucky, race 24 in second place. We have it. David Sterling, race 8. In 3rd place, Scott Gusakov, 4th place in the Tumbling Goose. Number 84, Jerry Kirby, right behind it. 5th place, race number 11, Ivan and Matt Guthmiller, Alpine Thunder, race 12. In 6th place, Jet Heat 3A, the final gold heat before the big round for the medal tomorrow. What a view for Jerry Kirby right there as he gets ready to put it back on the ground. We got one more race on the way. Nobody's leaving their seats here. A big, huge crowd here in Reno for this final flag week here, the special weekend. 6 decades of service here. Coming up, we got unlimited gold racing next.
Many travel far and wide to experience sights like this. Me? I just have to step out my back door. We are stewards of this land. It's wild but familiar. And it's home. Welcome to our home. Welcome to Reno-Tahoe.
ready to kick up some dust and find a horizon that hits just right, we know just the place. We are just the place. This is Nevada. When the urge to wander strikes, our otherworldly frontier awaits. Come give your soul room to roam in the weirdest, wildest West.
The National Championship Air Races are proudly sponsored by Michelob Ultra and Stella Artois, who'd like to remind you to drink responsibly and always designate a driver.
Play your favorite games at JJ's Sports and Spirits and earn entries to win a weekend getaway to a Raiders game in Las Vegas. Trip includes airfare, 2 nights hotel, dinner, and $250 cash. The football getaway giveaway only at JJ's Sports and Spirits.
Ever since I was a little kid, I've been going to the Reno Air Races with my uncle, my grandpa, and my dad, and it was just an instant hook for me.
It really just stemmed from the first time I was on an airplane, and I was like, wow, because I was like looking out the window, I was like, this is so cool, like imagine if I could fly one, and then I kind of just got that idea in my head. I was like, you know what, that would be so cool.
Here at the National Championship Air Races, our tagline for 2022 is Racing for the Future, and there's no better way to race for the future than to get more young people up in the air. And that's what this scholarship program's all about.
I've always really liked things involving planes. Used to be a car kid. I loved cars, toy cars, all that stuff. And it evolved into planes, and playing with planes, and then movies with planes. It was always just something that fascinated me. I always loved the idea of being able to fly, even to space. And it's always something I really wanted to do because I feel like it's a really cool experience to be able to go up and then look at the world below you, because that's pretty much the only way you can get that view.
We are racing for the future, there's no question about it. We're racing to assure that we can raise the money to support education, support our traditional racing in all 7 classes, grow the education community more broadly, and provide ongoing honor and respect to the military.
Oh, I want to learn to fly because I took inspiration from my grandpa way back when he flew in World War II, and from my great-grandpa that also did the same thing. So my inspiration for flight was always been there since I was like 8 years old. I have a poster up on my room that says, little kid always wanted to learn how to fly, and so this is one step towards my monumental, life career. And
I want to learn how to fly because number 1, it's freedom, and number 2, I'd love to make a career out of it. Yeah, flying lets you go where not too many people else have been, see a world from a different view.
The view's way better than when you're just a passenger. Flying, I liked it even more than I thought I would, so it was a little magical, I guess.
I've always thought that it was something that fascinated me. I've always loved having my feet off the ground, whether that was like doing gymnastics or flying commercial airplanes, traveling, and it's something I really want to make a career out of.
We want to keep doing this year after year. And so we're reaching out and we're asking people to come in and help as we get ready to fund next year's campaign. Please help us continue this and grow this and inspire even more kids in the future.
Welcome back as we await the start of the final race of the day. The goal, the Heat 3A of Unlimiteds. You can see them getting ready to go. We have not started spinning yet, so I'll show you an interview. I want to tell you something. We were calling Mike Steiger as the pilot of of the winner of our gold race in jet here, but it was actually Rick Vandam who has piloted this race to gold many times before. Talk to him right after the race.
Yeah, nice to see you guys. That was a great day. It was an excellent job from the pace. The wingmen were perfect. Pace did a good job of setting us up for a great start. The air was a lot nicer than yesterday. The plane, American Spirit, just flew like a champ, and very happy with the results. We'll have to see what the speed comes in, but looks like an exciting day today, and looking forward to tomorrow.
Amazing. How does the cloud cover change everything?
I just put shadows on the course, so it makes the contrast from the other airplanes and the pylons a little more difficult. So it's, made it cooler for me because I didn't have the sun on my head. So I have to pick between the two. Okay. Thank you very much.
Rick Vandam, legendary for jet racing here at Reno. There, he and Mike Steiger been on that team for a long, long time. Mike Steiger piloted in the gold race yesterday. Today it was Rick Vandam, so that was nice. That was a bit of tradition coming to the top again.
Yeah, and we didn't realize that he was actually in the cockpit. What was listed from the race officials was that it was still Steiger. But how cool was that, Tommy? It was great to hear his analysis and see what he experienced. We do have a little bit of high, thin cloud cover that he talked about, but the air is perfect. We've had just a spectacular day all day today, and we're expected to have these perfect conditions set up for our premier unlimited class here in just a few minutes. You can see the aircraft there in front of you. Our crews are not quite out there yet. They're finishing up some other activities, and then we'll be underway with unlimited here in just a bit.
To learn more or to apply, simply go to standardaerocareers.com or visit the exhibit booth here at the show. Atlantis Casino Resort Spa is proud to support the Reno Air Races. Experience Spa Atlantis, Reno's only Forbes 4-star spa for 8 consecutive years. Indulge your senses and rejuvenate your body and mind. Escape to a world of complete serenity. Spa Atlantis is a destination unlike any other in Reno, a space for personal rediscovery, solace, and healing. Spa Atlantis. Book your luxurious treatment today at atlantiscasino.com. JJ Sports and Spirits, proud sponsors of the Reno Air Races, located at the corner of Pyramid and Holman Way in Sparks, is your football destination where you can place all your bets in our William Hill Sportsbook. Enter to win cash and prize giveaways and play the hottest games around. Enjoy daily happy hours and watch your favorite college and pro football games at JJ Sports and Spirits, right next door to Scolari's on the corner of Pyramid and Holman Way in Sparks. Well, if you have a question about, getting your pet microchipped, where to get a building permit or report a clogged ditch, Washoe 311 is the county's customer service center, providing you with accurate, helpful information 24/7. Simply dial 311 or connect with them online at washoecounty.gov. Oris Watches is back at the Reno Air Races. Be sure to visit the Oris Airstream in the pits. Oris has just a few remaining Reno Air Race Special Edition watches, so be sure to pick yours up today. And a reminder once again, due to overwhelming demand, we have already sold out of much of our 2023 merchandise. But don't worry, we got you covered. We've created a special online shopping site that includes 2023 Final Flag commemorative items, including this year's souvenir program, coin, t-shirts, polos, and some new items as well. Quantities are limited, but orders will be taken through to the end of September. Order today, and items are expected to ship in 3 to 4 weeks. Visit airrace.org and look for the link at the top of our homepage. Use the discount code RAR10, that's RAR10. During the checkout, you'll receive 10% off. That's going to help cover the shipping. You can also visit our official merchandise stores on site and scan the QR code in the stores to get your discount. Straight and Level, presented by Aero Brigham, has the FLIR PC-12 filming the races this year. The PC-12 and its incredible cameras from FLIR Defense will capture race footage of the Reno Air Races that has literally never been captured before. If you want to see the FLIR footage, keep an eye out for the Reno Air Race episodes on Straight and Level, the #1 aviation TV show only on Amazon Prime. Our ongoing theme at the National Championship Air Races is Racing for the Future. Earlier this week, we recognized our latest Reno Air Racing Scholarship Squadron. 10 young people from the Reno area who were awarded $10,000 each to help them achieve their private pilot's license. The program has been tremendously successful, and we're proud to let you know that we will not only be continuing, but expanding our efforts going forward, even as the National Championship Air Races relocate. Join the Reno Air Racing Association in thanking the Ray Foundation for their amazing contributions to this program by making a donation of your own at airrace.org to help us keep racing for the future.
like you, we're trying to figure out what the heck's going on. So we called around, and the people in the know said they are taking care of the fueling issue with the Pace plane, and they have an ETA for taking off at 40 after the hour. 40 after the hour, about 10 minutes from now.
Danny, one other thing of note that we can relay to the crowd that we just heard. They were wondering about the heat race 3B. Of course, everybody's attention was kind of on Miss America because she needed to win to get bumped up into the gold race tomorrow on Sunday. Well, unfortunately, folks, he was disqualified. We have heard no reason why. He did cut 2 pylons, but a cut pylon does not mean disqualification. So when we get more on that story, we'll let you know. But for those of you who are Miss America fans, and I know there was a lot of them, it sorries me to say that Miss America looks like is out. And I do see some props turning down in the unlimited pit. So we should be taxiing out and getting ready for takeoff very, very soon. Matter of fact, I'll do a rundown of the airplane, the entrance, and the, of course, it'll be Steve Hinton, race number 3 in the Bardall Special. Man, he is running red hot. So it's going to be interesting to see with a little bit cooler if it will affect the speed that much, and it can. Race 114, a beautiful Hawker Sea Fury, being flown by Stephen Kohler. This is his first time out, and man, he is on top of the clouds. Stephen's from my own California, and he'll be flying the Hawker Sea Fury of the Sanders stable of Sea Furies. 924, another Hawker Sea Fury, being flown by Joe Swagger. Joe was our guy, and our great-grandson, I should say, who was going to be flying Dreadnought, but as some of you know already, Dreadnought had a complete engine failure on his time trial here earlier in the week. So Joel's going to be ahead and stepping up into 924, which incidentally is now I think is the second Sea Fury that is utilizing a Pratt & Whitney R2800. The 3350s were getting very hard to get a hold of, and that of course replaced a Bristol Centaurus English engine. And incidentally, 924 still has the Bristol Centaurus engine in it. Johnny Maloney in race number 27. He'll be flying Miss Trinidad. Johnny's had a seat in two of these airplanes this year. So anyway, Johnny will be flying in this next heat race coming up. Heat race 3A, incidentally. Vicky Bensing, and I got an apology to make for those people who already knew that I didn't. I thought she was an airline pilot. I did not read it correctly. She is an air show pilot. And as I understand it, she is flying a big Stearman. And believe me, that takes a lot of muscle to horse that thing around. She has, of course, bought an airplane that was owned by Clay Lacey, a gentleman that's been coming to the air races ever since 1964. So we're keeping that airplane in the people's view as long as we possibly can. And Vicky Bensing says, I want it the same color as it was. So it is, and it's called Plum Crazy. Race number 31, Dan Vance. Dan is an air show pilot, and he is in Bend, Oregon now. That's where he makes his home. He'll be flying an airplane that his dad, Art Vance, used as a pace plane for a good many years. So it's good to see Dan here in the race, and good to see the airplane still alive and kicking. So I see props turning. They'll be taxiing down for takeoff real soon. And we're sorry for the delay, but sorry, ladies and gentlemen, that's the way it is sometimes in air racing. So as soon as the airplanes have arranged down there and getting ready to go and they do their mag checks, we'll be getting to the last event of the day, Unlimited Race 3A. You know, Danny, you and I have been coming up here to the Reno races for a good many years. This makes my 59th, by the way. Not announcing all those years, but I did start in 1964, and my last year of announcing here was in 1999. But you took my place, and man, thank you so much for that.
That means a lot to me. Actually, we had the privilege of working together for a good number of years, which was a dream come true for me as a kid driving up here with a beat-up old Chevy, a $50 Chevrolet with no reverse gear, and watching you and listening to you from where the Checker Flag Club is now. And in '81, I finally got on your team. Fantastic time we had.
Well, the years have gone past. They've been crazy. You know, the only year we missed, of course, was the COVID year. And unfortunately, we couldn't, of course, have the race that year. But other than that, that's been the only year that's been missing since the races started in 1964.
Well, we have to go back, and it's been 20 years, but remember, we didn't run in 9/11 either.
Oh, you're absolutely right there. Yes. And good reasons for both of those.
Yeah.
Well, we should soon be seeing that T-33 with Steve Hinton Sr. in the cockpit as a pace plane. He'll be taking off and making a left turn, climbing left turn, and holding his speed back until the Unlimiteds all take off, one each following the other, and will be on collecting on his wing as he takes them on a huge, big 360-degree circle to come back to point that nose of those airplanes right down to the starting guide pylon, which are those two white lights that you see out there against the mountainside. That's what the T-33, the pace plane, is aiming for, and so that is where they drop down on the course.
Last race for Saturday, Unlimited Heat 3A. This is the gold class, and it's the last gold race before tomorrow for the big medal, for the gold medal, and the marquee event, the Unlimiteds. Here at Reno, we heard legendary air race announcer Sandy Sanders. If you were with us in the interim there, give a beautiful description of all our players, but we're going to do it if you're just checking in, if you wanted to check out this last race and tell you who the players are and pulling out onto the runway right now. Following our pace plane. Sorry, Rob.
No, all good. So many storylines in this class and in this race here today. And we look at our pole sitter here, Stephen Hinton, Steve-O, race 3, the Bardall Special. As he takes off, you'll also see on the right side of your screen an in-cockpit view from him.
Position number 2. This is race 114. Stephen Kohler from Sacramento, California. Argonaut is the name of this MK-11 Sea Fury.
Another Sea Fury from the Sanders family. This is race 924. Joel Swagger, Ione, California. Another Sea Fury Mark 20. And for those of you that may be wondering where is Dreadnought, if you didn't hear it earlier or see it earlier on the coverage, Dreadnought, the other Sea Fury, experienced an engine problem in time trials and is out of the race.
That's the 4th position right there, starting position. That is John Maloney, Miss Trinidad, the Yak 3. Yak 3U R2000, race number 27.
World War II Soviet fighter there, Tommy. So we have all Allied fighters in the class today, and here's another great example of the history. This is Vicky Benzing in race 64, Plum Crazy. For those of you that recognize that purple airplane, that is the very airframe that Clay Lacey campaigned here at Reno for many years. That airframe finished in 3rd place, the inaugural race in 1964. We'll talk more about the history here in just a little bit.
How about things all coming together, those historical threads being knit together in this final week. And 5 California planes, and number 6 is from neighboring Oregon, Bend, Oregon's Dan Vance. Race number 31, Speedball Alice, the P-51.
Beautiful D-model P-51s here as our field departs. Now they will accelerate and catch up with the pace plane and bring back around. But this group had quite a race yesterday, Tommy.
Absolutely, and Steve-O Hinton in the Bardolph Special, the number 1 post position, laid down a beautiful race. It was a masterful effort here, an easy win there. We talked to Steve-O just a little bit after that race was completed yesterday.
Today's our first heat race in the gold class. We stood down after qualifying earlier in the week. The weather up here in Reno is perfect. Haven't seen it this good in 20 years. Light breeze, 85 degrees. And we're just running enough power to stay in first place. So it's a long way to Sunday. We got to make sure the airplane stays healthy and the engine stays healthy. And if we can keep all the parts moving in the right direction, God willing, we'll be in first place come Sunday. Yeah, so with the speed discrepancy between our aircraft and some of the other aircraft in the heat, we do end up lapping airplanes. This was a 6-lap heat race. By Sunday, it'll be 8 laps with a lot of slower aircraft. So it's going to be challenging picking our way. We have altitude restrictions and lateral restrictions. You're kind of racing through a donut here. So when you have other traffic, rubbing is not racing in this sport. So you really got to be heads up and keep your eyes open.
Tell me how you feel about it. How long have you been racing here?
Let's see, this is my 10th year racing here at Reno. I retired for the last 5 years and accepted this challenge. It was a good reason to come out of retirement. So we're got the whole band back together from Strega and Voodoo, and we're having a great time.
Steve-O Hinton, the winner of yesterday's race. Let's take a look at that race right now, Rob.
Absolutely. See on the screen here, there is Steve-O in the white Bardolph Special. He had the pole, jumped out front. The 2 Sea Furies right behind with Swagger and Kohler yesterday, but like we said, Steve-O Hinton in the Bardolph Special just laid it down. It was smooth, it was solid all the way around. It settled into 2nd and 3rd with Argonaut in 2nd and 924 in 3rd, and that's pretty much the way it settled out for the entire race yesterday. Fairly competitive. It was great to see the all this history and all this going. And here you get to see another look at Plum Crazy with Vicky Benzing. That's such a historic airplane, but this was the story right here. Steve-O Hinton out front.
Oh yeah, out front and way out front by the end of that race right there. Qualified with a time of 439 miles an hour. That was magnificent.
Yeah, and there it was. That was the checkered flag yesterday in the gold pairing as he went by. And here you see today, he's on the pole again. You see our T-33 pace plane, which is courtesy of Ace Maker Air Shows, the airplane known as Ace Maker. The pilot, here's one of the historic trends. The pilot in our pace plane is Steve Hinton Sr. He's the father of our pole sitter, Steve-O Hinton, who we just heard from. Both have an amazing history. Steve-O in the pole position, white Bardolph Special, 7-time champion. His dad, a 2-time champion. It runs in the family.
Absolutely. It's a tight-knit family as well, and they're all having their great last dance here in Reno this time around.
Well, here's
been fun to be a part of it.
Here's something else, Tommy, that's really interesting. That Bardolph Special, that airframe, flew here in 1964. The first year we flew in Reno, it finished 2nd that year in the unlimited race. And over on the right side of your screen, Plum Crazy, we talked about it. The Plum Crazy airplane flown by Clay Lacey flew here and finished 3rd that same year. Now, the Plum Crazy plane finished 3rd 6 times, all the way up through 1969, and eventually became a champion. The airframe did in 1970. So much history right here in front of you in this class.
How terrific is it to be able to book in 6 decades with 2 planes in this one unlimited class here, the class that probably draws the most attention of all at Reno.
You know, our good friend, the late Steve Stavrakakis, used to say these are the bad boys of speed. Well, we have the bad men and women of speed.
That's right.
And that's appropriate, and we're so glad to have that. And this is the class that is the iconic class. You heard Steve-O talk about the band is back together from Strega and the old teams and some of the history that he's been a part of, and it's all back this year. A lot of the modifications when Bardol Special came last year, it was competitive, but it wasn't out front. I understand over the off-season there was a lot of the old Strega-type modifications made to that airplane, and it definitely has the speed this year for sure.
Beautiful as evening descends on the valley here in Reno. Stead Airport, the destination here for so many years. A little bit of a cloud bank has rolled in, high clouds. Nothing to interfere with the racing. Just enjoyed some terrific weather here. The prediction for tomorrow is the same. Couldn't be happier. Great way to go out.
Yeah, so we see some clouds, but those are actually just helping shade us from the sun.
Yeah.
And no threat of moisture, no high winds, no smoke. It's a great year, Tommy.
They're around. They're around.
And folks, what you'll hear as we get set for this race, you will hear the pace plane talking to the racers as they make their way behind those hills to your right. We'll zoom in on the camera just a little bit. There you can see them off in the distance. They are continuing to line up. You see our pace plane has the smoke on. It's a little hard to pick out against the clouds, but your pace plane is the far right plane, and let's listen in to how they get set up to race.
All right, guys, here we go. Down.
Tommy, they're coming downhill. We heard that on the radio. They're accelerating now. They've got to stay in those lanes all the way to the guide pylon, which is where you're standing, ladies and gentlemen. That's where this camera is. They're going to come right at you. Unlimited racing like nowhere else. This is the fastest motorsport on the planet, and you're about to experience the thunder that is Reno National Championship Air Races.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've got a race.
There we go, Tommy. Pace plane's up and away. We're underway. Pretty much held our order through the guide pylon, Tommy, with Bardol Special out front. Here you see our two Sea Furies. Leading that is Argonaut, followed by 924. Both trying to get some speed built up to catch Bardol. And you see 924 beginning to move outside of his fellow hangar mate, Argonaut.
Pretty strong move it appeared to be for a moment right there. Let's see if it continues, sustains.
There you see our leader swipe through the view as he makes his way to the home pylon. Here come these two Sea Furies. We continue to see Argonaut, Stephen Kohler, race 114 out in front, followed by race 924.
Pretty well into his second lap already. Our leader, the Bardol Special, Steve O'Hinton.
Tommy, we continue to have that fantastic in-cockpit view right over his left shoulder as he rolls through the foothills.
Trailing 114, two Sea Furies there. Bill Slater at the 924, Stephen Kohler at the 114.
Pretty good battle for second there. Here's back to our leader, Steve O'Hinton in the Bardol Special. He's already made his way back around to pylon 7, 8, and 9. He's just about to wrap up lap number 2 of 6. 440 some odd miles an hour right now.
You know what? You don't have to lean on it too hard because
It's almost like a formation clinic with these Hawker Sea Furies coming around in second and third. But here's our leader back up with the guide pylon.
Steve-O Hinton, 7-time champ here.
Fans at home getting to enjoy these amazing views and sounds of the thunder here as he comes down the Valley of Speed.
The audio is very important.
Our leader's moving so fast out in front there. He is definitely pulling away from second and third. Beautiful sight as he's on the far rolling into the course. Jump back to second, Tommy. This is Argonaut Stephen Kohler, race 114. Begin to pull away a little bit from Joel Swagger in 924. I don't know if that's just he's found something to pull away, or if Swagger's just figured out I don't have enough to get around him and going to save the equipment for tomorrow. I believe our leader has, we were away from the shot, past Speedball Alice.
Yes, he did. Sure
lapped
did.
him, and so now he's well into his already lap 5 for our leader.
Enjoying about a 4-mile lead on this 8-mile race course as it stands right now, ahead of second place.
There is our second place aircraft, Tommy, as he makes the turn headed for the guide pylon up into the foothills. Race 114 Argonaut and the Sea Fury. Beautiful airplane. He's on the north part of the course, around south, coming here to the white flag. This is your leader, Steve-O Hinton. Race 3, the Mardall Special. One more trip around, Tommy. Rolls-Royce Merlin, license built in the U.S. by the Packard Corporation, but there it is. Heading around the north end, headed for the Valley of Speed one last time. Stephen Hinton, race 3.
You're all clear. Okay.
Radio traffic you heard from Vicky Benzing was being passed by Argonaut on the other end of the course as we watch the leader come to the checkered flag here, Tommy.
Checkered flag, runway 120.5.
There it is, your unofficial winner.
Mardall Special. I'm going to go out on a limb saying we've established a firm favorite for tomorrow's cold race. I don't think I'm out of line.
Here's your number 2 place aircraft. This is the Argonaut. Hawker Sea Fury, piloted by Stephen Kohler. He rolls into the Valley of Speed one last time for today.
Okay, 924 is coming by on the outside.
All right, Dan.
making the turn for home. Race 114, Argon. Taking the checkered flag and unofficially second place. Here comes third place, Joel Swagger. In race 924. And he had just lapped Speedball Alice, who you'll see come across. Here's Vicky Bensing, beautiful Plum Crazy P51. Miss Trinidad, the Russian yak fighter from World War II, out on the course. We have pulled up already. We have the winners. But let's go back and look at the start here, Tommy. You can see far left, Bardall Special, Steve O'Hinton way out front.
Did not take long, pretty much a carbon copy of the last race, yesterday's, Friday's racing. Unlimited 3A.
Initially, we had some what appeared to be close competition for second and third between the two Sea Furies, but this view you see here out of the cockpit of that airplane. Race number 3, the Bardall Special, flag to flag, but back in the pack through the mid-laps. These two Sea Furies, both from the Sanders hangar, competing with each other, with Stephen Kohler and Joel Swagger, but they eventually stayed in those positions the entire race. There you see the pass by Argonaut around Speedball Alice, having to pass high and outside, but here is your leader coming to the checkered flag right there, your unofficial winner, followed by Argonaut. And the beautiful Plum Crazy, Vicky Bensing.
A lot of history.
Man.
In those top 4, that is for sure. Top 5, I should say, but right on top, of course, Steve O'Hinton, race number 3, the Bardall Special, just a dominating performance there. Stephen Kohler in race 114, race 114, the Argonaut in second place, Joel Swagger, 924. Third, John Maloney, Miss Trinidad, 27. In fourth place, Vicky Bensing in fifth with Plum Crazy and Dan Vance. Speedball Alice, race number 31 in sixth place. That is unlimited for your Saturday racing. And that completes our racing card for today. Had a terrific day out there. Of course, the weather has been just perfect. The racing has been just as expected. Everything going off without a hitch. Some dominating performances and some very, very tight racing at the front and back in the back of some of these packs here. So great to have you along here. We got more streaming coverage coming for you tomorrow. It's going to get cranked up about 7:30 local time, Pacific time. And we hope to see you then. All but one of our medals will be handed out tomorrow here at the National Championship Air Races from Reno.